Chapter 401. Chapter 401, the 10th item. The Duke's tone was as clear as glass and twice as cold. The room that had spoken, room 9, immediately fell silent. A single verbal slap from a duke was enough to shut down even the most arrogant noble houses. A slow, almost smug grin played at the edge of Arian's lips. Fathers had enough of the posturing. Michael sat back, nodding slowly. Can't blame him. And yet, inwardly, Michael sighed. Even the Duke was bidding now. 2,100,000, called room 3 again. Then room 5. 2,2. 2,3. 2,500,000. Came the thunderous bid from room 15. The hall shook. Not literally, but the weight of the number struck every listener like a hammer. Some nobles gasped. Others fell silent, their expressions stiff. Michael simply exhaled. Yeah, I'm definitely not in the right tax bracket for this one. He glanced at the crystal embedded in his seat. Not even worth considering. I swear, he muttered to himself. This place wasn't built for a poor man like me. Arian laughed softly beside him. You've done more than enough tonight. If you bought that scroll too, people would riot. Michael offered a dry chuckle, but his mind was already racing through the conversion. 2,500,000 gold coins. That was over 250 million silver coins. Or in Aurora terms, $250 million. For a one-time use item. Sure, it was powerful. But still. And the scroll? It hadn't even been sold yet. Do I hear 2,600,000? The auctioneer asked. Silence. No one answered. The weight of room 15's bid had cracked the spirit of every other contender. Going once? Going twice? 3 million. The voice wasn't Duke Evermoon's. Came from room 3. The air changed again. Even the auctioneer flinched slightly, not expecting the sudden surge. Before the silence could settle. 3.4. Came the calm call from room 1. 3.6. Room 5 snapped next, unwilling to let go. Then, 4 million, room 15. It was the Duke again. 4.5 million gold coins. Room 3 fired off. The auctioneer looked ready to drop the gavel. He glanced toward room 15, waiting. Nothing came. He waited 5 long seconds, counted them carefully with flicks of his fingers. Then the gavel fell. Bang! Sold! For 4,500,000 gold coins, to room 3. A roar erupted across the auction house. Some gasped, others cheered. But most, they stared in stunned silence, unable to fully process what had just happened. A single-use item. A scroll. Sold for 450 million silver coins. Michael exhaled slowly, as if releasing the last lingering hope of ever affording something like that. He leaned back in his seat, watching the glowing crystal not far from his hand reach. It hadn't even flickered once during the entire bidding war. I wasn't even a participant, he murmured. Good, Arian said lightly. If you'd even tried to bid, I might have elbowed you unconscious. Michael chuckled softly. For my own good, I assume? For your financial survival, I presume, she corrected. Ha ha. Michael's gaze returned to the auction floor, where the attendants were clearing the pedestal. They did so with reverent care, as if handling a divine relic. He found his fingers twitching. Whoever room 3 was, they now possessed a weapon of mass destruction. However, Michael figured that for something like this to appear and for other competitors to be calm, it meant it was something others had. He figured this trade just meant one more trump card. The waters of this world was indeed quite deep. Michael's thoughts turned practical. 4.5 million gold coins. He did the math in his head. That was 450 million silver. And in dollar terms, Aurora's conversion rate was roughly 1 silver coin to $1. So yes, $450 million. Gone in seconds. The kind of number that should belong in international trade agreements or black-budget military projects. He let out a low whistle. And I thought I spent big. Arian raised a brow. You did spend big. Just not this crushing big. Fair point. This auction wasn't even over yet. The lights dimmed again. The auctioneer stepped forward. Michael's brows lifted slightly. Arian straightened. If the 9th item was a great tier scroll, what in the hell could possibly be worth more? They were about to find out. The auctioneer let the anticipation hang for a breath longer, before raising his hand. And now, he began, voice calm but resonant. For our 10th and final item of the night, an attendant rolled out a golden stand. On it sat a single object covered by a glimmering silk cloth. The audience leaned forward in silence. In this world, there are many powerful items, forged artifacts, relics of magic and might. But the rarest of all, the auctioneer continued, pacing slowly along the edge of the stage, are those untouched by man. He stopped beside the stand. Natural treasures. A wave of understanding swept through the room. The cloth was pulled away. A large fruit was revealed, its surface pulsing faintly with vitality, glowing softly from within. Its skin shimmered with a spectrum of light, like sunlight trapped inside. Miracle fruits, the auctioneer said, born in places saturated by elemental energy or nourished by the world's spirit veins, and protected by nature itself. Some miracle fruits purify the marrow and blood, allowing a mortal to step into the path of a cultivator. Some heal grievous wounds that even peak-tier elixirs cannot mend. And some grant what the heavens rarely allow. He paused, savoring the silence. Then he spoke. This is the longevity fruit. The words dropped like thunder. Michael's eyes narrowed. He had some experience with miracle fruits. Take the soul magic fruit, for example. Not only had it significantly increased his mana, but it was also the reason he'd gained a deeper connection to his soul. It had also allowed him to perceive the very appearance of his talent, something he figured shouldn't be possible with his rank yet. Chapter 402. Chapter 402 auction ends. The auctioneer continued. When consumed directly, this fruit can increase the lifespan of any living being by 300 years. It matters not your race, rank, or cultivation stage. It works on all. He let that sink in before continuing. Moreover, if refined into a pill, successfully, the effects may amplify further. Depending on the alchemist's skill and the quality of the refinement, the resulting pill can add another 100 years at the very least. Now the room was truly silent. Not even whispers. But the auctioneer wasn't done. And perhaps most astonishing of all, mortals can consume this fruit with no adverse side effects. In fact, in rare cases, they may leap directly to the intermediate cultivation stage. For the powerful, this was a treasure to extend their reign. An opportunity to gain even greater power if they could. For the weak, this was a miracle. Michael exhaled slowly. A fruit that could rewrite someone's fate. This was priceless. This was indeed the main show of the auction. Tonight's final battle was about to begin. The auctioneer let the weight of his words linger before finally announcing. Starting bid is 5 million gold coins. Minimum increment is 100,000. A ripple of tension shot through the hall. 5 million. That wasn't just more than the scroll. It was more than what the scroll had even sold for. Michael felt the air change. He leaned forward slightly, watching the crowd, watching the tension coil like a spring. Then, a bid was called. 7 million. Gasps erupted. Someone had jumped the bid by 2 full million coins in one move. The auctioneer, a professional to the bone, couldn't help but flinch. 7 million gold coins, he confirmed. Room 7 enters the bidding. Michael blinked. That room hadn't participated in anything all night. It made sense, though. For a treasure like the longevity fruit, there were people who would wait all night for just one moment. 7.2. Another voice followed, room 1 again. The commanding voice that had joined in for the scroll. Then, 7.5. 8 million. 8.5. The bids were rising fast now, rolling like thunder. Unlike the earlier items, no one tried to posture or bluff. No pleas for face. No hollow threats. Only pure, clean competition. Michael sat back, listening to the numbers climb. 9 million. 9.5. 10 million. 10.5. 11. 11.3. The air grew taut. Attendants didn't dare breathe too loud. Even Michael felt his heartbeat rise, not because he could bid, not even close, but because watching this unfold was like witnessing a battle between giants. 12 million, 12.8, 13. Michael's gaze swept the veiled rooms. Who were these people? Then it happened. 15 million. Came the call from room 7. A long silence followed. The crowd was frozen. This time, even the other bidders paused. The auctioneer looked around. His voice rang out again. Do I hear 15.1? Nothing. 15.1? Still silence. 15.1? Silence again. Then, 16 million. Room 15. Michael's brow twitched. That voice? Unmistakable. The calm power behind it. Duke Evermoon had entered the fray again. The auctioneer took a visible breath, tension threading through his shoulders as he confirmed, 16 million gold coins from room 15. The other bidders hesitated. 17 million. That was room 7 again. Michael's gaze sharpened. 17.5. The Duke answered immediately. Then room 7 again. 18. A breath. 19. 20. The Duke didn't stop. He didn't even flinch. And room 7? 21. 21 million. Gasps echoed. A noble in the front row dropped the goblet in his hand. Michael's eye twitched. That's over 2 billion silver coins. The auctioneer, ever the professional, swallowed and raised his voice. 21 million gold coins. From room 7. Do I hear more? He turned toward room 15. A pause. 22 million. The Duke didn't hesitate. Michael didn't even blink. He just whispered, Does this guy have a dragon's hoard lying around? Ariane didn't reply. She was focused, lips tight. But even she hadn't expected this much. It was only now she knew her father's real intentions tonight. Maybe trapping her together with Michael was just a side thought. Going once? Going twice? 23 million. A beat passed. Then, for the first time, the Duke hesitated. 1 second. 2. Then came the response. 25 million. The auctioneer's mouth twitched. He looked ready to scream. Instead, he raised the gavel high. Going once. The hall was deathly still. Going twice. Michael found himself holding his breath. Sold. Bang. To room 15, for 25 million gold coins. A sound like thunder echoed. Not just from the gavel, but the collective exhale of a room that had forgotten to breathe. Michael let out a low whistle. I don't think anyone's sleeping tonight after that. Ariane shook her head slowly. It's a good thing the auction is over. Anything else would feel pointless. And just like that, the final item was cleared from the stage. The auctioneer offered a deep bow. Esteemed guests, thank you for your presence. Tonight's event has come to a close. May fortune favor your paths. Michael turned to Ariane, arching a brow. So, what now? Ariane stretched lightly, the tension in her posture slowly easing. Now we wait. Wait, Michael echoed, slightly confused. She gave him a look, half amused. You think it ends just because the gavel dropped? No. We wait for the items to be delivered, and the payments to be made. Ariane spoke again, her tone casual but tinged with curiosity. By the way, do you need to head back to your residence or the bank to get your money? If you do, I can lend you some golden papers now. You can pay me back later. What do you think? Michael gave a faint smile. There's no need, Miss Ariane. I have enough money with me. He didn't actually have anything on him. But inside his storage space, he had everything he needed. All it took was a simple motion, reaching into his inner coat, as if retrieving something. Chapter 403. Chapter 403 Contract. Michael watched as the auction staff moved into action. They approached various members of the audience, especially those who had purchased something, and politely guided them away. At the same time, some people raised their hands, calling to be escorted elsewhere as well. According to Ariane, they were heading to the auction house's standard post-event store. It's just a normal one-time shop, she'd explained. They sell moderately rare items. Things any capable person could buy elsewhere if they looked hard enough. Michael gave a nod, only half listening as he watched the movement below. It didn't take long before a soft knock came at the door of their private room. Michael glanced toward the door just as it creaked open. A young woman stepped inside, an auction staff member. She carried a small stack of papers in hand and a polite, professional expression on her face. The moment she stepped in, her eyes immediately locked onto Arian. She bowed deeply. "Greetings, Lady Evermoon. I've come to confirm the identity of the winning bidder for the Dark Elf Assassin and the Poison Wyvern Blood Essence." Then she turned slightly toward Michael, her expression shifting just a fraction. Surprise flickered in her eyes. She hadn't expected anyone else in the room. But for some reason, she also felt the youth in front of her looked a bit familiar. Before she could speak, Arian cut in with a small smile. "Oh, the items weren't for me." The woman blinked, momentarily stunned. She looked between Arian and Michael again, once then twice. Then her gaze lingered on Michael, confusion now obvious in her eyes. She tried to recover her professional poise, bowing slightly to him as well. "My apologies, sir. I wasn't informed there was another guest in room 11. Michael waved it off calmly. "No issue." The staffer quickly shook herself free of the confusion and returned to business. "Very well. May I confirm your identity, sir? For the record, Mike Knorr." It was then it clicked to the staff. So this was Mike Knorr. No wonder he looked familiar. After all, she had watched bits of the competition a few days ago, but she never expected to see him now. Her gaze shifted between the two people in front of her and a suspicious thought came to her. However, she didn't dare to speak of it. "Your items will be delivered shortly. We ask that payment be confirmed before the transfer." "Of course," Michael replied smoothly. The woman bowed once more, cast one last curious glance between him and Arian, and stepped out. Once the door clicked shut, Michael leaned back slightly inside. It shouldn't be long before the next knock came, and with it the delivery of 2 acquisitions. 1 blood essence, and 1 dark elf assassin. As he waited for the staff to arrive, Michael subtly reached into his coat, his fingers brushing against the invisible boundary of his storage space. With practiced ease, he withdrew the exact amount of golden papers he needed, plus a little extra. A golden paper was worth 1,000 gold coins. With his huge purchase, Michael just needed a bit close to 150. Leaving the golden papers in his coat, Michael waited. Fortunately, he didn't need to wait for long. The knock came. 2 attendants entered. One held a polished wooden box, its surface engraved with flowing patterns of ancient beast script. The other guided something far more attention-grabbing. The dark elf assassin. She was tall, graceful even in chains, her ashen skin marred by cuts and grime. Her silver-white hair spilled over her face, partly concealing crimson eyes that stared ahead with dull fury. She was barefoot, dressed in a tattered black outfit, and bound in glowing magic chains that shimmered with blue runes. The chains wrapped around her limbs, neck, and even her waist, each link humming faintly with suppressive power. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. He could tell with a glance that those chains were no joke. The elf, in her current state, probably couldn't overpower a well-fed adult man. The attendant with the box stepped forward and handed it over with both hands. "This contains the poison wyvern blood essence, sir. We advise great caution. Even sealed, the energy within is volatile." Michael took it, feeling a faint vibration even through the reinforced wood. He nodded and carefully placed it aside before turning his attention to the dark elf. Before he could speak, the attendant in charge of the dark elf spoke as he brought out a scroll. The man unfurled the scroll. It was bound in silver thread, its parchment a strange, translucent material that shimmered faintly in the light. Runes pulsed across its surface like a heartbeat. "This," the attendant said clearly, "is the master-servant contract." Michael's gaze sharpened. This scroll is a rare, high-grade binding tool. Upon activation, it establishes a soul-level contract between the signatory and the bound target. Once linked, the servant is unable to directly or indirectly harm the master. Any attempt, even through deception or suggestion, will be met with automatic backlash. He paused, then added solemnly, The servant must also obey any direct command issued by the master. Absolute obedience, unless the command is physically impossible to carry out. Michael raised a brow. And if the servant refuses? The contract enforces obedience with soul pressure. And should the master ever desire it? The attendant turned the scroll slightly, revealing a black rune shaped like a dagger. They can use this seal to end the servant's life instantly. A single thought is all it takes. Ariane's expression didn't change, but her eyes flicked toward the elf thoughtfully. Michael, meanwhile, frowned slightly. Felt extreme. Does she know? He asked quietly. She does, the attendant replied, stepping aside to reveal the elf fully. The dark elf didn't move. Her crimson eyes met Michael's without fear, but they lacked submission too. Cold, resigned defiance. There was a sharp intelligence in her gaze, even through the grime. She knew what was coming. Chapter 404. Chapter 404 Leave. The attendant held the scroll out again. You need only place your blood on the top sigil. The scroll will do the rest. Michael didn't move immediately. His eyes lingered on the elf. Then he asked, "What's her name?" The attendant hesitated. Her original name was Lyra. Michael gave a slow nod. Then, without a word, he took a pin from his sleeve, pricked his thumb, and let a drop of blood fall onto the top sigil of the scroll. The effect was immediate. The scroll pulsed. The rune patterns surged to life, crawling like vines across its surface. A second set of runes, the ones below, flared next. Lyra hissed softly as a sharp pain hit her chest. A faint glow appeared beneath her tattered top, centered just above her heart. A mark forming. The contract had taken hold. Michael felt a strange warmth at the edge of his soul, like something had clicked into place. It wasn't deep. It wasn't mutual. But it was there. It's done, the attendant said, rolling up the now silent scroll and handing it to Michael. The contract is now active. She is yours. Michael nodded. Just as Michael tucked the contract scroll away, the staff member from earlier returned with a folded sheet and a courteous smile. Sir Mike Knorr, she said, stepping forward. Your total comes to 141,900 gold coins. Michael nodded and handed over the bundle he'd readied. 142 golden papers, each worth 1,000 gold coins. Balance is correct, she confirmed after a quick count. Would you like your change returned? Or should we mark it as a donation to the auction guild? Michael blinked. 100 gold coins. Not much by the scale of tonight's bidding, but still. Also, sir, if you're interested, we have a list of high-value items that didn't make it to tonight's stage. They're available for private purchase. Would you like to take a look? Michael raised a brow. Beside him, Ariane chuckled. They always save a few things for those who still have some coin to burn. Michael tapped his fingers on the armrest, then shrugged. Sure, let's see what the backroom has to offer. But first, free the dark elf. The staff froze for a moment at Michael's words. The one holding the remaining scroll hesitated. Sir, by protocol, the restraints must remain until she is escorted out of the premises under your supervision. For safety. Michael gave a calm nod, then gestured toward the magic chains. They're unnecessary now. She's bound to me. She's not a threat, Michael continued, his voice steady. If anything goes wrong, the contract will handle it. And if she doesn't, I will. Remove the bindings. The staff shared a quick, silent look. One of them stepped forward, fingers brushing the glowing runes on the chain. With a swift series of gestures, the chains flickered, then unraveled with a soft hiss of fading magic. The dark elf, Lyra, staggered slightly as the weight vanished. She straightened after a heartbeat, rolling her shoulders stiffly, her crimson eyes never leaving Michael's face. Michael's eyes narrowed faintly. It was subtle, barely noticeable to an ordinary observer, but he felt it. The moment the chains fell, something in her shifted. Her presence grew denser. The way mana clung to her skin changed. Slightly sharper, slightly stronger, like a blade that had just tasted air again after too long in its sheath. She wasn't back to full strength, but she was already recovering. The staffer gave a small bow. As you wish, sir. The restraints have been removed. She will follow your commands by contract now. Good, Michael said, waving his hand. Now go fetch that list. Yes, sir. With a final nod, the staff exited, quiet and efficient. The door closed once more, leaving the three of them in the softly lit private room. Arian leaned her chin on her palm. You didn't have to do that. I know, Michael replied. But I wanted to. Just as Arian opened her mouth to respond, another knock came at the door. Michael's eyes flicked toward Lyra. Open it, he said. The dark elf blinked, seemingly surprised by the sudden command. But her body moved before her thoughts could catch up. The contract compelled obedience, but not with pain yet. She stepped forward, still barefoot, her lithe form quiet as a shadow as she pulled the door open. Michael didn't focus on the doorway immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and turned his senses inward. The change was subtle, but real. A thread of warmth pulsed gently at the edge of his soul, like a thin, invisible tether that reached outward, connected to her, to Lyra. His eyes snapped open, the faintest smile tugging at his lips. So it really was soul-linked. It wasn't a full bond, nothing like a pact of equals, but he could feel her existence now. This means that might be possible. Michael's heart skipped once. He tried to suppress the thought, but excitement flickered anyway. Michael turned to face the open door. Standing there was a man in servant robes, the crest of House Evermoon stitched in gold on his chest. He bowed deeply. Apologies for the intrusion. I come bearing a message from His Grace, Duke Evermoon, to Sir Mike Nor. Michael's brows rose slightly. For me? The servant nodded. Yes, Sir Mike Nor. Arian sat up straighter. Father sent you? He did, my lady. What for? The servant said nothing more. Instead, he reached into his robes and withdrew an envelope. Michael accepted it slowly. He glanced once at Arian, then broke the seal and unfolded the letter. Just one line, written in the Duke's steady, elegant hand. Get out. Take my daughter with you. Immediately. That was it. No explanation. No signature. Just that. Michael blinked once. Then again. Arian leaned closer. What does it say? Michael didn't answer right away. Because the moment he finished reading, he felt it. Something shifted. The warmth in the air cooled just slightly. Like a breeze slipping under a door before a storm. His instincts screamed in warning. Lyra stiffened. Her crimson eyes narrowed. Arian noticed too, though she didn't yet understand. Sir Mike. He folded the letter and stood up in one smooth motion. Time to go, he said calmly. Chapter 405. Chapter 405 Troubles. Just as Arian opened her mouth to respond, her brows suddenly creased. Her gaze swept to Lyra, then to Michael. Something in her posture shifted. She didn't voice her concern, but her eyes said enough. She'd noticed. Michael, on the other hand, had already risen. He turned slightly toward the case containing the poison wyvern blood essence. I'll step out for a moment, he said. You too stay calm. Without waiting for questions, he picked up the case and walked out. The hallway outside was quiet. Oddly so. No staff. No footsteps. Even the faint chatter from other rooms had vanished. Michael paused, his eyes narrowing. He slowly scanned the corridor. Then he looked up, then back toward the hallway curve. Nothing. He took a breath and knelt, placing the case gently on the floor. With one hand on the latch, he opened it and pulled out the vial containing the poison wyvern blood essence. Just holding it sent a faint numbness through his fingers. Even sealed, the essence radiated a venomous chill. Michael didn't hesitate. He slipped the vial into his storage space, then reached in again, this time drawing out a heavy amount of gold coins. Quietly, he stuffed the into the now empty case and closed it again. If anyone was watching, they'd think the case still held the original treasure. Michael stood, gave the hallway a glance, then turned and stepped back into the private room. Both girls looked up immediately. You took your time, Arian said, but her voice was more wary than playful. Michael gave a casual shrug. Just had to check something. She tilted her head. Did you see anything? Michael paused for a breath, then answered honestly. No, it wasn't a lie. He had tried to spread his senses outward before he entered the room. But no matter how he focused, they didn't extend past 3 meters. That wasn't normal. His range might not be overly vast, but 3 meters? That was a cage. Michael didn't speak further. He didn't need to. The tension that had crept into the room didn't need to be explained. It didn't take a genius to know something was wrong. Michael walked over to Lyra and handed her the case without ceremony. Hold this. The dark elf blinked. Her crimson eyes flicked to the polished case, then back to him. She took it cautiously, the metal cool in her hands. For a moment, she didn't speak. Then, almost grudgingly, she said, "Understood." Ariane frowned. "You're giving that to her? Just like that?" Michael glanced at her. "It's not an issue." Ariane stared. "That's a case for a priceless blood essence. Not something you hand off like a bag of coins." Michael shrugged. "It's just a container. Besides, I doubt she'll run off with it." Ariane's lips pressed into a line. She didn't push the issue, but her gaze lingered on Lyra for a long moment. Ariane studied the dark elf more closely. Compared to the forest elves, whom many revered for their grace, wisdom, and harmony, dark elves were tainted. Their reputation was infamous, earned over centuries of war, betrayal, and blood-stained traditions. It wasn't just rumors. Dark elves had natural inclinations, violent instincts, emotional intensity, and a darker affinity with mana. Some called it corruption. Others said it was simply their nature. Ariane had grown up hearing tales of what dark elves were capable of. Forest elves were united, proud and peaceful race. But dark elves were fragmented, tribes divided by ideology, bloodlines, and ambition. Many of those tribes embraced cruelty as strength. Others reveled in their feared image. Ariane didn't know whether to be impressed or concerned by Michael's lack of caution around the dark elf. Yes, the contract guaranteed obedience, but still. His casual attitude toward someone with such a dangerous reputation was unsettling. Then again, it wasn't really her business. Her thoughts were more occupied with something else. The letter her father had sent. What exactly did it say? Unfortunately, the Duke hadn't addressed it to her directly. She had no right to pry, not officially. But curiosity gnawed at her, and just as she was about to ask Michael outright, hoping to confirm her suspicions, he spoke first. Michael's gaze remained steady as he turned to Ariane and Lyra. "We're leaving," he said plainly. Ariane blinked. "Now? But something's wrong with the auction," Michael cut in. His tone wasn't panicked, but there was a firm weight behind the words. "I don't know what exactly." He didn't need to say more. Both girls felt it too. Ariane adjusted her dress as she spoke. "You think someone might make a move?" "I'd be shocked if no one did," Michael said, stepping to the door again. He didn't sense anything directly, but his instincts screamed louder now. He didn't trust coincidences, especially not when they involved things like Great Tier Scrolls and miracle fruits. He glanced over his shoulder. "Both of you keep close. We move together." Lyra remained emotionless, holding the decoy case in her arms without complaint. There was a gleam in her eye now, an alertness she hadn't shown before. She was recovering quickly. Ariane followed without much resistance. Michael pushed the door open fully. The hallway beyond was still eerily empty. Too empty. They stepped out, all three falling into step. Michael in front, Ariane close behind, and Lyra taking up the rear with silence. Michael's eyes scanned every shadow, every corridor bend. Michael's eyes scanned every shadow, every corridor bend. And then he stopped. His foot froze mid-step, his entire body suddenly on edge. Behind him, there was no sound again. He turned his head. Ariane and Lyra stood exactly where he left them, but something was wrong. Very wrong. Their eyes had gone blank, rolled back, whites exposed. Their bodies were rigid, almost statuesque, like puppets whose strings had been cut mid-movement. Michael's breath hitched for a moment. He stepped back toward them swiftly, eyes narrowing. A quick check of their pulses revealed that they were alive. But they weren't here. Michael's mind worked rapidly. An illusion? He swept his senses through the area. There was no visible change. But still, they were out cold mentally. Chapter 406. Chapter 4066 People. Michael's gaze darkened. He didn't recognize the illusion technique used, but if it was subtle enough to slip in undetected, it wasn't some street-level parlor trick. Why wasn't I affected? He muttered under his breath. He clenched his fists slowly. The only explanation that made sense was his intelligence stat. At his level, it was extremely high, and illusion-type attacks were spiritual, mental. The higher one's mental resistance, usually governed by intelligence or willpower, the harder it was to ensnare. If the caster wasn't much stronger than him, it would take significant effort to pull him into such a trap. A chill still slipped down his spine. That meant someone was already here. Someone powerful. Not wanting to take any risks alone, Michael immediately summoned Spartan. The figure of his armored undead materialized in a silent burst of dark mist. Michael's lips had barely parted to issue a command, when a voice pierced into his mind like a hot needle. What's another grand tier doing here? Shit, this one's mentally strong. Damn it. The voice was raw, annoyed, almost panicked. Michael's body tensed. He didn't recognize the voice. Before he could react, darkness fell like a curtain. No sound, no warning. One moment he was standing in the corridor. The next, he was falling through endless shadow. It wasn't physical. It wasn't real. But it felt real. A beat later, Michael landed on something cold. Stone? He looked around and saw he was in an opening with 7 paths opened in front of him. But there was another issue. He was not alone. A faint flicker of movement caught Michael's eye. There were 6 others standing nearby, disoriented, cautious, but very much present. Some were already glancing at the paths, while others focused on each other like assessing threats. One of them turned, and Michael's gaze locked onto a familiar face. The old Duke of Evermoon. The aged noble looked wearier than before. His once sharp features were drawn tight with concern. Upon meeting Michael's eyes, he gave a wry, bitter smile, as though apologizing with his expression alone. Michael opened his mouth to speak, but someone else beat him to it. A calm, measured voice echoed from his right. Newcomer. The speaker was a middle-aged man with long streaks of gray in his hair, dressed in simple but elegant robes. His eyes, however, were anything but simple. When Michael met his gaze, he felt the heavy weight of time itself behind them. Like this man had lived far longer than his appearance suggested. The man gestured casually toward the 7 paths. Welcome to a grand illusion. Quite the work of art, isn't it? Michael blinked. A what? The illusion, the man continued, like he was explaining the weather. We're trapped. Puzzle type. However, something like this isn't formed on a whim though. Takes time, planning. The caster must have laid the foundation long before today. Michael's eyes narrowed. Then it's the auction? Someone scoffed nearby. An older man with a sharp voice. Of course it's the damned auction. Who else would have access to us all at the same time? Another shook their head. Not necessarily. Could be opportunists. Or worse, some hidden faction using the auction as cover. Michael listened but kept his gaze steady, scanning the others. They were strong. He could feel it. Even without sensing their levels directly, their poise, calmness, and readiness said enough. But what confused him was how unbothered they all were. He gestured toward the space around them. You're all being awfully calm for people whose real bodies are currently vulnerable. The middle-aged man gave a small chuckle. What would you have us do? Panic? That won't help. Besides, I'm familiar with this kind of illusion magic. He tapped his temple lightly. It's range-based, meaning whoever cast it. They're in here too. Michael's gaze sharpened. They're inside? He asked. The man nodded. Correct. The technique doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Everyone within the radius at the time of activation was pulled in, including the caster. That's the flaw in illusions this deep. The Duke finally spoke, his voice low and weary. In other words, we're not the only ones navigating this puzzle. Michael frowned, putting the pieces together. So if we solve it before they do, we win, the middle-aged man said simply. And if they do first, or if we die in here, well, he shrugged. Let's just say our bodies on the outside won't be waking up again. Michael's hands clenched by his sides. The rules were clear. Don't die. Solve the puzzle before the enemy. Find the way out. Michael stepped forward slightly, scanning the 7 paths ahead, each one leading into darkness, each one emanating faintly different auras. But before he could take a closer look, the middle-aged man beside him turned and stared more intently at Michael. His brows furrowed slightly. This appearance, is it your real form? He asked. Michael blinked. What? I mean, is this truly how you look? You're not an old man hiding behind some youthful face, are you? The man tilted his head, eyes squinting like he was looking for a disguise. No, this is me. The man didn't look entirely convinced. Before the man could probe further, a voice chuckled from a short distance away. Come now, your highest, the speaker said with a half-smile. You haven't been in the kingdom long, have you? That's Mike Nor, one of the strongest young talents in the kingdom. Some even say he might become the Duke of Evermoon's son-in-law. Michael gave the speaker a sharp glance, but said nothing. The middle-aged man's eyes flicked between Michael and the Duke, who simply closed his eyes with a weary sigh. So you're the one causing a stir in the capital, the man said with renewed interest. I had heard rumors, but I assumed they were exaggerated. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Spartan scratched his head. Well, his helmet in confusion. What was he supposed to do here, he wondered. He turned to look at his master. Chapter 407. Chapter 407, The Situation. Michael soon learned the identities of the others trapped in this strange space. For one, they were all nobles, proof enough that this attack was likely targeted. But if that was the case, why was he also implicated? Aside from Duke Evermoon, he could see only 2 other faces that stood out sharply. The man who had revealed Michael's name was a marquis, and the middle-aged man, whose presence felt heavier than anyone else's, turned out to be none other than the second prince of the Lionheart Kingdom. Michael's instincts told him this prince was on the same level as Duke Evermoon, perhaps even slightly stronger. The remaining figures were still powerful, but less so. To Michael's perception, they were all approaching the peak of rank 1, a realm of strength that would be considered strong in this corner of the land of origin. The lowest noble rank among them was a count, followed by a marquis, then a duke, and finally a prince. All of them were, in one way or another, figures of considerable wealth and influence. This only made Michael more certain this attack wasn't random. But the part he couldn't quite understand was why he'd been included at all. Was it purely because of his strength? Thinking back to the voice he'd heard just before he was pulled under, commenting on his strong mind, it started to make sense. This spell must have been crafted to ensnare both specifically targeted individuals and anyone in the vicinity whose power surpassed a certain threshold. Put like that, then among the 6 nobles here, some likely weren't on the list of intended victims either. Michael exhaled slowly, his mind still turning over the implications. Then, as the thought settled deeper, he raised his voice just enough for all of them to hear. Before I was dragged here, he said, I saw other people falling under the illusion, but they're not here with us. Why? At that, the second prince's eyes sharpened, their depths glinting with curiosity. He studied Michael a moment longer before answering. Interesting. His voice was thoughtful, almost absent-minded. I had wondered why you resisted as long as you did. Your mental defenses are unusually high for your age. He tapped a finger lightly against his chin. As for your question, yes, I can sense it now that I've settled my own perception. This spell has multiple layers. Layers? Michael echoed. The prince inclined his head. Correct. I suspect everyone within range was affected. But they were sorted. He swept his gaze over the others, each one watching him intently. Sorted? A marquis repeated, his voice clipped. Based on strength, the prince confirmed. Mental resistance, cultivation level, soul resilience, some combination of all three. His expression was grave but faintly impressed as he looked back to Michael. Most people fell into the outermost layer. A simpler illusion, less dangerous, easier to maintain in large numbers. But this... He gestured around at the cold, dimly lit hall and its 7 yawning tunnels. This is the inner layer, the deepest, reserved for the true threats and the prime targets. Michael's mouth tightened, so his instincts had been right all along. So, he said slowly, anyone who made it into this space either was marked beforehand, the prince finished for him, or possessed enough power that the spell treated them as a priority. He tilted his head again, studying Michael's face as if memorizing it. In your case, he went on, it was likely both. Most likely the latter. Michael's jaw clenched. It made sense. However, there was something that also bothered him. And coincidentally, someone else just happened to share his worries. A voice, trying to stay calm, cut across the gloom. Then explain this, the lone count said, his tone tight with frustration. If this was about mental resistance, why didn't my defenses work? Michael's eyes shifted to the man. He was tall, with a neatly trimmed beard and pale blue eyes that tried and failed to hide unease. Even now, one hand rested at his temple. The question mirrored what Michael himself had been wondering. The enchanted earrings on his were supposed to guard against mental tampering. Yet they'd done nothing. The count's voice grew harder. I wear a mind ward necklace. It has resisted illusions before. So why? You misunderstand. The second prince interrupted gently. He didn't sound mocking, only weary, like a teacher forced to repeat a lesson too many times. He lifted his hand and gestured vaguely in the air, as though tracing unseen runes. Most mental artifacts are designed to counter direct, aggressive attacks on the mind. Forcible intrusions, shock illusions, spirit-shattering. He glanced around the group, voice deepening. But this is not that. What is it, then? Someone snapped. A parasitic field, the prince said simply. Slow, patient. It does not strike in a single moment. It seeps, creeps along the edges of your awareness until your mind accepts it as part of the environment. It also doesn't matter if you realize later if the spell duration is enough. Michael felt the chill of realization slide through him. The prince continued, almost contemplative. You all noticed it, didn't you? We did not arrive here at once. Some of us were taken earlier. Some, like this young man, he nodded at Michael, almost slipped free. That is why this illusion is so effective. It is not a hammer striking the door of your mind. It is mist. It seeps in under the frame through the cracks. By the time you realize you are breathing it, it is too late. He let that sink in. And when you think of it this way, he concluded, his voice low, you understand something else, too. Whoever planned this did so with knowledge of precautions against mind magic. What I don't know is if this is an assassin attempt or a robbery attempt. Either way, they're quite good. Michael exhaled slowly, feeling the knot in his chest tighten. He hadn't wanted to admit it, but the prince was right. If this was the work of opportunists, it was the most methodical improvisation he'd ever seen. If it wasn't, then this was a conspiracy planned with painstaking detail. The count looked down at his trembling hand, then clenched it into a fist. Chapter 408. Chapter 408A Solution. The silence stretched just a little too long. Then Duke Evermoon stirred, his tired eyes sharpening as he lifted his head. There is something, he said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. The Duke let out a slow breath. Just now I tried to reach out, to sense my body. A tense hush settled over the group. A marquis frowned. And I cannot move, Duke Evermoon went on, his voice low and steady. But my perception was not entirely severed. The prince's brow furrowed. You could sense the room? More like a lingering echo. For a moment no one spoke. Then the prince slowly closed his eyes, as if testing something unseen. He stood there, motionless, for several breaths. Then he opened his eyes again. "He's right," the prince murmured. "I hadn't noticed. But there's a tether." He looked thoughtful, a flicker of cautious intrigue crossing his face. "This spell is not as complete as I first assumed." The count's head snapped up. "What do you mean, your highness?" The prince's gaze returned to the 7 dark tunnels yawning before them. "It is powerful, yes. Subtle, yes. But there are flaws, imperfections at the edge of the casting. Either the one who designed this was rushed, or their resources were not as limitless as we feared." He fell quiet for a heartbeat, clearly thinking. Then his expression tightened. "But even if that is true, so what?" His tone was grim again. "Even if this spell is flawed, we are still bound by it," he continued. "We cannot wake our bodies by force alone. The tether isn't strong enough for us to pull ourselves out. That much is obvious." "So, what are you suggesting?" Duke Evermoon inquired. Though his face remained calm, inside he wasn't. To be honest, he had thought his plan for the night was perfect, but he had miscalculated heavily. And now it seemed that not only had he put himself in danger, but his daughter and Michael as well. For a moment, he regretted ever coming for the miracle fruit, and, perhaps even more, regretted his own caution in using Michael as a bodyguard for his daughter under the guise of simply wanting company before he returned to her side. The second prince didn't immediately answer. Instead, he stepped forward, studying the 7 tunnels with new focus. "I am suggesting," he said at last, "that rather than wasting time debating what we cannot change, we concentrate on the one option available to us." Michael felt his jaw clench. "Finding the way out." "Exactly." The prince gave him a cool, steady look. "Illusions this advanced are built around anchors, conditions. If we navigate this puzzle faster than our enemy, we can disrupt their control. However, it is also because of lack of sufficient strength. Brute force also works." His gaze grew distant, calculating. "I recommend we split into pairs. It will be faster. But whatever you do, do not wander alone. If you die here, you will die outside." Before the others could react to that suggestion, Michael spoke up, his voice level but edged with skepticism. "Is this truly the only method?" he asked, turning to face the second prince fully. The prince arched an eyebrow. "The only method worth considering." Michael's eyes narrowed. "Then there is another." A brief silence fell. The prince's mouth curved in something between a frown and a reluctant smile. "I suppose there is." Michael didn't look away. "Please say, your highness." The others stirred, some frowning, some intrigued. But the prince held Michael's gaze for a few moments before sighing. "Very well." He gestured idly with 2 fingers, as though sorting thoughts in the air. "This illusion is woven around our perception. Traps the mind, our awareness of ourselves. That is why most can't move or think clearly enough to break it. When you think about it, this is how most illusions work at times. But—" he tilted his head slightly, his expression turning clinical. "Because the casting was flawed, because we can still sense our bodies in some fractured way, there is theoretically another path to freedom." Michael's voice was soft. "Which is?" The prince's eyes grew colder. "If our perception can be jolted, if something breaks the illusions hold so violently that the mind reasserts itself over the false environment." A marquis shifted uncomfortably. "You mean?" "Pain," the prince said simply. "Intense, overwhelming pain. A sufficiently traumatic stimulus from the real world can snap your awareness free." The duke's expression darkened. "That's assuming there is anyone outside this spell to do the inflicting." "Exactly." The prince's tone was flat. "And there isn't." Michael could feel the heavy silence closing in around them as everyone digested that. "So, in theory," he said slowly, "if someone outside were to injure our bodies, we would wake." "In theory," the prince confirmed, his eyes steady. "But in practice, every living soul within the auction house is likely under some layer of this same illusion. Even the staff. No one remains to cause that stimulus." At this point, it truly did seem they'd be forced to act according to their enemy's design. But Michael was unwilling, deeply unwilling, to leave his survival to a gamble, to bet everything on a stroke of luck to escape this illusion first. The second prince's words echoed through his thoughts again. And as they did, something clicked. Michael's eyes sharpened. Slowly, deliberately, he closed them and turned his awareness inward. He focused not on the illusion, not on the others around him, but on the body he knew should be lying somewhere beyond this false darkness. It didn't take long. Unlike what Duke Evermoon had described, a faint echo, a vague impression, Michael found he could sense his body and the surrounding space with surprising clarity. He realized, with a distant sort of wonder, that this must be the result of his intelligence stat. But like the Duke, he still couldn't move. His body remained a prisoner. Yet, there was something else. Something he hadn't expected to feel. Presence. A connection. Deep, familiar, but blurred as though seen through rippling water. Michael's heart kicked once against his ribs. He focused, following that tenuous thread with every ounce of his will. And then, very softly, he breathed the name. Spartan. Silence. Yes, Master. Chapter 409. Chapter 409 Escape. Hit me. It was just an instinctive command, born from the haze of urgency. But what happened next made Michael seriously wonder if, should his undead ever turn against him, it would simply be the end of him. Boom. It felt like Thor's hammer had slammed straight into his stomach. His entire world lurched. For a split second, every sense, sight, sound, touch, fractured into white-hot shards of pain. His vision exploded into a wash of blinding light. His breath fled his lungs in a hoarse, strangled gasp. And then, the illusion collapsed. Michael's awareness snapped back to his body so abruptly he nearly vomited. He barely registered the cold stone floor beneath him as he doubled over, retching dryly. He could feel it. The real floor, the real air. Gasping, he forced his head up. His hand was clutched to his abdomen where Spartan had struck him, and even through the agony, part of him noted with grim gratitude that the armored undead had shown restraint. If that was restraint, because if there'd been even a hint more force behind the blow, he wasn't sure he'd be alive to appreciate it. But at least, he was free, and, he realized, painfully sucking in air, he wouldn't have to endure another strike. In the illusion space, the moment Michael's awareness left, something subtle shifted in the atmosphere. The second prince's eyes snapped to the empty space where Michael had stood a heartbeat before. His pupils contracted, just slightly, and then he let out a slow exhale through his nose. Well, he murmured. It appears he found his own way out. A Marquis's mouth fell open. What? What just happened? The Count, who had been gripping his own arms as though to reassure himself he was still real, looked around wildly. Did he die? No, the prince's tone was as cold and precise as ever. If he had, the illusion would have reacted differently. That was a severance. A clean one. He glanced at the Duke, whose face was momentarily blank with shock. He succeeded. The prince continued quietly. He managed to forcibly reassert his awareness. Which means, the Duke's eyes regained focus, and for the first time since the illusion had begun, there was a glint of something like hope in them. But how? Another Marquis demanded. He was here one moment, and the next. He was not, the prince said flatly, which tells us he leveraged the tether we sensed earlier. He must have had some means of applying stimulus to his body. The Count swallowed. But we don't. Silence fell again. At last, one of the Marquises shifted uncomfortably, his gaze darting between the empty space where Michael had vanished and the second prince's impassive face. If he escaped, the Marquis said slowly, perhaps he will attempt to free us as well. His tone carried a thin thread of hope, but it was hesitant and uncertain. The prince's eyes flickered to him. Perhaps, he said, but I wouldn't wager your life on it. You don't think he will? I think, the prince replied, voice cool and flat, that any man with sense will use his freedom to ensure his own survival first. And if he has that much sense, he will stay far away from this place. He looked back at the tunnels, his gaze distant again. No one argued. Duke Evermoon finally exhaled a long, quiet breath. Even he, who had more cause than the rest to believe Michael might help them, did not look convinced. Their connection was cordial, yes, but brief, couldn't be said to be strong at all. And besides, though no one said it aloud, every man in that space was thinking the same thing. If he did return, if he chose not to help, but instead to strike at them while their bodies were unguarded and defenseless, it would be so very easy. They were all powerful, respected men, yes, but here, caught in this trap, they were nothing but prizes waiting to be claimed. Eventually, the second prince drew in a measured breath and straightened, as if to banish any further speculation. His gaze swept across the group, steady and authoritative. "Enough," he said quietly. "Whatever he intends, we can do nothing about it from here, and speculation will not get us free." He turned back to the 7 tunnels that waited in the gloom. "We proceed as discussed," he continued. "There is no guarantee that standing still will spare us. If this is a contest of progress, then delay only benefits our enemies." One of the marquises looked reluctant. "Splitting up is our best chance?" The prince cut in firmly. "We must cover ground quickly. No fewer than 2 in each group. Should one fall behind or become compromised, the other may relay warnings or attempt rescue." He paused, as if daring them to protest. When no one did, he inclined his head. "Good." He gestured to the tunnels, 3 on the left, 4 on the right. "Duke Evermoon," he said, voice measured. "You will accompany me." The old duke nodded slowly. Of all of them, he looked the least surprised to be chosen. "The rest of you, pair yourselves as you see fit," the prince continued. Michael did not linger on the floor long. He couldn't afford to. He forced himself upright, one hand still clutched to his bruised abdomen. His vision pulsed in and out of clarity as he drew slow, ragged breaths. Ariane and Lyra were still behind him. They were both still standing exactly where he'd left them, eyes open but vacant, staring at nothing. Michael's jaw tightened. He straightened fully, ignoring the tremor in his muscles, and lifted a hand to Spartan. "Carry the elf," he ordered, voice hoarse. "I'll take the girl." Spartan bowed silently and moved to obey. Michael did not wait to see it done. He made his way and bent over Ariane, one arm sliding beneath her knees, the other supporting her shoulders. She did not react as he lifted her. She didn't even blink. Chapter 410. Chapter 410 Probing. The instant Ariane was secure in his arms, Michael turned without hesitation. Spartan followed, the dark elf's limp form slung effortlessly over one armored shoulder. They did not meet any resistance. Not a guard. Not a staff member. Not a single flicker of movement. Every living soul in the building was still deep in the illusion's grasp. And Michael had no interest in waiting to see if that would change. He crossed the threshold, boots striking the polished stone of the corridor, and without slowing broke into a run. Step after step, the halls blurred around him, shadows and lamplight smearing into streaks of dim color. At the main doors, he didn't even pause to open them properly. He simply shifted his weight, braced Ariane tighter, and kicked the great panels wide with a thunderous crash. Cold night air slammed into his face, and then he was gone. Past the threshold, past the courtyard, sprinting across the moonlit gardens and vaulting the outer wall in a single smooth motion. Only when they had put almost 1,500 meters between themselves and the auction hall did Michael finally stop. He stopped because something was wrong. Michael lowered Ariane carefully to the grass, bracing her limp form against one knee. Her head lolled back. Her eyes, previously half open in that vacant stare, had fluttered fully shut. He frowned. "Miss Ariane?" Michael called out softly. There was no response. He shifted her gently in his arms, feeling her pulse at her throat. "Spartan," he called without looking up. His armored undead stepped closer and eased Lyra's limp body to the ground beside Ariane. Michael turned his gaze to the dark elf, noting that she too had slipped into the same deep, unresponsive state. His eyes narrowed. When he'd carried them out, both women had been in that dazed half-awareness. staring blankly but clearly still conscious on some level. Now, nothing. Michael slowly straightened, his gaze flicking back the way he'd come, over the gardens and rooftops toward the distant glow of the auction house. He thought carefully, ignoring the cold breeze that tugged at his hair and the ache still throbbing in his ribs. It must be the illusion's range, he decided at last. It made sense. Whatever subtle mechanism had been keeping their minds partially bound had collapsed the instant they were carried too far from its core. Michael's gaze lingered on Ariane's peaceful face. He turned to check Lyra again. Same pulse, same breath, same limp stillness, and let out a slow, steady exhale. For a moment he considered going back, to help the others. But just like the second prince had said after noting Michael's escape, Michael also thought that any man with sense will use his freedom to ensure his own survival first. Still, Michael could not help but glance back toward the estate once more. Even now, the place looked deceptively serene. Candlelit windows, fluttering banners, the faint hush of the wind across the tiled roof, as if it were any other night. Though I can't be there in person, Michael murmured. It's not like I can't do anything. He could spread his senses back to the auction hall. But even as the thought formed, he felt a twinge of wariness. If the spell was clever enough to catch him once, it might be clever enough to use that link to draw him back in. And if that happened, if he stumbled right back into the same trap he just clawed his way out of, it would be the height of stupidity. He had already considered that possibility. But if he couldn't go... He turned his gaze to Spartan, standing silent sentinel over the two unconscious women. There was nothing stopping him. The undead had been untouched by the illusion, his mind shielded by death itself. Michael's jaw set. Illusion magic, it seemed, had no effect on the dead. Or rather, no effect on the undead. As for how he would use Spartan to investigate the way ahead, it was simple. Michael would rely on his newly awakened skill, telepathy. This ability was partially tied to the range of his spiritual senses. He reasoned that if he focused carefully through his undead while keeping his own body beyond the illusion's reach, he should be mostly safe. However, before attempting any of that, he intended to scout the grounds around the estate. Who knew, maybe the opposition wasn't inside the auction building at all, but waiting outside. If that was the case, defeating whoever had cast the spell could end it at the source. Perhaps the real threat was beyond those walls, and Michael was willing to try his luck. And if he decided the danger was too great to tackle alone, he already had a plan. He'd simply leave this mess to Mage Lien and let the capital's own powers clean it up. Michael drew in a slow breath, feeling the night air cool against the sweat on his skin. He reached inward again. The connection unfurled in his mind like a taut string of thought, linking his awareness to Spartan's empty, obedient consciousness. Telepathy. Spartan, he projected, not bothering to speak aloud. His mental voice was clear and cold. Yes, master? Circle the estate. Look for any signs of magic, rituals, anything. If you see something, call to me. There was a brief pause, as though the undead was processing the order in his own way. Then, understood. The armored figure shifted as he turned away from the unconscious women. In a smooth motion, Spartan began moving back toward the estate, his footfalls silent on the moonlit grass. Michael watched him go, his eyes narrow. It was a crude plan, nothing elegant about it. Just a simple, cautious probe. He looked down again at Ariane's pale face, then at Lyra's still form beside her. He would wait here a while. However, a beat later, Michael decided to do more. He summoned several more of his human undead, each clad in armor. As he studied the 5 figures now arrayed before him, a thought struck him for the first time. How many consciousnesses could he connect to with telepathy at once? Chapter 4:11. Chapter 4:11 Searching. Michael had quite a number of human undead. And no, it wasn't as though he'd gone on a killing spree. For one, he couldn't have done so in Aurora. There were far too many people more powerful than him there. And while it was possible in the land of origin, provided he planned it well, Michael wasn't a killer by nature. Most of these corpses came from the unfortunate souls the Hunters Guild had offered him as part of various tasks. Bandits, fugitives, and the like. Not all of them had been good people. In one way or another, they all had blood on their hands. And Michael, someone who now operated in ways that might earn a frown from others, was willing to do what needed to be done, so long as it didn't cross the lines he refused to break. This was how he'd acquired his human undead. All of them were high humans. The fact he could summon them proved it. Most times Michael never bothered to evolve an undead if he couldn't at least summon it first. Unfortunately, since he'd been saving his evolution points lately, not all his undead had been fully strengthened yet. But they were still summonable. When one thought about it, Michael was rather fortunate. Thanks to evolving as a high human, which had boosted his mana reserves, his magic capabilities, his affinity for elements, and more, he could maintain a large undead retinue in the netherworld. In the days he'd spent in the land of origin, armed with overwhelming mana and a series of trials and errors, he'd managed to accomplish something he'd once assumed would only be possible after entering an academy. That didn't mean he no longer needed ritual methods for summoning undead. It wasn't always a matter of simply contracting creatures weaker than himself to guarantee success. Take, for example, the taboo mind-controlling tentacle monster currently sealed in his storage space. Its rank was far too high, so was its level. And because the creature was so rare, Michael wasn't about to risk reviving it lightly. If he failed 3 times, that would be the end of it. That wasn't something he was willing to chance. At least not unless he became so strong he could easily surpass the creature at its peak. And that probably wasn't going to happen anytime soon. Strength didn't necessarily equate to combat power. Besides, there was no need to rush. Michael took a slow breath and focused. One by one, he reached out, extending that thin, silvery thread of mental contact, until all 5 undead were linked to his awareness. The experience was strange. He could feel them. Each mind was like a vacant vessel, perfectly receptive, never resisting. And even with all 5 connections active at once, it wasn't hard. In fact, it barely felt like any strain at all. He blinked once, surprised. This was telepathy at basic mastery. He'd assumed that connecting to more than 1 or 2 undead would quickly become exhausting, that the skill would have built-in limits based on its level of refinement. But it seemed he'd been wrong. If there was a ceiling, it wasn't something imposed by the skill itself. It was imposed by him. Michael shifted his focus experimentally, sending a brief pulse of thought to each undead in turn. Spartan, the 5 new ones standing motionless before him. They all responded at once, acknowledging his call without hesitation. A slow sense of amazement settled in his chest. So the real limit wasn't the skill's mastery. It was the same factor that determined how far he could send his spiritual senses in the first place: his intelligence stat. The range of his telepathy had already proven to rely on how far his perception could stretch, rather than any arbitrary cap. And now, it seemed the number of concurrent connections was the same. As long as his mind could handle it, there was no limit. Michael's lips curved faintly. Interesting. This was still just the beginning, too. If this was how telepathy felt at basic mastery, he could only imagine what it would become at intermediate or advanced mastery. Or, he allowed himself to think, at perfect mastery. A skill that could evolve alongside his mind, unshackled by anything but his own potential. And perhaps one day, he wouldn't even need to stand in the dark, directing his undead by halves. He could be everywhere at once. Michael drew in another long breath, feeling his heart slow to a steady, purposeful rhythm. One by one, he gave the 5 armored undead their first command: circle the grounds. If you find anything at all, report to me. 6 silent minds answered as one. He felt no fear from them, no doubt, only obedience. As the undead dispersed into the darkness, Michael closed his eyes, extending his perception along each thread of connection. At first, all he sensed was that same quiet blankness, the emptiness of minds waiting for command. He pressed further against the link, testing it, half expecting to see through his undead's eyes. Nothing. Michael's brow furrowed. He couldn't see through them, couldn't feel what their bodies felt either, as they were undead. They were not capable of physical feeling. He'd known this limitation before. Telepathy seemed like it was nothing more than thought. Still, Michael thought of another skill of his: sharing senses. If he invoked it, He could link his perception to a single undead as though it were his own body. He couldn't control the body, but he could see what it saw. If it was a living subject, he'd feel what they felt. As Michael tested the edges of this mental connection, he couldn't help but wonder, could telepathy accomplish the same thing? It felt like it should be possible. After all, if the number of connections depended on the strength of his mind, perhaps the same was true for the depth of each connection. He focused, drawing in a long, steadying breath. In his mind's eye, he reached not just to Spartan but through him, willing his senses to flow along the thread of connection. Chapter 4:12. Chapter 4:12 Heading back. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then, a rush of strange, blurred impressions. A darkness that wasn't his own. It wasn't clear. It wasn't as vivid as sharing senses. But it was something. Michael's heart thumped once, hard. A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. So telepathy could almost replicate sharing senses after all if he pushed it. He suspected if his skill was stronger, or if his mind was more practiced at this, he might be able to see everything Spartan did as though it were his own eyes. And if that was true, then this skill's potential was far beyond anything he'd first imagined. Even as the blurry black and white vision pulsed and faded, Michael felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. He might not have been able to stride back into the auction house himself, but he wasn't powerless. Michael drew in a slow breath, feeling the night around him, and focused all 6 threads of his will into a single silent command. Find something, anything for me. The 6 minds acknowledged as one, and Michael felt them scatter in all directions like silent shadows. At first, he kept his perception steady, content to let the faint, half-formed impressions drift back to him. But then, less than a minute later, something changed. It began gradually, so subtle he almost missed it. The blurred darkness behind Spartan's senses, barely distinguishable from the night, started to sharpen. Edges clarified. The vague sense of shape became the clean outline of a hedge. The shadows deepened into gradations of black and gray. Michael's eyes snapped open. He wasn't using sharing senses. He hadn't activated it at all. But the vision continued to grow clearer, the world resolving itself in stark detail. His pulse climbed just a little. What? He could see everything Spartan saw, just as vividly as his own eyes. This isn't sharing senses, he thought, stunned. This is telepathy. He hadn't cast another skill. Sharing senses won't even work with the distance between him and his undead at the moment. Then a realization settled over him like a stone dropped into still water. This was not him. Michael's mind stirred and he called out his status to confirm something. Telepathy, intermediate mastery, proficiency, 0%. The ability to transmit thoughts or information directly from one mind to another without relying on physical senses. At this level, the skill transcends simple mental communication. Enhanced sensory convergence. The user can perceive the world through the senses of any connected creature with full clarity, as if occupying their body personally. No longer limited to partial impressions or flickering shadows, vision, hearing, and even the subtleties of spatial awareness are perfectly replicated. Directed perception. The user may choose which senses to share or suppress for each connection, allowing them to filter overwhelming input. Projected illusions. The user can project real or false sensory information into the mind of a connected target, shaping what they perceive as reality. Through this, the undead or any linked subject can be made to see or hear things that do not exist, facilitating deception or enhanced coordination. As expected, the skill had leveled up without him even realizing it. This was now the fastest he had ever advanced a skill to the next mastery. Why is it like this, though? Michael couldn't help but wonder if it had something to do with his deliberate attempt to push beyond the simple scope of telepathy. Michael lowered his gaze to the 2 women resting beside him. Their breathing was steady, their pulses calm. Neither stirred. They were safe, at least for now. Michael shifted his focus back along the connections, watching through Spartan's eyes as the undead stalked around the perimeter of the auction hall. Everything appeared in perfect clarity. Every blade of grass, every ripple of disturbed air. Black and white, the entire world rendered in stark contrast. The vision of the undead was different from his own living sight, but somehow more precise. There was no color, no warmth. Through the eyes of the dead, the world was a place of pure shapes and motion, a landscape reduced to essentials. He guided Spartan to a low wall at the estate's edge and peered over it, scanning the cobbled street beyond. He switched perspectives without effort, shifting his awareness to another undead slipping between hedges on the opposite flank. The transition was smooth, like blinking. Michael's lips curved faintly. He felt like this was the true power of telepathy for a necromancer. Not merely communication, but omnipresence. He could be anywhere, everywhere, all at once. And this was only intermediate mastery and his current limit. He let his focus drift across each thread in turn, gathering impressions, cross-referencing angles of vision. There were no ritual circles in the grass. No hidden mages crouched behind walls. He began to feel a cautious relief. But he wasn't done yet. Michael was ready to return to the auction space. Since there wasn't a problem outside, it could only mean there was a problem inside. Michael shifted his perception back through Spartan's eyes. The undead stood just beyond the courtyard. Move forward, he commanded. Spartan obeyed without hesitation. Step by step, the armored undead began crossing the cobblestone drive that connected the main entrance to the carriage park. It didn't take long for Michael to see that the illusions reach far beyond the auction chamber itself. Figures dotted the wide drive in eerie, frozen stillness. A footman with one hand raised to adjust his cap, mouth half open in what must have been a greeting, locked in place like a statue. Two people in long coats stood beside an opulent carriage, caught in the middle of a conversation. One of them was holding a ledger, the other gesturing toward the hall. Neither so much as blinked. Farther along, a coach driver sat slumped over the reins, head bowed as if in exhausted sleep, his horses standing motionless beneath the flickering lanterns. Yes, even animals were not spared. Michael felt a chill stir the back of his mind, even though he knew the cold wasn't real. He guided Spartan onward, every step echoing in the perfect hush. Past the first carriages, past the frozen attendants. Chapter 413. Chapter 413 Discovery. Bonus chapter for weekly top 10 in GT rankings. Thank you for voting. Spartan reached the point where Michael's own footprints scuffed the dew-damp cobbles. Wide strides, a trail of crushed grass and splintered boards from when he'd crashed bodily through the gates. Beyond lay the grand entrance hall, lit by lanterns. Spartan, he projected, letting his mind sink fully into the undead's perception. Enter. The armored figure stepped forward without pause, passing through the threshold. He crossed the wide vestibule. Everywhere Michael looked, people were frozen in place. And then, one after another, 5 other armored figures appeared behind Spartan. The rest of Michael's undead had arrived, moving in perfect silence, their heavy boots leaving no mark on the immaculate marble floor. For a moment, Michael simply let them stand there, arrayed in a loose semicircle. He could feel the weight of their attention, an emptiness waiting to be filled with command. Search everything, he ordered at last, his mental voice as calm as it was cold. Every room, every corner. If there is any active spell work, any hidden presence, I want to know. 6 silent minds accepted the order as one. The 5 undead fanned out in a practiced pattern, each taking a different doorway, vanishing deeper into the building. Michael let his awareness settle back through Spartan's senses. The grand vestibule stretched out before him, empty but for the frozen figures. He studied them for a long moment, and then, unbidden, a thought flickered through his mind. Quiet, insidious. A realization he hadn't allowed himself to consider until just now. Technically, he thought slowly, I'm the only one here who can move. His gaze swept across the silent hall, the rich tapestries, the gleaming columns, the extravagant displays of wealth. Some of the items that had been wheeled in for the auction were still arranged on their pedestals and velvet-draped tables. Nothing stopped him from simply walking over and taking them. And the longer he stood there, the harder it became to dismiss the thought. The Great Tier Magic Scroll, an item powerful enough to match the abilities of a rank 3 Awakener or a King rank cultivator. or the miracle fruit that could grant 300 years of life. And more than that, it could also strengthen the body and refine the flesh to elevate an ordinary man to something almost transcendent. Michael exhaled slowly, feeling his pulse tick up in his throat. He didn't think he was a saint. Everything here, technically it's all accessible to me. A dozen arguments tried to surface in his mind at once. That it was theft. That it was reckless. That taking something now could bring consequences he couldn't foresee. But another part of him logically pointed out the truth. Nothing was stopping him. No one would even know unless he chose to tell them or admitted it if he was suspected. His undead moved through the halls, searching. On the other end, Michael stood, feeling the weight of the choice settling over him. Would it really be theft, he thought, if every witness was trapped in a dream? The thought refused to leave him. It settled in the back of his mind like a seed, quietly taking root. Michael drew in a steadying breath. In the end, Michael decided to put the thought behind him. This was the capital. He might be one of the stronger individuals here, but he still wasn't at the top. Not even close. There were people in this city who could shatter his life with a single word if he overstepped. If he got greedy here and it put him in serious trouble, it wouldn't be worth it. He could survive a lot, but crossing the wrong power in the capital could end him before he even understood what he'd done. Michael let out a long exhale, steadying the restless spark in his chest. No, it wasn't worth it. But even so, if he saw something that he liked, something he truly wanted or needed, he wouldn't pretend he was above taking it. That, at least, he decided he could live with. Call it a consolation fee. If this absurd mess had forced him to risk his life, and had given him a chance to pluck something valuable from the ruins, he wouldn't feel guilty about accepting the compensation. A small, wry smile ghosted across his lips. He was many things, but naive wasn't one of them. His undead continued their silent search, their minds linked to his like a constellation of empty vessels. Michael let the thought settle and then fade, replaced by a colder focus. One thing at a time, he shifted his focus fully into Spartan, feeling the familiar dissonance of inhabiting an unliving perspective. Black and white clarity unfolded around him, every shadow crisp as a blade's edge. Spartan moved deeper into the auction hall, past the lavish displays and the unmoving crowd. Room by room, hall by hall, Michael's other undead pressed on, methodical, relentless. He felt their progress like distant heartbeats in the dark. One in the western wing had begun descending a servant's staircase. Another slipped through a side corridor lined with locked doors. A third passed a tapestry. But it was Spartan who drew his attention most. Michael directed him toward the broad archway at the end of the main hall. Beyond it lay a descending passage. The basement. Every estate of this size had a vault or storage chamber, and the auction house was no exception. Spartan soon reached the landing. Michael guided him forward, passing row after row of crates and locked cabinets. And then, just beyond the furthest row, he saw them. 6 figures. They stood in a loose semicircle, robes pooling around their feet like shadows congealed into cloth. One of the robed figures stood over a shallow copper basin that steamed faintly in the cold air. The others were focused on the array drawn across the floor, its lines intricate as a spider's web. Their faces were hidden beneath hoods, and though none of them turned to look, Michael felt the conviction in his bones. These were no victims of the illusion. They were its architects. Chapter 414. Chapter 414, Giving Up. Please cast your GT votes for support. Thank you for reading. Michael watched through Spartan's cold, unblinking gaze. 6 robed figures. So they were here all along. Michael studied them carefully. Though none moved, he could see the subtle rise and fall of their chests. The rational part of his mind immediately whispered that he should strike now, end them before they could react, and shatter the spell anchoring the entire building. But Michael didn't move. Instead, he took a long, slow breath, centering himself. This room. His gaze shifted from the ritual array to the racks of crates and shelves lining the walls. He saw strong boxes with iron locks, velvet-lined stands bearing artifacts half-wrapped in protective silk, chests bearing the wax seals of noble families. This must be where they kept the auction stock. Michael felt a quiet, almost amused resignation. Even in a crisis, part of him was still thinking about what he could salvage. But he wasn't reckless enough to turn his attention away from the 6 figures entirely. Michael slipped his perception into the other 5 undead scattered throughout the building. One by one, he directed them to converge silently on the vault. It didn't take long before the last of them slipped through the archway and came to stand beside Spartan. Good, he thought. If they so much as flinch, I'll know. 6 undead against 6 humans wasn't a guarantee of victory. He had no illusions about that. Any one of these robed figures might be a mage more powerful than them. But a surprise assault from 6 high humans, all leveled up to at least level 15 thanks to the dimensional cracks of Aurora, was strong enough. The 6 Wild have to be ready for an attack to effectively defend it. And right now, they didn't look ready for anything but holding their spell in place. Michael let his awareness settle across all 6 perspectives, taking in every angle of the room, every corridor leading out, every hidden corner behind the crates. It was a strange thing, feeling like he stood in every spot at once, like he was a single mind inhabiting 6 silent bodies. His fingers twitched against his knee in the real world. This is what omnipresence feels like. But he didn't indulge in it long. He refocused. Michael turned his attention back to the treasures in the vault. He didn't feel like leaving empty-handed. Not after all this. But he also wasn't going to leave these 6 alone to continue whatever they were doing. Stand watch, he commanded silently. His mental voice echoed across the 6 minds. If they move, kill them immediately. 6 wordless acknowledgments rippled back. He felt the tension in his chest loosen by a fraction. Only then did he allow himself to consider his next move. Michael steadied his thoughts. Through the undead's eyes, the vault was laid bare to him in precise detail. The peculiarity of the undead's monochrome vision. While there was no warmth or color, mana itself seemed almost visible. Wherever enchantments pooled or spells were anchored, the air turned translucent, wavering like heat above a forge. And in that cold, colorless view, it was surprisingly easy to distinguish which items were inert and which radiated some active power. He swept his perception across the vault, cataloging every glimmer of mana. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, Michael was met with disappointment. If this was truly the auction's main vault, it seemed like most of the truly valuable goods had already been moved out or set aside somewhere else. His gaze settled somewhere else. The auction treasury. Money. Probably a lot of it. Michael was quiet for a moment, considering. But the longer he stared at the coffers, the less appealing it felt. If he was going to take something here, it needed to be worth the risk. A single enchanted artifact with unique utility. A scroll or a relic that he couldn't simply purchase later. Gold was just gold. And if he was being honest, he wasn't desperate enough to rob a treasury chest in the capital city over mere coins. If he was going to do it, he would do it big, and be sure it was something no one could easily trace back to him. Besides, he thought with a small sigh, if I'm going to settle for gold coins, it won't be for a little. The coins, while no doubt abundant, were almost underwhelming. Sure, they were valuable, but they lacked the spark of a truly remarkable find. He wasn't a petty thief. The Great Tier Scroll and the Miracle Fruit were far more appealing, but they came with a higher price tag in terms of risk. Not just in terms of consequences, but in their potential value not only to him but to others. The scroll could be a game changer. If he could get his hands on it, it might bring him closer to real power in this world. And the Miracle Fruit. While he didn't need it, someone close to him could benefit immensely from its life-extending properties. Unfortunately, in the end, Michael settled for his previous decision. It was an easy enough line to draw in his mind, and it calmed the restless instinct that had been scratching at him since he entered this place. His attention returned to the 6 robed figures. /N. Happy New Month in advance to you all, and depending on when you're reading this, Happy New Month. I want to thank you again for your incredible support and to humbly ask for your continued votes. Thanks to you, we're still holding on to a spot in the top 10 of the Golden Ticket rankings, but just barely. With only 20 more votes, the book below us could easily overtake our position. If you can, please consider casting a vote to help keep us up there. And even if you can't, thank you sincerely for all the support you've shown so far. I wouldn't be here without you. Also, happy 400 chapters to us. 500 next. Then 1000. Just need to get the pace right to avoid getting skinned by you guys, haha. Chapter 415. Chapter 415, Making a Move. Through Spartan's eyes, Michael studied each figure in turn. It didn't take long for Michael to mark one the leader. It was the one with the basin. Then, with a single silent pulse across the link, Michael commanded his undead to strike. The 6 armored figures moved as one. The nearest undead seized the first robed mage by the skull and twisted. There was no surprise, only a dull crunch as the man's neck snapped cleanly. Another undead caught a second by both shoulders and jerked hard to the side, the impact breaking bone. A third robed figure fell limply under a crushing blow to the base of the neck. The 4th and 5th died almost in the same heartbeat. One throat crushed under a mailed fist, the other skull caved in with a punch. Only the leader remained. Michael's awareness flowed like water through the 6 bodies. Spartan advanced, iron gauntlet outstretched. In one swift motion, he clamped onto the leader's arm and wrenched it backward until the shoulder joint tore with a soft, wet pop. The man's breath hitched. No cry escaped. A body instinctive reaction even without conscience, and his body spasmed in place. A second undead took hold of the opposite arm and did the same. Soon his limbs were left dangling useless. Michael then turned his attention to the ritual circle on the floor, and when he saw it was still running, a slight sense of relief came to him. Good, he thought. Michael didn't want trading it to end yet. This was related to his actions just now. Michael flexed his hands in the real world, feeling a quiet satisfaction settle into his bones. Transporting the bodies would be simple enough. He would have Spartan and 2 others carry the corpses. The leader he would take alive. There were questions that needed answers. Why this place? Who ordered it? What purpose did the illusion serve beyond mere theft? Michael truly didn't like the feeling of his life being in danger, which made him quite resentful. And after the answers came, he would kill the man and raise him as an undead. Because whatever else he felt, Michael could not deny the simple, ruthless truth. 6 robed figures had held him and every other rank 2 powerhouse in this place completely helpless. That power was too valuable to waste. Unique abilities like this, ritualists who could cripple an entire building without spilling a drop of blood, were rarer than most treasure. They would be, he searched for the word, assets. No matter how little he liked the idea of filling his ranks with the dead, making everything so messy aside from gaining more evolution points, he wasn't blind to the benefits. Bring them to me. Another command was sent. One by one, Michael directed his undead to gather the bodies. One undead hoisted the limp corpses over broad shoulders. 2 more flanked the leader, gripping him firmly by the upper arms. The leader's head lolled to the side, mouth opening in a wet gasp, still caught halfway between awareness and the spell's haze. This amused Michael because it made him confirm that if he was deep within the range of the illusion spell, it would capture him again. To be free again, he'd need another dose of Thor Love Hammer. 6 acknowledgments rippled back, as silent and inexorable as the tide. And in the vault beneath the auction house, 5 undead left, leaving the steaming basin and the still pulsing ritual array behind them. Michael waited. Soon, 5 undead approached him. 2 carried the limp corpses across their shoulders like sacks of grain, arms swinging loosely. Another held a body under each arm, gauntlets sunk into the robes. The last 2 had the leader between them. They came to a halt in a neat line before him. Up close, Michael could see how fragile the robed man looked. Pale and clammy, blood leaking slowly from both ruined shoulders. Michael frowned at this. His gaze only relaxed when he saw that the mancloy soaked it all. He was worried about leaving an obvious trace. Michael's eyes were still fixed on the man. He was unconscious, just like the Duke's daughter, just like the dark elf. Once removed from the spell's reach, awareness slipped away. But unlike them, he had no intention of leaving this one in peace. He stepped forward and studied the man's slack face for a moment, considering. Words, he suspected, wouldn't reach him. Not in this state. So Michael chose the simplest method. He drew back his hand and struck the man across the cheek. Once, sharply. The man's head snapped to the side, but no sign of waking. Michael's lips pressed into a thin line. Again. This time, knuckles met skin. A bright red welt bloomed across the cheekbone. A low groan escaped the man's throat. Michael's brows lifted a fraction. Promising. He reached out, pressing his thumb into the hollow beneath the jaw hard enough that he felt the pulse flutter, then hammer. Pain. A body never ignored pain for long. The robed man sucked in a ragged breath, eyes fluttering. Michael waited, thumb still pressed to the nerve. Slowly, like a man clawing his way out of deep water, the leader's eyes opened, unfocused, bloodshot, but awake. For a moment, confusion warred with fear on his bruised face. Then, with visible effort, he lifted his gaze and met Michael's eyes. Michael inclined his head faintly. "Good evening," he said, voice soft and cold. "I see you're finally joining us." The man's lips parted, but no sound emerged beyond a wet gasp. "Don't waste energy trying to cast," Michael continued calmly. "Your arms are broken. Your channels are likely disrupted. And if you try to bite your tongue or trigger a failsafe, I assure you, I'll know." The last part was a bluff. It just came to Michael and he figured he should say it. He really didn't have much experience in this aspect. The man swallowed convulsively. Michael felt a flicker of grim satisfaction. Michael turned, nodding to the undead who held the leader upright. "Hold him," he ordered. Chapter 4:16. Chapter 4:16 Regret. Michael turned, nodding to the undead who held the leader upright. "Hold him," he ordered. Two blank helmets inclined in unison, gauntlets tightening just enough to pin the man's shoulders without crushing them further. He paused to glance over the row of bodies, all limp in death. It was an odd thing how little revulsion he felt now. Perhaps he'd simply grown accustomed to the sight. And as for why Spartan was absent, Spartan remained behind in the vault, because of the ritual array. Michael knew when he was ready, when he had hopefully wrung some secret he could from this wretch, he would give the final order. The array would be smashed. The spell would hopefully collapse, and everyone affected would wake. But not yet. Michael stepped closer, lowering his voice to something almost intimate. "Who sent you?" The man's throat bobbed. His eyes flickered sideways, as if searching for a means of escape that didn't exist. Michael sighed. "I can wait," he murmured. "But I assure you, it will be worse for you if I have to." The man shivered. A strangled sound crawled up his throat. Half a whimper, half a word. Michael's hand fell to the man's cheek, almost gently. "Try again," he said, his tone colder than the wind around him. The man's cracked lips moved again, and this time, words scraped out, hoarse and ragged. "Theft." Michael's brows rose a fraction. The man swallowed, a tremor running through his body. His voice was little more than a whisper. "And assassination." Michael tilted his head slightly. "Assassination? Of whom?" The robed man only closed his eyes, as if the effort of speaking had drained the last of his strength. Michael studied him in silence. His gaze drifted over the man's bloodless hands, the torn fabric at his shoulders, the subtle rise and fall of his chest. "Who hired you?" he pressed, his voice low but urgent. "Nothing." The man's jaw clenched weakly, but no further sound came. Michael sighed through his nose, and without warning, drove his thumb into the dislocated joint of the man's shoulder. The body lurched against the undead's grip, a strangled groan tearing free. "Answer me." Still, the man's eyes remained shut. His breathing turned shallow, each ragged inhale more labored than the last. It didn't soften Michael's expression. He leaned closer. "Speak," he demanded again, his voice softer, colder. The man's eyelids fluttered, just enough that Michael saw the glimmer of regret behind them. A memory flashed through the man's mind in that instant. A conversation, quiet and tense. One voice saying the payout would be worth it. Another said it was too risky. And the man's own doubts, his own reluctance, I should never have come, he thought. I knew it was too dangerous. Too many variables. His breathing hitched. Too many unknowns. Like him. And then nothing. No words. No plea. Michael had killed him. He didn't need to press more to know it was futile. The last word dissolved in a ragged exhale. The man's head lolled forward, chin touching his chest, and did not rise again. Michael watched for a long, silent moment. In that stillness, he felt the faint, sour taste of disappointment. So close, so many answers just out of reach. He drew back his hand, flexing his stiff fingers. I suppose that's all you had left, he murmured quietly. He reached up, brushing the blood from his knuckles on the man's robe. Then he straightened, his voice taking a calm, hollow timbre as he addressed the undead, holding the corpse upright. Lay him down. They obeyed, lowering the body gently to the floor. If you won't tell me who sent you, he thought, then you'll serve me another way. Of course, it wasn't now. Michael had other things to do. With a wave of his hand, Michael stored the 6 corpses in his storage space. After that, he also dismissed the 5 undead around him back to the netherworld. Michael then reached back through the thin thread of telepathy still anchored in the vault below, sinking into Spartan's cold, steady awareness. The armored undead stood exactly where Michael had left him, motionless among the rows of crates and the flickering ritual lines that still pulsed faintly across the stone floor. Spartan, Michael projected, his voice a calm whisper in the undead's mind. Destroy the circle. There was no hesitation. Spartan moved, iron boots scraping softly as he stepped forward. He lifted his gauntlet foot and brought it down hard in the center of the array. A brittle crack split the air, then another. The intricate runes fractured under the impact, spreading jagged fissures across the entire design. Mana sputtered like a dying flame. A moment later, the glow winked out entirely, leaving only the cold dark of the basement. Michael felt the last traces of the spell sever like taut strings snapping all at once. He drew in a slow breath. It's done. He released the link, dismissing Spartan into the netherworld with a flick of thought. The armored shape dissolved into darkness, leaving behind only empty stone and the quiet stink of copper and burned oils. For a moment, Michael wondered if it had worked. If all those frozen in place above had returned to themselves as he considered the risk that some other failsafe or hidden ritual still lingered unseen. But there was no more time to linger. He turned, glancing at the 2 unconscious figures slumped a few paces away. The Duke's daughter, her face pale against her hair, and the dark elf woman, her breathing steady but shallow. Michael exhaled and stepped closer. He bent, scooping the first woman carefully into his arms, then shifted the second across his shoulder. Neither stirred. Satisfied they were secure, he straightened and began to walk. His boots clicked steadily. Chapter 417. Chapter 417 Awakening 1. Michael was careful to keep his stride measured and silent. Even with the spell broken, he couldn't quite convince himself he was safe. The 2 women he carried were dead weight against his shoulders, their shallow breathing the only sign they still clung to life. Soon he stepped into the parking lot, but the sight he was met with made him pause. Michael's brows drew together. He'd expected to see people regaining their consciousness, but this wasn't it. Instead, what Michael was met with was bodies. Dozens of them, all lying motionless where they had stood. Michael's lips compressed to a thin line. He shifted the dark elf slightly over his shoulder and walked forward with deliberate caution, his boots whispering over the cobbles. Here and there, a low groan told him some still lived, trapped in the fog between sleep and waking. But not all. He stopped by a man in a fine green robe whose cheek was pressed flat to the ground. There was no blood, no visible open wound, but his chest did not rise. Michael's frown deepened. He turned his head and scanned the parking lot again, more carefully this time. And now he saw it, the subtle difference. Some of these people were merely unconscious, but some were dead. A memory immediately came to him, one of the second prince. If you die in the illusion, you die in truth. Michael's gaze swept the scene again, lingering on the lifeless shapes scattered across the flagstones. So that was what had happened. For a moment, Michael felt a twisted satisfaction that he had been right to force himself free, wrenching his mind back to reality with pain. And he'd survived because of it. A quiet exhale slipped past Michael's lips. "Rest in peace," he murmured, though there was no particular emotion behind the words. He looked down at the women in his arms. At least these two were alive. That was something. He turned away from the rows of bodies and resumed walking. Michael didn't slow again until he reached the tall double doors of the auction house. He shifted his grip on the women, adjusting Ariane's weight in his arms and the dark elf across his shoulder, and stepped inside. The air in the hall was thick with the faint scent of candle wax and cold stone. Michael had barely taken 3 steps into the entry corridor when he felt it. A slight movement against his chest. Michael looked down, just as the Duke's daughter stirred weakly in his arms. Ariane's lashes fluttered, her expression tightening with confusion before her eyes finally opened. Her eyes were clear and alert despite the pallor of her face. Michael could see the moment her thoughts caught up to reality. First, recognition. Then realization. Her gaze darted to the dark elf draped over his shoulder, then back up to meet his. And finally, an unmistakable flicker of mortified outrage. "Why?" she began, voice rough and soft all at once. "Are you carrying me?" Michael raised a brow, studying her calm but slightly flushed expression. "You were unconscious," he said evenly. "Consider this a courtesy." Ariane seemed about to argue, but she caught herself. Her eyes narrowed instead, searching his face for something she didn't seem to find. She exhaled shakily and turned her head away. This was the first time she had been so close to a man aside from her father and brothers. Worst part was he still hadn't let her go. Michael had no idea of what was going through Ariane's mind because he felt a second movement, this time against his shoulder. Michael turned his head slightly to look at the dark elf woman, Lyra. Unlike Ariane, she did not stir or lift her head, but her breathing had changed, steady, deliberate, controlled. Michael studied her in silence, and he knew she'd been awake for longer than she let on. She was still pretending, her eyes closed, her body limp. Strange woman, he thought. He didn't bother calling her out. It wasn't as though she was a threat in her current state, and part of him suspected she simply didn't know how to act yet. After all, one day she'd been a free assassin. The next, she'd failed her mission, been captured, enslaved, and purchased by a stranger who carried her around like baggage. Even for someone trained to adapt, that was probably a lot to digest. Michael resumed walking down the wide hall, boots echoing off the high ceilings. It occurred to him, watching Ariane finally lift her head to take in their surroundings, that their gradual awakening told him something important. That aside from pain, anyone freed from the illusion would, given time, regain consciousness naturally. And judging by Lyra, it seemed the stronger someone was, the faster they woke, though there was clearly a limit to how much difference strength alone could make. That was good to know. He adjusted his grip one last time and made for the inner doors. Michael had barely reached the threshold of the grand vestibule when Ariane drew a slow, steady breath. "I'd appreciate it," she said carefully, her voice cool and tight. "If you would set me down now." Michael halted. He looked down at her flushed face, her eyes fixed on the opposite wall rather than meeting his gaze. For a heartbeat, he simply stood there, struck by the belated realization that perhaps carrying a duke's daughter around like a sack of flour wasn't the most dignified arrangement. He felt a flicker of something embarrassingly close to awkwardness, though his expression, mercifully, remained as impassive as carved stone. "Ah," he said finally. "Understood." He bent at the knee, lowering her carefully until her boots touched the polished marble. Ariane adjusted her cloth with a prim efficiency that suggested she was determined not to think too hard about any of this. When she looked up, her gaze had sharpened. "What happened, Sir Mike? I remember seeing myself in some sort of space. Wait, was that an illusion? It must be. But everything after that is a bit blank." Chapter 418. Chapter 418 Awakening 2. Michael studied her face for a while. Evidently, this princess was quite knowledgeable. Michael inclined his head slightly. The short version, he began evenly, is that I was fortunate enough to recognize the illusion early. I managed to force myself out of it. Without, he added silently, mentioning that he'd done so by nearly dislocating his own rib. And once I was free, I began searching the premises. It didn't take long to locate the source of the spell. Arian's eyes widened a fraction. And the perpetrators? Michael shook his head, his tone regretful but calm. Gone by the time I reached them. They left no trace worth following. Technically true, though he neglected to mention why they'd left no trace. He gestured vaguely toward the entrance. As for why you were out here, he continued, I carried you both outside for your safety, in case there were any lingering enchantments or traps in the hall. Now that the array is destroyed, I was returning you. Arian took this in slowly. Michael couldn't help but feel a small flicker of satisfaction at how cleanly the lies fit together. In fact, he was rather impressed with himself. Arian released a quiet, measured sigh. I see, she said after a moment, though he could tell she was already filing away questions for later. Her gaze shifted past him, to the dark elf still slung across his shoulder like a silent burden. And her. Michael's expression didn't change. But as if sensing she'd become the subject of discussion, the dark elf finally shifted. Her breathing changed, no longer the feigned, measured rhythm of someone pretending. Slowly, Lyra lifted her head. Her eyes opened, pale, expressionless silver, and fixed on Michael. He met her gaze calmly. Lyra studied him in silence for a moment, as though weighing whether to resume her charade. Then, with a quiet exhale, she shifted her weight and spoke in a low, almost indifferent voice. You may put me down as well. Michael blinked. Then he sighed inwardly. Well, that saves me the trouble of pretending I didn't know. Wordlessly, he set her down, releasing her as she slid gracefully to her feet. Unlike Arian, Lyra didn't bother straightening her clothing or looking away. She merely inclined her head once, cool and composed, and then stepped aside without a word. Michael decided that was good enough. He was just turning back toward the main hall, ready to move on and be done with all of this, when Arian's voice stopped him. Wait! He paused, glancing over his shoulder. Arian looked faintly unsettled. My father, she said carefully. We should look for him. Michael's brow creased slightly. Duke Evermoon. A memory surfaced. Room 15. He didn't particularly care for politics or titles, but Duke Evermoon was just somewhat of an acquaintance. Michael gave a small, accepting nod. Very well, he said. We'll check room 15 first. Arian looked faintly relieved. Lyra, standing beside her, only watched in silence, her expression unreadable. Michael didn't spare her another glance. He turned back to the hall, boots echoing across the cold marble, and started forward again. If there was any more chaos to clean up tonight, he intended to get it over with as quickly as possible. He had no intention of staying any longer than he had to. It didn't take long for them to find the hallway of private suites. Room 15 was near the end. Michael slowed, letting Arian step up beside him. Her breathing was a little uneven, but her face was composed. He lifted a hand to knock. Enter. The voice was deep, resonant, and calm. Arian startled faintly at the suddenness of it. She shot Michael a glance, but he wasn't surprised. Neither was Lyra, whose gaze remained fixed steadily on the door. They had both already sensed the presence within. Michael pushed the door open and stepped through. The room was illuminated by the soft, golden glow, and at the center of it all stood Duke Evermoon. His eyes rested on his daughter with a smile on his face. In his hands, he held a small, lacquered box carved with delicate swirling sigils. Michael's gaze flicked to it, and lingered a heartbeat too long. He knew, without needing to ask, that it was the miracle fruit. And in that moment, just for an instant, the thought of robbing the old man came. Michael pulled his gaze away, forcing the thought back into the darkness where it belonged. The Duke turned fully to face them, his pale eyes measuring each of them in turn before finally settling on Michael. For a moment, there was only quiet. Then he inclined his head, just a fraction, but with the unmistakable gravity of a man unaccustomed to offering thanks lightly. "You have my gratitude, Sir Mike," he said calmly. Arian's brows shot up, her gaze darting from her father to Michael. It wasn't the gratitude that surprised her, but the ease, the familiarity of it, almost as if they'd spoken before, perhaps even come to some sort of agreement. Her lips parted, a question forming, but she bit it back, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully instead. Michael only inclined his head again, his expression polite, controlled. "I did what I could, Your Grace." The Duke studied him in silence for another heartbeat. Then his gaze flicked to Lyra, who stood motionless near the door. He seemed to take in her presence without surprise before returning his attention to Michael. "Were you able to capture any of the culprits?" It was the question that finally made Arian realize. They met inside the illusion. That was the only explanation. Her father's certainty about Michael's role. And if he'd met Michael there, then he must have seen at least some of what had transpired. Michael kept his gaze on the Duke, voice steady. "Unfortunately, no," he said evenly. "By the time I reached the ritual chamber, it was already too late. They left nothing worth following." Technically true, he reminded himself again. The Duke's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of something. Chapter 419. Chapter 419. A fortune from helping. The evening unfolded just as Michael had suspected. Once the spell was broken, people began to awaken. The stronger ones regained consciousness first, while the weaker took longer. Michael also managed to meet some of the people he'd spoken with in the illusion, though one of them was in a rather troublesome situation. It was the Count who had shared the same worries with Michael about why their mental defense tools hadn't worked. Apparently, he had died to a trap inside the illusion. But whether it was due to a flaw in the spell or simply how it was designed, his mental defense tool only activated when he was attacked in reality. So yes, the tools had been functioning, but the spell was simply too unique. When Michael learned this, he was once again grateful he'd chosen to take that hit to his stomach. If he hadn't, he'd be like the Count, unconscious and needing to pay exorbitant fees for a rare high-tier healer. At least the Count had family and connections. Michael only had strength and whatever connections that strength happened to bring, and even those were rather shaky. And even if they hadn't been, the idea of entrusting his life to another person, even in a body that wasn't his original one, was profoundly unsettling. The basement of the auction house was silent. Michael stood with the other 5 nobles in a loose semicircle around the shattered remains of the ritual circle. The manager of the auction, an older man whose face had the pinched look of someone who would rather be anywhere else, hovered a few steps back, wringing his hands. Duke Evermoon was there, as composed as ever, the lacquered box now tucked under one arm. Next to the Duke stood the second prince, middle-aged in appearance, his bearing effortlessly regal. "As I said," Michael repeated evenly, his gaze on the broken runes, "I reached this place after I freed myself from the illusion. By that point, the perpetrators were already gone. The array was still active, but there was no sign of anyone nearby. One of the nobles, a tall, narrow-faced man in black velvet, shifted restlessly. "And you destroyed it yourself?" "I did. There was no point in leaving it intact." The second prince's eyes lifted to study him, their dark depths unreadable. "You're certain it was safe to do so?" "If I hadn't," Michael said quietly, "everyone who hadn't yet awakened would have remained trapped, or died, eventually." A subtle hush followed that. Duke Evermoon spoke into it, his tone measured. "Sir Mike did what most of us could not. Sometimes risks are necessary. Fortunately, it turned out well." Michael glanced at him sidelong. The auction manager finally found his voice, clearing his throat as he looked around at the ruined circle. Then it is confirmed the attackers left no trace?" "No," Michael said, and let a faint edge of finality into his tone. "Nothing." He paused, surveying the broken lines carved into the floor, lines that only a few minutes ago had almost killed them. The silence stretched a few moments longer, heavy with the chill of the basement's damp air. Then the second prince turned. His gaze settled on the auction manager. "You there?" the prince said, voice quiet but edged like a blade. Explain how this could happen in your establishment. The manager blanched. He bowed hastily, palms pressed together. Your Highness, I assure you, the spell was beyond anything we anticipated. Beyond what you anticipated? The prince's brows lifted just enough to look amused. You host the wealth of half a slightly weak kingdom beneath this roof, and you didn't anticipate someone might attempt to seize it? The manager swallowed, sweat standing out along his hairline. Your Highness, if you would permit me time to investigate further. Time? The prince repeated mildly. Time, when a dozen nobles nearly died? The manager's face had gone a sickly gray. Michael kept his expression impassive. He had no intention of rescuing the man. He was a victim after all. Duke Evermoon cleared his throat softly, but the second prince ignored him, stepping forward with an air of casual menace. Perhaps, the prince continued, a generous contribution to the royal relief coffers would help smooth this unpleasantness. That, more than the words, made it plain to everyone present what this was. It wasn't an inquiry anymore. It was leverage. The auction manager looked like a man trying not to faint. Of course, Your Highness. Whatever sum you feel appropriate. I will have my retainee draw up the details. The prince inclined his head just enough to be polite, though there was no warmth in his smile. One of the nobles coughed discreetly into his glove, failing to hide a smirk. Another looked away, lips pressed tight to hold back laughter. Even Duke Evermoon looked faintly exasperated, though he made no comment. Michael only watched the exchange in silence, thinking that for all the chaos tonight, some things never changed. Power was power, and someone would always find a way to profit from it. He liked this, though. Michael only hoped that what he'd receive was worth tonight's situation. A few minutes later, Michael looked at the briefcase handed to him by the manager. Inside the case, nestled in orderly rows, were rectangular slips of embossed parchment. The manager's voice came out thin and a little shaky. 5,000 golden papers, Sir Mike. As a token of gratitude for your decisive intervention. Michael's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, he felt something jolt to a halt. 5,000? One golden paper was worth 1,000 gold coins. That meant 5 million. For the first time in a long while, he felt a genuine flicker of surprise. He managed, barely, to keep it from showing on his face. This was a fortune. In that quiet moment, he couldn't help the small, dry thought that crawled into his mind. If I'd had this an hour ago, that great tear scroll would have been mine. A ripple of understanding passed through the room. Michael knew exactly why the manager's hands were trembling, why his voice wavered as he asked, "Is there anything else you require, Sir Mike? Any further compensation, or perhaps an item you had your eye on? It would be no trouble." Chapter 420. Chapter 420 Going Back. In that quiet moment, Michael couldn't help the small, dry thought that crawled into his mind. If I'd had this an hour ago, that great tear scroll would have been mine. A ripple of understanding passed through the room. Michael knew exactly why the manager's hands were trembling, why his voice wavered as he asked, "Is there anything else you require, Sir Mike? Any further compensation, or perhaps an item you had your eye on? It would be no trouble." Michael studied the man's pallid face. He knew exactly why the manager was offering so freely. He'd realized that Michael's intervention tonight hadn't just saved the nobles and the customers. It had saved him. Had the second prince died in that illusion? Michael's eyes shifted sideways, landing on the prince, who was now engaged in a low, affable conversation with Duke Evermoon. It would have been had for most people here to live to see another dawn. Not the manager, not his staff, probably not even their families. Michael exhaled slowly. A part of him did feel a slight, sour regret. So much money, and none of it had come in time to shift tonight's bidding in his favor. But all the same, he inclined his head, his voice calm. "There is one thing," Michael said. The manager stiffened, as though bracing for a demand he couldn't meet. "Anything you require, Sir Mike." Michael's gaze drifted briefly to Lyra, who stood behind him with her head lowered in silent composure. Then he looked back at the manager. "Do you have any master and servant contract scrolls remaining?" The question seemed to catch the manager by surprise. His brows climbed a fraction. "Master and servant?" Yes, of course. We keep a supply of them for special transactions." "You require more?" "I do," Michael replied evenly. The manager inclined his head and motioned to one of the clerks waiting near the wall. The young woman practically scurried away to retrieve the item. While they waited, Michael's thoughts drifted. The master and servant scroll. Now he had confirmed it. He could use his talent on Lyra. Even if he later doesn't use the scrolls due its nature, it was not a bad thing to have some with him on hand, because it meant he'd uncovered another way to extend his evolution. That alone was worth more than any sum of gold. A quiet rustle of parchment pulled him from his thoughts. The clerk had returned, arms laden with a small velvet box. She set it gingerly atop a nearby table and opened it, revealing 3 rolled scrolls bound in silver clasps. 3 master and servant contracts, Sir Mike," the manager said carefully. "If you wish more, I can have them fetched." "This will do." Michael stepped forward, lifting the first scroll. A few minutes later, everything had finally, mercifully, been settled. The nobles dispersed with their guards in tow. Even the second prince eventually turned away from his predatory negotiations to issue a perfunctory farewell. Michael had no intention of lingering longer than necessary. He walked side by side with Duke Evermoon along the broad corridor that led to the parking lot. At the carriage bay, Duke Evermoon stopped. He turned, his gaze settling calmly on Michael. "You have my thanks again, Sir Mike." His voice was low, measured. Michael inclined his head, expression polite but distant. "I did only what was necessary, perhaps, but necessity alone rarely moves men so quickly." Duke Evermoon lifted a gloved hand and gestured to the lacquered box tucked under his other arm. "I expect we will meet again. My daughter will no doubt have questions of her own." Michael suppressed the faintest sigh. "As you say." The Duke smiled slightly, then seemed to remember something. "Before I forget, His Highness the Second Prince asked me to pass along a message." Michael's stomach immediately tightened. He said, "When you are free, he would appreciate a meeting." Michael closed his eyes for just a moment, feeling the dull beginnings of a headache. Before, he would have been thinking of excuses. But things were different now. Too many things he'd done, too many ripples he'd left in his wake. Avoiding the kingdom's political circle completely was optimistic at best. He drew a slow breath and opened his eyes again. "I understand," he said evenly. Duke Evermoon inclined his head, apparently satisfied. The old man seemed ready to turn away, but then he paused. His pale eyes settled thoughtfully on Michael's face. "When you find the time," he said, his tone softening a fraction, "you should visit." "Soon," Michael said, voice calm. "I have some matters to discuss with Lady Arian in any case." That, rather unexpectedly, made the Duke's expression warm, almost indulgent. "Good," he said simply. "That will please her." Michael wondered if he regretted saying it already. The Duke stepped closer, resting a gloved hand lightly on his carriage door. Before he climbed in, he turned back once more. "One last thing," he added, lowering his voice. "The carriage that brought you here tonight, it will remain at your disposal. I've already sent instructions. Use it to return wherever you please. There's no sense in you having to hire passage after all you've done." Michael blinked. He dipped his head once, measured and polite. "Thank you." Duke Evermoon studied him for a final heartbeat, and then, with no more words, climbed into the carriage. The door shut behind him with a quiet finality. A moment later, the Evermoon crest glided past, the carriage wheels whispering over the stones as it disappeared into the night. Michael stood in the cold air a little longer than he needed to, feeling the weight of the long evening in his shoulders. When he finally turned away, Lyra was waiting behind him in silent composure, her expression the same unreadable calm it had been all night. He exhaled once, slow and quiet. "Come," he murmured. And together, without another glance at the auction house, they walked to the waiting carriage that would carry them home. Chapter 421. Chapter 421 Meeting. The next day came in a flash. Michael's residence, though it didn't exactly become lively, felt distinctly more alive. There were now 4 occupants. 2 humans, 1 high human, and 1 dark elf. At a glance, the first 3 could have passed for the same race, though Michael's own appearance was simply too striking. But Lyra, her presence was something else entirely. Her looks alone were enough to make the 2 inexperienced youths in the house nearly turn into simpering fools. Unfortunately for them, this cold beauty was exactly that, cold. Michael didn't care either way. He hadn't brought her here because he was in need of a companion. For now, he was content to give her time to adapt before he needed her. That day, Michael decided to postpone his planned visit to Duke Evermoon's estate in light of the events from the night before, pushing it off to either tomorrow or the day after. He spent most of his time in Aurora, checking on the orders he'd placed for the same materials he'd once handed off to Mage Lien that night, while arranging for a few new things to order for both himself and his undead. Thanks to Lyra's sudden presence, Michael also had Ace and Leah, his 2 young aides, purchase some clothes for her, most of which were designed to conceal her figure. They hadn't stopped at clothes either. Ace and Leah had also brought back a few simple things Lyra might need for day-to-day living. A plain wooden comb, a small polished mirror, a set of soft towels, basic toiletries, and a couple of pairs of sturdy indoor slippers. A woven basket with brushes and a jar of salve for her hair sat neatly on the corner of the table in the guest room they'd prepared for her. Nothing extravagant, just the bare essentials to make sure she had what any ordinary person would. The day passed without incident but was surprisingly full. The following morning, however, the peace was broken by a servant boy dispatched by Mage Lien to inform Michael that the materials he'd requested were available, and that he should visit whenever he was ready to discuss the quantities and final pricing. Michael didn't hesitate. He went straight to meet Mage Lien, and together they launched into a negotiation session. To his quiet satisfaction and slight headache, the trade had apparently been influenced by the second prince. It was in a good way, true, but still, this growing web of connections. Michael just wanted to level up in the land of origin. The materials Michael had requested included shadowweave fungus, ghost root resin, dusk silk threads, hollow core shell, mirror lotus petals, glimmer quartz, mindvale sap, ironleaf bark, stoneheart resin, abyss amber, and vital moss. They were all valuable resources, each with a staggering price tag even back in the original world. Shadowweave fungus, a rare cave fungus used in stealth gear for its mana-masking spores, $28,000 per piece. Ghost root resin for dampening mana and disrupting perception fields, $12,000 to $18,000 per gram. Dusk silk threads granting low-grade invisibility, $22,500 per strand. And hollow core shells resistant to detection, $44,500 each, were all chosen to advance Fade and Ghost. For blue and purple, the illusion-focused insects, Michael selected mirror lotus petals that produced layered image fragments, $46,000 each. Glimmer quartz for amplifying mirage effects, $27,000 per crystal. And mindvale sap for mental cloaking, $31,000 per bottle. Finally, to reinforce Lily and Beginning, his giant undead, he purchased ironleaf bark for natural armor, $6,500 per piece. Stoneheart resin that hardened into a rock-like shell, $30,000 per unit. Abyss amber boosting mana resistance, $26,800 per shard. And vital moss for mild regeneration, $19,000 per piece. In Aurora, an Aurora dollar was roughly equivalent to a silver coin in the Lionheart Kingdom, and 100 silver coins made up a gold coin. All the negotiations with Mage Lien had been conducted in gold coins, but even when measured in silver, the prices were a far cry from what these materials fetched in Aurora itself. Not that Michael minded. He had money, millions in fact, and money was meant to be spent, especially when it involved strengthening himself. The negotiation itself took the better part of 2 hours. Mage Lien was precise and meticulous in listing out each batch of material, the quantity available, and the individual rates. For shadowweave fungus, Michael took 5 pieces. Ghost root resin he secured at a fair rate, 4 grams of the purest grade. Dusk silk threads he ordered 6 strands, and hollow-core shell he bought 2, mindful of their rarity. The illusion materials for blue and purple, mirror lotus petals, glimmer quartz, and mindveil sap he accepted in smaller quantities, enough to guarantee future enhancements but not so much as to exhaust his funds entirely. The largest share of the purchase was for Lily and Beginning. Dozens of pieces of iron leaf bark, several units of stoneheart resin, and multiple shards of abyss amber would be required to reinforce 2 giant undead shells. Vital moss, too, he took in ample supply. Alongside these carefully selected materials, Michael also took the chance to acquire several other supplies from the kingdom's available inventories. He didn't bother scrutinizing every last detail. He simply reviewed the compiled lists Mage Lien's people had prepared and ordered whatever additional resources he could reasonably afford. By the time he finished, the scribes had added a secondary ledger of purchases to his record. Not nearly as costly as the first, but still significant enough to make most aristocrats pale. By the time Mage Lien's scribes had tallied everything up, each rare component counted, weighed, and noted in duplicate ledgers, Michael was unsurprised to see the total cresting into 6 digits. 124,000 gold coins. 124 golden papers. Not quite enough to be ruinous, especially not after the fortune he'd earned at the auction, but enough to make any ordinary noble blanch. Mage Lien, for his part, didn't look particularly concerned or shocked. He merely inclined his head with professional calm. Chapter 422. Chapter 422 Invitation. Mage Lien, for his part, didn't look particularly concerned. He merely inclined his head with professional calm. "I've prepared an itemized record," he said, sliding the thick ledger across the table. "You can remit the payment now or over the next fortnight, whichever suits you." Michael reached for the ledger without comment, flipping through the pages. Every figure matched what he'd calculated in his head. 124,000 gold coins. In silver, that translated to 12,400,000 silver coins. And in Aurora dollars, 1 Aurora dollar being roughly a silver, $12.4 million. Michael closed the cover and set it aside. "I'll pay in full a day before the delivery. It would be brought to my residence, right? Or?" Mage Lien's eyes glinted faintly with a trace of amusement, as though he'd expected that exact question. "Indeed," he said, his voice low and precise. "The materials will be delivered directly to your residence in sealed crates. My people will handle the packaging and the escort detail." He lifted a hand and gestured to one of his aides, who quietly began taking notes. "However, someone will be sent to collect the payment the day before the delivery. That will give you time to prepare the funds without undue inconvenience. And the delivery itself, when should I expect it?" Mage Lien set aside his ledger, folding his hands atop it with a look of mild gravity. 5 days from now," he replied. "That will give us sufficient time to finish preparing everything to your specifications." 5 days. Michael's mind ticked through the timeline automatically. That was comfortably within the 10-day window he'd set for his rank advancement. Perfect. Michael drew in a quiet breath, exhaled, and met Mage Lien's eyes without blinking. "That is acceptable," he said. Mage Lien inclined his head again, a slight smile creasing the corners of his mouth. "Then we agreed." Mage Lien's smile lingered a heartbeat longer, faint but edged with something thoughtful. He glanced down at the ledger, then back up, studying Michael's face as though weighing how much to say. "To be perfectly candid," he murmured, "this trade, substantial as it appears in gold, is still rather modest in real value compared to what you have already contributed." Michael tilted his head slightly, expression unreadable. "The hundreds of grand-tier undead corpses you delivered to the kingdom's hands." He paused, then continued. "I was instructed to inform you that the kingdom intends to prepare something in acknowledgement. A gesture more fitting than coin." For an instant, Michael's first instinct was to refuse, to say he needed nothing else. He wanted no more ties, no more obligations. His mouth actually started to form the words, and then, very deliberately, he stopped himself. Because the truth was unavoidable. He was already too entangled. A viscount under Lionheart's rule. a known name in the capital's circles. A figure the second prince and a great tier princess have personally expressed interest in. He was in this whether he liked it or not. Better to accept whatever came with open eyes, and keep control of the narrative himself, than to pretend he could remain uninvolved. Slowly, he let the tension ease from his shoulders. "I see. Help me thank the kingdom," he said finally. Mage Lien inclined his head, accepting that as consent. Michael exhaled, feeling the smallest flicker of wry resignation. Now that he'd made peace with it, curiosity began to stir. He couldn't help wondering what the kingdom considered an appropriate gesture. It would not be anything common, he was certain of that. The day passed in a flash. But the day after his meeting with Mage Lien, Michael was met with a surprise. A servant arrived in the late morning bearing a letter sealed with the Evermoon crest. The handwriting inside was elegant but pleasantly direct. It was Ariane's. She invited him to a private tea the following afternoon, phrased in a tone that balanced politeness with the barest hint of personal warmth. She wrote that she hoped he was recovering well after the unfortunate events at the auction and expressed gratitude again for his assistance. The letter continued in neat, flowing script. "If you are still interested in the subject of beast taming, I have arranged permission with my father to grant you access to one of the monsters kept in the estate's private collection. Consider it a small gesture of thanks." Michael's eyes narrowed faintly, the corner of his mouth twitching as he read on. Incidentally, she added, "Father ordered a new flame lion almost immediately after the incident with the last one. I confess it feels rather amusing, since I rather hoped you would be the one to acquire it for me yourself. But perhaps next time you will have the chance to redeem your reputation." Michael let the parchment rest against his palm, feeling a reluctant huff of amusement escape him. It was remarkably convenient. He had already planned to visit the Evermoon estate soon. Now, he didn't even have to risk looking overeager by sending a letter himself. Perfectly timed invitation. He set the parchment aside and leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. Yes, this worked well. Better still, the time she proposed, early afternoon tomorrow, fell neatly within the margin he'd already set aside for a meeting. Michael decided he'd rather not look as though he'd simply thrown on whatever was at hand. After all, whatever else the meeting was, casual or not, it was still taking place in the residence of a duke. So, later that afternoon, he left the estate behind and set off toward the inner city. The carriage rattled over the broad avenues of the capital. Michael sat back with his arms folded, watching the rows of storefronts and tiled roofs slide past. Chapter 423. Chapter 423 Meeting on. The next day arrived in a quiet hush. It was time for his meeting with the Duke's daughter. Michael called Ace and Leah over. "Go to the outer city ride center," he instructed with an unhurried tone. "Find something respectable enough, and make sure it's ready by the time I'm dressed." The two young men bowed in quick, earnest agreement and hurried out. Michael returned to his room and lingered for a moment in front of the mirror. He exhaled, shoulders settling. Aside from the tea with Ariane, there was another reason he'd planned this visit. He intended to see the Duke himself. A few days ago, when he had been granted his territory, the Duke had told him to inform him when he was ready to travel there in earnest. With his rank advancement looming, Michael saw no more reason to wait. The further from the capital he was, the more freedom he'd have to focus on what truly mattered. And his territory was, by every definition, his own domain. A place where no one would question him or would be in without his consent. That alone made it worth the effort. As the last of his preparations fell into place, Michael picked up a small case. A gift for Adrian, a pack of chocolates he got from his world, and stepped out of his residence. The carriage Ace and Leah had arranged was already waiting in front of his house. It had an eleganuk but no crest. It was good enough to hold a rich face, so Michael was satisfied. The ride through the capital was smooth, the carriage gliding over the polished cobbles of the inner city, with only the occasional lurch as it crossed a drainage grate. Michael sat back, one hand resting idly atop the little box on his lap, gaze turned to the tall stone facades sliding past the window. Soon enough, the orderly grid of villas gave way to the broad, gated estates of the noble quarter. High walls and wrought iron fences lined the roads, each property bearing its own subtle display of wealth and lineage. Engraved plaques, carefully pruned trees, guards in crisp livery standing at their posts. It wasn't long before the Evermoon estate came into view. A sprawling manor of pale stone and banners embroidered with the Duke's sigil stirring gently in the early afternoon breeze. The carriage slowed to a dignified halt in front of the main gate. 2 guards in Evermoon colors stepped forward, crossing their halberds to bar the approach. Michael opened the door and descended to the cobbles without hurry, adjusting the fall of his robe across his shoulders. One of the guards inclined his head with measured politeness but did not lower his weapon. "Your business, sir?" Michael met the man's eyes calmly. "I am here by appointment," he said. "A meeting with Lady Arian." For a beat, the guard's expression remained impassive. Then, as though only just recognizing something, he straightened and looked more closely at Michael's face. "Forgive me," he said quickly, his tone shifting to seriousness and a hint of great respect. "Would you be Sir Mike Nor?" "I am." At once, both guards stepped back and lifted their halberds clear. "Of course, Sir Mike. You are expected." The nearer guard gestured to another uniformed attendant who had appeared behind the gates. "If you would permit, my lord, he will escort you to the reception hall." The guard cleared his throat, glancing past Michael to the elegant carriage waiting at the curb. "If you prefer, Sir Mike, you may enter the carriage again, so you don't have to walk the distance on foot. The drive circles directly to the hall." Michael regarded the man for a moment, the offer clearly well meant. But he only lifted a hand in a small, polite refusal. "That's quite all right. I'd rather stretch my legs," he said evenly. The guard bowed slightly, seeming relieved not to have erred by insisting. "As you wish, my lord." He gave a quick signal to the coachman, who promptly dipped his head in acknowledgement and began guiding the carriage away, leaving Michael alone at the threshold. The attendant in Evermoon livery stepped forward at once, offering a shallow bow. "If you'll follow me, Sir Mike." Michael nodded once, then fell into step behind him. The walk through the estate grounds was quiet but far from dull. Neatly raked gravel paths wound between sculpted hedges. A pair of peacocks picked their way along the grass at the base of a marble staircase, their tails sweeping low behind them. Michael couldn't help but wonder if the Evermoon family was a lover of creatures, or if this was caused by the influence of Arian. Either way, the estate was beautiful. The attendant led Michael through a hushed vestibule and down a hallway lined with tall arched windows. At last, he stopped before a set of double doors. "My lady is waiting inside," he said quietly. Michael inclined his head in thanks. "I won't keep her waiting." With that, he stepped forward and pushed the doors open. Inside, the reception hall was bright with the soft gold of afternoon sun. Arian Evermoon stood near the tall windows, her hands folded neatly before her. She wore a simple but elegant pale blue gown, her dark hair coiled in a low twist at her nape. She looked up at the sound of his entrance. A small, genuine smile touched her lips. "Sir Mike." Michael stopped a few paces from her and inclined his head with polite gravity, though the corner of his mouth curved faintly. "Lady Arian." For a heartbeat, the room was very still, sunlight pooling between them, dust motes drifting in the warm air. Then, at last, Arian gestured gracefully to a low table laid with a silver service and a pair of chairs drawn up opposite each other. "Thank you for coming. Shall we sit?" Michael exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Yes," he said quietly. "Let's." Chapter 424. Chapter 424 Meeting 2. They settled into the chairs, the polished table between them gleaming with fresh linen and a small vase of white lilies. Arian rested her hands lightly on her lap, studying him with a calm, curious composure that always seemed to disarm people before they realized it. "I'll admit," she said after a moment, her voice warm with wry amusement, "I rather thought you might take longer to arrive." Michael gave a short, soft laugh, the sort that never quite reached his eyes. "I pray I never see the day I make a woman wait for me." The words left his mouth before he could reconsider them, and for one flickering instant he thought perhaps he'd spoken too lightly, especially because only yesterday, when he'd returned to Aurora for a few hours, he'd caught his younger sister watching some noisy, melodramatic series. He hadn't meant to overhear, but his hearing was sharper than most, and he'd very distinctly heard the same line blaring out of her room while she swooned. Arian's brows lifted just a fraction, and he felt a faint heat crawl up the back of his neck. But then she laughed, soft and clear, and the tension slipped free. "A dangerous vow," she said lightly, her eyes glinting. "If more men held themselves to such standards, the world would be very different." She reached for a small silver bell resting beside the vase and gave it a single musical ring. Almost immediately, the door opened, and a maid in evermoon colors entered with a quiet curtsy. "Bring the tea leaves, please, and the sugar, milk, and hot water," Arian said gently. "I'll prepare it here." The maid dipped her head again and disappeared, footsteps soft across the tiled floor. Michael rested his hand lightly atop the small gift box in front of him, watching her in the streaming afternoon light. He supposed, if nothing else, this was proof he'd stepped well and truly into the ranks of people for whom every conversation was half courtesy, half game. But today, for once, he didn't mind it. Michael waited just long enough for the quiet to settle again, then shifted the little box forward across the table. "I brought you something," he said, his voice even but pitched a touch lower. Arian's eyes flicked down, curious. She didn't immediately reach for it. Michael lifted a hand in a faint, reassuring motion. "Just a treat," he clarified. "Nothing more." That seemed to satisfy her. She inclined her head, the light catching on the delicate twist of silver pinned above her ear, then drew the box closer. It was unremarkable in appearance. A plain but finely crafted wooden case in the local style, polished smooth and inlaid with a small brass clasp. Though the content was far from a local product, there was nothing that hinted the chocolates themselves had been carried from another world. Only Michael knew where they truly came from. He watched as Arian undid the clasp with careful fingers and lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in neat rows, lay the smooth, wrapped dark squares. She drew in a faint breath, just enough for her composure to shift a fraction. "Chocolate?" she asked, her tone warming with polite surprise. In a manner of speaking, he allowed the corner of his mouth to curve. "It's a little different from what you may have tried. I thought you might appreciate the novelty." Arian studied the contents for a heartbeat longer, then closed the lid again with a soft click. "I do appreciate it," she said quietly, looking up to meet his gaze. "Thank you, Sir Mike." He inclined his head once, the gesture as measured as everything between them so far. "It's nothing," he murmured. "Only something sweet to balance all the other concerns of the day." From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the maid returning with a small tray, steam rising from a polished kettle, bowls of sugar and milk arranged in careful order. Arian turned to oversee the preparations, her face composed once more. But Michael caught it before she looked away entirely, the tiniest, genuine smile that had nothing at all to do with courtesy. Michael let his gaze rest on the gleaming tabletop a moment longer, then shifted it back to Arian as she began arranging the tea things with precise, graceful motions. He had the sudden, unexpected thought that she might be the only person in this entire kingdom he actually found pleasant to talk to. Even Mage Lien, who he'd known longer than anyone here, who he trusted in a careful, measured way, didn't come close. Perhaps that was because he and Mage Lien had always had a business between them. No matter how familiar they grew, there was an invisible ledger running beneath every conversation. A tally of favors, trades, obligations. But Arian, he didn't know quite what this was. He was still interacting with her because he wanted something from her. He knew full well he might never seek her out again once he got what he wanted. Yet here, in this bright, quiet hall, watching her pour hot water into a delicate pot, he felt something simpler. He liked her presence. He couldn't decide if it was the way she spoke or how she looked. Maybe it was both. Maybe it didn't matter. Michael couldn't really tell and summed it up to a matter of simple admiration. As the tea began to steep, a light, floral scent drifted into the quiet space between them. Arian rested her hands on the table's edge, fingers elegant and still. After a moment, she lifted her gaze again, studying him with that calm, level look he was coming to recognize as her way of testing someone's honesty without ever seeming to. "Do you like tea, Sir Mike?" she asked, her tone neither teasing nor overly formal, just curious. Michael blinked once, then let out a breath of something like a laugh. "I like anything," he said honestly, "so long as it doesn't taste like medicine." Chapter 425. Chapter 425 Beast Taming. "I like anything," Michael said honestly, "so long as it doesn't taste like medicine." Arian's lips curved into a small smile. "That is a reasonable standard," she said lightly. She reached for a slender spoon and stirred the pot once, watching the steam curl up in a delicate plume. Then, almost as though the question had been inevitable, Michael tipped his head a fraction to the side. "And you?" he asked, his voice pitched just enough to carry a thread of curiosity. "Do you like preparing tea yourself?" His gaze flicked briefly to the polished service and the measured, practiced way she handled each piece. Michael couldn't quite shake the sense that her making tea herself, rather than having the maid do it, felt like something significant. Some gesture he wasn't sure he deserved. Arian stilled, her fingers resting lightly atop the porcelain lid. Her lashes lowered for a moment as though she were considering how honest she wanted to be. "Most of the time," she admitted. "The servants do it. That's simply custom. But sometimes I prefer to do it myself," she went on calmly. "When I'm in a good mood." She let that sit between them a heartbeat longer before the corner of her mouth lifted, soft and self-aware. "And today, it seems I am." Michael didn't look away. He let himself smile back. Suddenly, the sound of a knock interrupted. Arian turned her head slightly, her expression smoothing back to the composed graciousness she wore so effortlessly. "Enter," she called gently. The door eased open and a maid stepped through, her hands folded neatly over the front of her apron. She dipped into a respectful curtsy before speaking. "My lady," she said, her voice pitched soft and deferential. "The steward asked me to inform you that the creature prepared for you by the Duke has arrived." "Really?" Arian questioned with delight. "Yes, my lady," the maid confirmed. "The steward wished to know if you have any further orders." For a moment, Arian looked faintly thoughtful, as if deciding whether to interrupt their tea to inspect it immediately. Then she gave a small, serene nod. "Have them place it in the garden," she said. "Tell the handlers I will be there soon." The maid dipped her head once more. "At once, my lady." She turned and slipped back out, the door closing behind her with a muted click that left the room quiet again. Arian watched the door for a breath before her gaze returned to Michael, her eyes bright with something that looked a little like anticipation. "It seems," she said lightly, "that you will have the opportunity to watch me attempt a taming sooner than I expected." Michael felt the corner of his mouth curve. He inclined his head in a gesture that was half courteous and half genuine amusement. "I would be honored to witness it," he replied, his voice even. "It isn't every day one has the chance to watch a princess tame a monster." Arian's expression warmed, a small spark of pleased amusement flashing in her eyes. "I'm glad you think so." She rested her fingertips briefly against the edge of the table before she continued, her tone turning thoughtful. "After I've finished, assuming everything goes as it should." She paused, her lashes lowering for a moment as if she were weighing how it would sound. "I'll escort you to my father's collection." Michael's brows rose slightly, but he didn't interrupt. "There are many creatures kept in the Duke's private menagerie," Arian went on, her voice steady but tinged with a note of quiet excitement. "Since you seem so interested in beast taming, perhaps you'd like to see them for yourself. And if you feel inclined," her gaze lifted to meet his again, level and inviting, "you could attempt it as well." Michael regarded her across the polished table, struck for a moment by how easy Arian was making it for him. He let out a quiet breath, his tone low and sincere when he answered, "I would like that very much." They lingered a while longer, the tea cooling between them as their conversation drifted between harmless things subjects. It wasn't a long talk. Arian set her empty teacup down with a soft clink and looked across the table. Well, she said, her voice still carrying that calm warmth, I think it would be a shame to keep them waiting much longer. She turned her head slightly and lifted a hand and rang her bell. Almost immediately, the door opened again and 2 maids stepped through, each dipping into a quick curtsy. Please help tidy this, Arian instructed the first, her tone gentle. Her gaze shifted to the second maid. And this. She laid her palm lightly atop the small wooden box of chocolates Michael had given her, her fingers resting there for a heartbeat before she lifted them away. Take it to my room. Place it on the low cabinet near the window. Yes, my lady, both maids chorused softly. While they moved to obey, Arian rose smoothly from her chair. Her gown whispered across the polished floor as she looked down at Michael, her expression bright but composed. Shall we? She asked. Michael stood and inclined his head. Please lead the way, Lady Arian, he said simply, all the while appreciating how far he'd come in adopting the mannerisms of this world. Though he had to admit they tended to slip when he was back in Aurora, leaving him feeling awkward more often than not. He wondered what else he'd have to deal with in the future with dual identities. Arian gave a small, approving nod, and together they stepped out into the corridor. The air in the hall felt pleasantly cool against the faint warmth of the afternoon. Michael and Arian walked side by side down the wide passage, passing tall arched windows spilling pale light across the tiled floor. For a time, neither of them spoke. It was not an awkward silence, but rather one that felt unhurried, like both of them were content to let the moment breathe. Chapter 426. Chapter 426 Beast Taming 2. At last, as they rounded a corner where the corridor branched toward a set of wide glass doors leading to the gardens, Arian cast him a sidelong look, her expression thoughtful. Sir Mike, she began, if I may ask, what do you understand about beast taming? Michael met her gaze calmly. He could have spoken about beast taming as he knew it, from the perspective of the awakening system, with all its classifications and techniques that didn't exist here. But in this land, he had no desire to risk overstepping and revealing knowledge that would sound impossible, or worse, suspicious. So he inclined his head a little and gave her an answer that felt safe, if modest. I know it requires subduing a beast to do to one's command. Arian regarded him for a heartbeat. She smiled faintly. That's not an unwise way to think of it, she said, her tone warm. Many assume it is only about dominance, about proving you are stronger and forcing obedience. But there's more to it, she went on. At its heart, there are really 2 primary paths in taming. We call them the master-servant bond and the master-subordinate bond. Michael's brow lifted slightly, though he kept his expression composed. They sound the same, he observed carefully, but I take it they are not. No, Arian agreed, her mouth curving faintly. They are not. She slowed her steps, as if to give the explanation the proper gravity. The master-servant bond, she began, is simpler. You subdue the creature, bind it to your will, and it obeys. But that is all it does, obey. Can protect you, fight for you, carry burdens, but it grants you nothing else. No growth, no shared power. Think of it as your contract with that dark elf. Michael nodded slowly in understanding. And the other? He asked. Arian's eyes brightened, a flicker of something almost like pride in her voice. The master-subordinate bond, she said, is different, more dangerous but also far more valuable. In that bond, you do not simply command a beast. You become linked to it in spirit and strength. When it grows stronger, so do you. Its essence nourishes your own. In this way, beast taming is not merely the art of commanding monsters, but of gaining personal strength through external means. Michael listened intently with quiet recognition. His necromancy class system worked almost exactly that way. He commanded his undead, yes, but when they grew in might, their essence bolstered his own. A complementary strength, one that expanded him rather than simply orbiting him. He drew in a slow, careful breath, masking the flicker of revelation in his eyes. That is fascinating, he said, his tone neutral but genuinely meant. I hadn't realized there was such a distinction. Also, how is the second method dangerous? He asked. Arian glanced ahead as they neared the glass doors, the bright garden visible beyond the panes before speaking again. In the process of taming, the risk is minimal if the beast is properly subdued. But afterward, that is when the danger truly begins. She turned her gaze back to him, steady and direct. If your bonded creature perishes, she said, the backlash strikes you in return. The more powerful the beast, the more severe the consequence. For some, it can be crippling. For others, she let the implication hang between them. Michael's steps slowed just a fraction, though outwardly he remained composed. Inside, though, he felt a cool thread of understanding settle into place. So it was like his necromancy. Novel bin. If one of his stronger undead were ever truly destroyed, he would suffer a backlash proportionate to the gap between their strength and his own. Put plainly, this master-subordinate bond sounded like a mirror of the same truth. The more you relied on external power to elevate yourself, the more you risked falling if it was ever stripped away. I see, he murmured after a moment, his tone soft but thoughtful. It makes sense that such a bond wouldn't come without consequence. It is the price, Ariane said quietly, for building strength that is not solely your own. Ariane's gaze softened and continued with a smile on her face. These are the two paths to beast taming, and each has its advantages and its failings. Michael inclined his head slightly, signaling for her to go on. The master-subordinate bond, she said, has the greatest advantage of all. It can strengthen the tamer. Every time your beast grows, a portion of that growth becomes yours. But the drawback is equally severe. There is a limit to how many creatures you can sustain this bond with. It taxes your spirit. Her expression turned thoughtful. And, of course, there is always the risk of backlash if the creature falls. Ariane continued. By contrast, the master-servant bond has none of those dangers, she said. You can subdue as many creatures as your means allow. No backlash if they fall. You simply command. She smiled faintly, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. But of course, there is a price for that safety as well. A beast taken this way will never share its growth with you. You will remain as you are, no matter how many powerful servants you command. You can build an army and remain unchanged yourself. Michael could see the simplicity of it. And which do you favor? He asked quietly, genuinely curious. Ariane's gaze lifted to meet his. Some say, she murmured, that the true path to beast taming lies in mastering both. Do you agree with them? I don't know, she gave a vague response and added. But to me, only if you can grow with your beast can you be called a genuine beast tamer. The conservation filled Michael with more anticipation. It had also revealed things to him, pieces of theory he hadn't fully considered before. The master-servant bond of the beast taming system looked a great deal like his connection with Lyra. He realized it now. He couldn't level her up. If not for his own talent, her only value to him would have been her strength, and nothing more. However, the master-subordinate bond. Chapter 427. Chapter 427 Beast Taming 3. The universal system of Awakeners was steeped in mystery. Or rather, it was the mark of origin itself that was so enigmatic. After all, it was necessary to awaken the mark of origin first. It was the seed that birthed one's class and the universal system. It was also the reason Awakeners could access the fantastical world known as the Land of Origin. On the system panel, this was simply called a gift. Gifts. Michael had always been curious about that tab, especially when he discovered on the forums that it was possible to have more than just the mark of origin listed there. Unfortunately, his authority level was far too low to research such mysteries in depth. Perhaps when he advanced in rank, that would change. The mark of origin created the Awakener system, of which the status screen was merely one part. And though the status display didn't show everything about an Awakener, it revealed almost everything else. For Michael, it showed not only his own information but also the details of his undead. He reasoned it must be the same for beast tamers. But then, why had Lyra remained unchanged after he contracted her? If his talent had been anything less, it would have seemed as though nothing at all had happened. Michael had long suspected that something was missing, and now, after hearing Arian speak in such detail about beast taming, he thought he finally understood. It was the master-subordinate bond. Perhaps if the connection between him and Lyra deepened, if it grew to the point where they could influence each other, the Awakener system would recognize her as something more than a follower. Perhaps then she would gain the ability to level up. It was only a theory, but Michael felt a quiet, steady confidence that he was right. After all, the tamed monsters of beast tamers were not simply granted to them at birth or upon awakening their class. Like the people of this world, they had to be subdued and bonded before they could level up. Before being tamed, they were simply creatures that grew by natural means. But after being tamed and recognized by the Awakener system, they could grow through leveling. This, he suspected, was the recognition Lyra lacked. It was the reason she remained, in every measurable sense, simply normal. In fact, most people would probably see Lyra as a valuable asset, some Awakeners included. But not Michael. What was special about Lyra, aside from her race? Her strength, perhaps. But for someone like Michael, who could easily acquire 10 forces equal to her power, that strength held little meaning. Only her race could capture his interest. Fortunately, he could evolve her. Yet even if her roots were strengthened to a terrifying degree, she would still need to advance through natural effort. She wasn't like monsters, whose potential, once increased, directly translated into greater strength. She was more like Spartan and his other undead humans, who, even after evolving into high humans, became more unique but did not gain new levels, simply because they had never been bound by such limits. At most, a higher race meant fewer obstacles to accumulating power. Evolving them only made the future smoother. But unlike Lyra, they could at least level up. Even if she evolved into a higher race, she would still be unable to grow through the system. Her usefulness to Michael would only diminish over time. Michael found himself hoping to replicate Arian's method for himself. And as for why he was so certain she used the master-subordinate bond, it was simple. According to Arian, true beast tamers were the ones who walked that path. He still remembered clearly how, the first time he had used detect on her, the system had called her beast tamer. This was its recognition. If it were merely the master-servant method she relied on, the system would have labeled her as something else, perhaps beast binder or beast controller. Arian should be the real thing. And if she could do it, hopefully he could too. Arian lifted her hand to the handle and pushed the glass doors open. Warm daylight spilled across the threshold, carrying with it the clean, slightly sharp scent of trimmed hedges and fresh earth. Michael followed her out into the garden. It was a broad, walled expanse landscape. Pale gravel paths wound between shaped boxwoods and flowering shrubs. Along one side, a line of young trees cast delicate, lacy shadows across the lawn. But it wasn't the garden itself that drew his attention. At the center of the grass, ringed by a careful distance of armored handlers, lay the creature he'd come to see. Even resting on its haunches, the flame lion was massive, easily twice the size of any natural feline. It looked similar to the ones he killed a few weeks ago, just younger and less aggressive. But the lack of aggressiveness did not seem to come from a naturally docile nature but weakness. Michael wondered if something had been done to the best by its handlers for it to be this way. The beast's head lifted as they approached. Its eyes opened, slitted pupils gleaming, the irises a molten red. Michael felt the animal's gaze fall on him. Arian did not hesitate. She moved forward with a calm, composed grace, stopping just outside the handler's reach. Michael's gaze flicked toward the creature, and almost without thinking, he activated Detect. Flame Lion, LV-15. LV-15. To Michael, this was nothing. In Lionheart, though, a beast like this would be no small matter. They'd need a large, well-coordinated team of intermediate-tier superhumans to take it down safely. Or, at minimum, an advanced-tier human. But Michael could do it with a punch. Maybe not even that. Just a flicker of mana would be enough to shatter this creature's defenses. The flame lion watched him, its molten red eyes wary but dulled, too exhausted or too beaten down to summon much defiance. Michael could see the faint tremor in its limbs, the way its sides rose and fell with the effort of steady breathing. He tilted his head slightly, observing the handlers with a glance. Perhaps they'd worn it down too far. Or perhaps this was how they preferred it. Subdued to the edge of breaking so their lady's taming attempt would be smooth. Chapter 428. Chapter 428 Beast Taming 4. As they closed the final steps to the grass, the handlers straightened in unison. 6 men in polished half-plate bowed low at the waist, the evermoon sigil gleaming against their breastplates. 2 others, clearly beast handlers rather than guards, inclined their heads more cautiously, one of them keeping a gloved hand on the looped chain around the flame lion's thick neck. "My lady," the foremost guard greeted, his voice smooth but edged with respect. "Everything is prepared as instructed." Ariane inclined her head with composed approval. "Thank you." The handler's eyes flicked to Michael. Recognition showed in a few of their faces, though none dared to comment. They offered him a polite bow, but not the deep obeisance they gave Ariane. Michael gave them a faint nod in return, then let his gaze drift back to the creature at the center of it all. It was impossible to pretend he wasn't curious. The beast looked far too weak for what he knew of its kind. He glanced at Ariane, lowering his voice a notch. "If I may," he murmured, "why does it look so spent?" Ariane didn't look away from the creature. For a moment, she simply watched the slow, shallow rise of its flanks as it breathed. Then she spoke, calm and matter-of-fact. "It's drugged," she said. "A tranquilizing infusion, administered in small doses over the past day. It's not ideal, but these creatures are notoriously volatile. If it were at full strength, there would be no safe way to bring it here alive." Michael understood immediately. Logistics were logistics. "So it's conscious," he said, "but too weakened to resist." "Yes." She turned to look at him fully. "It will recover after the taming is complete. But in this state, it is much less likely to attempt to kill me in the first moments." Ariane lifted her gaze to one of the older guards standing nearest the handlers, a man with a narrow, weathered face and a faint scar across his cheek. "Captain Varys," she called softly, "you're familiar with this process. Have you prepared the materials?" The man inclined his head. "We have, my lady. Everything is as you requested." He gestured to one of the handlers. Without a word, the handler turned and strode to the edge of the lawn, where a covered iron table stood waiting beneath a small awning. Michael watched as the man grasped the handles and rolled the table forward. Its wheels grated softly against the gravel until it came to rest a few paces from the flame lion. When the handler folded back the covering, Michael finally saw what they'd been preparing. Laid out in precise rows were bundles of dried herbs tied with twine, a glove, 2 stoppered glass bottles, one pale green, the other thick and black, brushes, a small brazier with cold coals and a shallow bronze bowl. A thin-bladed knife gleamed at one end, set neatly atop folded cloth. Michael arched a brow, but before he could ask, Ariane stepped forward and began gathering items with smooth, practiced motions. Her voice carried over her shoulder as she worked. "Beast taming, the real way, requires bonding of spirits. Spirit bonding is not something that can be accomplished through force alone," she explained. "The master-subordinate bond requires a union of essence. Spirit," she added calmly, "or what some call soul." Michael's interest sharpened. Soul, of course. He'd suspected as much. Ariane laid the herbs carefully in the brazier and uncorked one of the bottles, tipping a small measure of black liquid onto them. A bitter, resinous scent drifted into the air. "It is nearly impossible to sense a creature's spirit, much less draw it to you," she went on. "That is why this ritual exists. The reagents help thin the veil." She set the bottle aside, picked up the slender blade without hesitation, and drew it smoothly across the side of her palm. Michael watched, saying nothing as bright blood welled and fell in slow droplets into the bronze bowl. Ariane didn't even flinch. Once the flow was sufficient, she placed the knife aside and reached for a small vial, the second bottle, the one filled with deep pale green liquid. A health potion. She poured it over the cut, and in the space of a heartbeat, the wound sealed as though it had never existed. Only then did she turn to Michael. "This is the first step," she said quietly. "The circle must be fed with the binder's own life." Michael inclined his head slightly, studying the brazier, the bowl, the flicker of flame starting to catch in the herbs. Ariane did not linger to admire her handiwork. After a while, she took the bowl of mingled blood and resin-soaked herbs and walked a short distance away. The handlers, on the other hand, instinctively tightened their grips on the chains, though the flame lion barely moved. Michael followed Ariane with his eyes. When she reached a clear patch of grass, she set the bowl down and knelt. One gloved hand dipped into a shallow satchel at her belt, drawing out a flat, bone-handled brush tipped in bristles stained the color of old ink. Without glancing back, she spoke. "The next step is the circle," she said. "Everything begins there." Michael tilted his head slightly. "And you draw it yourself?" Ariane nodded. "Always." She unscrewed the stopper on the bowl. A dark, almost syrupy liquid slid down the inside as she tilted it carefully. "You don't need to understand what you're doing in this part," she went on evenly. "Many beast tamers never truly do." She set the bowl beside her knee, dipped the brush into the mixture, and lifted it again, letting a single viscous drop fall back into the pool. "If the steps are correct, the rest will follow." Her hand moved, sure and unhurried, sweeping the first curved stroke across the grass. A faint shimmer passed over the wet line as if the air itself recognized it. Michael watched, studying each precise motion. Ariane's brush glided on, completing the first ring, then spiraling outward into nested loops and branching glyphs. Every few seconds, she paused to refresh the brush in the bowl, then resumed without breaking her rhythm. Chapter 429. Chapter 429 Beast Taming 5. Michael watched, studying each precise motion. Ariane's brush glided on, completing the first ring, then spiraling outward into nested loops and branching glyphs. Every few seconds, she paused to refresh the brush in the bowl, then resumed without breaking her rhythm. Minutes slipped past in near silence, the only sounds the quiet rasp of bristles and the flame lion's labored breathing. When at last she set the brush aside, the finished circle glowed faintly in the grass, an intricate, spiraling lattice of signs that seemed almost alive. Ariane stood, brushing her gloves clean. She exhaled once, a slow breath of composure returning. "And that," she said, turning back to Michael, "is the second step." Ariane didn't wait for comment. She lifted her chin and gestured to Captain Varys. "Bring it," she said simply. Captain Varia then gestured to the two handlers. None objected. "Yes, my lady." Two of them stepped forward with cautious deliberation. Together, they guided it forward. Its paws dragged slightly in the grass, claws scoring faint grooves in the soil as they coaxed it into the center of the circle. The closer it drew, the more the runes reacted, subtle motes of bluish light drifting up. When at last the handlers eased it into place, Ariane raised a hand. Her gaze swept over them. "Release it, then step back." "My lady," one handler began nervously. "If it recovers." "It won't," she interrupted gently, but with no room for debate. "The binding will start the moment it stands alone." Michael felt the air grow a fraction heavier. The handlers exchanged a look. Then, as one, they let go and backed quickly to the edge of the warded grass. The chains clinked as they fell slack around the lion's broad shoulders. For a moment, nothing moved. Ariane lifted her right hand, palm open over the circle. Michael felt the subtle shift before he saw it, like the garden itself taking a long, measured breath. Then her mana flowed. It was almost invisible. A gentle ripple in the air, a hush that pressed against the skin. The lines of the circle brightened, igniting in smooth, steady pulses of pale blue-white. The glyphs flared in sequence, each ring catching light and passing it on to the next in a widening cascade. The flame lion stirred weakly, its head lifting a few inches as though sensing the sudden tension in the space around it. But the beast was too far gone to do more. Ariane's expression never wavered. With her hand still outstretched, She closed her eyes and exhaled. The last step, she murmured so softly that Michael almost didn't catch it, is to call it to you. Ariane let her mana pour steadily into it. Nothing else seemed to happen at first. Then Michael felt it. A pressure, delicate but insistent, brushing the edges of his senses. A quiet, pulling sensation, tugging on something that wasn't flesh. Perhaps it was the spirit, soul, whatever one chose to call it. The flame lion shuddered where it lay. Its broad shoulders flexed once, twice, and its molten gaze turned sluggishly toward Ariane. Even half-drugged and barely conscious, something in it recognized the pull. Michael watched, keenly aware of how still everything else had become. Not a single guard shifted. Not one of the handlers so much as breathed too loudly. The circle's light brightened another shade, soft blue washing up over the lion's fur in rippling waves. Tiny sparks slipped free of the glyphs, drifting in the air before dissolving into the creature's hide. Ariane lowered her hand a fraction. Her eyes opened, calm and steady. "If it accepts," she said quietly, though she did not look away from the beast, "this will bind us. If it resists, the circle will suppress it until it exhausts itself. Now it depends on who lasts longer. With the magic ritual I have an advantage, but if the creature you want to tame is far stronger than you, even if for some reason you reach this step, if it resists, everything fails." Minutes passed. The flame lion trembled again. Its nostrils flared on a labored breath. For a moment, Michael thought it might try to rise and break the circle with raw instinct. But then, slowly, its great head sank to the grass. The blue glow of the circle steadied, no longer pulsing. Ariane let out a long, unguarded breath. The luminous patterns in the grass began to fade, leaving behind only damp, dark lines where the mixture had soaked into the blades. And then, Ariane smiled. Her eyes lifted from the flame lion to Michael, and for a moment, all the quiet composure that usually wrapped around her fell away, replaced by something simple and glad. "It accepted," she said cheerfully. The handlers let out a collective breath of relief. Michael heard the faint clink of armor as some of them shifted their weight. Even Captain Varys's stern mouth eased by a fraction. Ariane glanced back at the lion, her expression warm, almost tender. "I was worried," she admitted in a lower voice, "that it would fight me to the end. They usually do." She took another slow breath, as if savoring the fact that it was truly done. Then she straightened, and that bright, unguarded smile softened into something steadier but no less pleased. Her gaze returned to Michael. "I've wanted one of these ever since finding out about its existence from Father," she confessed with a little laugh. Michael inclined his head, a small smile on his face. "You made it look effortless," he said quietly. Ariane's smile turned rueful. She lifted her gloved hand, studying the faint smudges of drying blood and ink across her palm. "It never is," she murmured. But there was no mistaking the light in her eyes. For all her composure, she looked happy. Utterly, honestly happy. Chapter 430. Chapter 430 Heritage Breeders. Michael watched her for a moment longer. He then lowered his gaze to the flame lion. The great beast lay still, eyes closed, chest rising in slow, steady breaths. But something was different now. The wariness in its posture was gone. Ariane turned again toward the handlers. "It needs to rest, but I want it strong enough to walk tomorrow." "Yes, my lady," Captain Varys said, already signaling two of the men. Ariane stepped aside, giving them room to approach. Then, once they were occupied, she walked over to Michael, her pace unhurried. Michael studied her quietly for a moment before asking, "Are you tired?" She gave him a look that was almost amused. "I'm exhausted," she admitted. "Spirit rituals take more than mana. I feel like I ran multiple circles around the estate." Michael chuckled softly. "Then let's return to the waiting hall. You should get some rest. Besides," he offered a light smile, "we can have tea over some light conversation." Ariane considered it for a moment, then gave a small nod. "That sounds wonderful." Ariane turned to Captain Varys once more. "Keep it under observation. If it shows signs of agitation, Inform me immediately. Yes, my lady. She gave one last glance toward the resting flame lion before following Michael across the garden path. They walked side by side in comfortable silence, the cool breeze tugging gently at their clothes. The midday heat had softened now, giving way to a milder calm. Back in the waiting hall, the scent of citrus and spice still lingered from the earlier tea. Ariane rang her bell and had another set of materials to make tea ordered. A servant refreshed everything wordlessly, setting it down between them before retreating again. Soon, another tea-making process ensued. It didn't take long. Ariane sank into her seat with a muted sigh and sipped from her cup. Michael, meanwhile, couldn't help himself. I've been wondering, he said after a pause. How many tamed beasts do you actually have? 2, Ariane said, setting her cup down. The flame lion makes 3. Michael tilted his head, impressed. That many already? Ariane smiled slightly, then clarified. Normally. It's not meant to be there at this point. Michael raised a brow. Oh, my first tamed creature isn't a monster, she explained. It was just a normal animal, barely burdens my spirit at all. A cat I bonded with when I was first starting out. She's old now, so she's mostly sleeping. That's why cubs or younglings of monsters with powerful bloodlines are so valuable. You bond with them early while they're still manageable. And as they grow stronger, the bond holds. Even if you end up being weaker than them in the future, it's only beneficial. The feedback you get from such growth carries you too. There's even a term for tamers who specialize in that kind of strategy, she said. They're called heritage breeders. Michael blinked. Heritage breeders? She nodded. It's not official, but among the community it's common. Families who dedicate themselves to raising rare or powerful beasts just to tame their offspring. Sounds like a mix of beast farming and bloodline cultivation, Michael mused. That's exactly what it is, she replied. And it works. Some of the greatest tamers in history never fought a beast above their tier. But they raised entire lines of bonded monsters through careful breeding, taming the descendants at just the right time. Michael tilted his head thoughtfully. So it's like a legacy. Ariane's smile deepened. That's the foundation of every serious beast-taming house. Control the bloodline, and each generation gets stronger. Unfortunately, Ariane added, this path is almost exclusive to beast-taming families. Michael looked up. Why? Monopoly? She shook her head. Not entirely. It's not some guarded secret passed in whispers. The knowledge is there. She looked up again, meeting his eyes. But it's not a simple thing. Raising beasts takes more than just money. It demands time before you see any return. And most importantly, it requires a bloodline valuable enough to justify spending a lifetime breeding it. A few minutes passed like this. Well, Ariane said with a stretch of her arms, I feel rested now. She turned her gaze toward Michael, eyes gleaming with quiet anticipation. If you're still interested in trying your hand at taming a beast, we could head to my father's zoo. I already requested permission. Michael set his cup down. And you're sure your father won't truly mind? She waved a hand casually. He won't. Michael chuckled. Ariane rose to her feet, smoothing the front of her gown with practiced grace. Come, she started. It's not far, just behind the inner courtyard. Father has a small private enclosure meant for small harmless beasts. The real beasts are in the deeper holdings. But for a beginner like you, Michael arched a brow, amused. Beginner. Her lips curled. Sure. I know you're strong. Michael and Ariane exited the waiting hall together, guards trailing discreetly behind. The path to the zoo wound past hedges trimmed into sharp spirals, marble statues, and a small koi pond rippling with enchanted water. The moment they stepped through the ruined iron gate of the Evermoon Zoo, Michael felt the atmosphere shift. The garden-like tranquility was still present. Magic barriers? He noticed. Ariane nodded lightly. Of course, every enclosure is warded. Some beasts emit instinctive pressure. Just their presence can unsettle weaker minds. This helps suppress that. And, of course, most importantly, to prevent escapes. Michael's eyes flicked around as they entered further. Transparent barriers shimmered faintly, tracing the edges of each beast's pen. He could sense at least a dozen different lifeforms nearby, some subtle, others pulsing with steady power. A short, older man in a green robe approached. His eyes lit up as he saw Ariane. "My lady," he greeted with a quick bow. Michael returned the man's nod, his attention already drifting to the surroundings. Dozens of small enclosures dotted the wide garden, each housing a different creature. Some fluttered or stalked or slept quietly, but Michael's gaze paused when he noticed a shadowy figure perched on a tall wooden stand not far from him. Strangely, this creature was free to roam around. It looked like an owl, but not quite. Its feathers were a shade darker than black, edged in a faint violet sheen that caught the light like oil. Its eyes were silver. Its talons clutched the perch tightly. Michael narrowed his gaze and activated Detect. Mutated Owl, LV10. Chapter 431. Chapter 431 Strange Creature. Ariane followed Michael's gaze and raised a brow as she noticed the peculiar owl. Her steps slowed until she came to a stop beside him, eyes studying the creature with a faint frown. "This one is unfamiliar," she murmured. "Master Elric." The old man in the green robe stepped forward at once, hands folded neatly behind his back. "Yes, my lady? Where did this owl come from?" Ariane asked, her tone curious. Elric glanced at the bird, then back to her. That one was brought in 2 weeks ago. A border patrol captain donated it. Said they found it after a skirmish near the Mistpine Glade. It was injured, but healed quickly. Before this, we assumed it was a common night owl at first, but its regeneration ability was clearly that of a monster. Ariane tilted her head. "It mutated?" "We believe so," Elric confirmed. "It likely ate something. We've been keeping it under observation since, but it hasn't shown any aggressive tendencies. Intelligent, though. Watches everyone who comes near." Ariane hummed softly. "Fascinating." Michael's eyes flicked to her. "May I?" She gave him a slight smile. "You want to try taming it?" "I want to see if it reacts." Michael eyed the owl again. It wasn't large, perhaps a little bigger than a hawk. He stepped forward slowly, not raising his hand, not making a sound. The owl's silver gaze tracked him instantly, unblinking. For a brief moment, Michael thought he saw something shimmer in its eyes, like stars reflected in still water. He paused a few paces away, letting the silence stretch. Then, the owl shifted. It didn't take flight, but it leaned forward ever so slightly. Its head tilted in an eerie, unnatural arc, as though peering straight into his soul. Two things drew Michael's interest to the owl: its mutation and its appearance. But mostly it was the mutation. This was the first time, aside from his undead that evolved using materials, that Michael had seen another creature with the mutated suffix. It caught his attention instantly. "They say you're smart. I wonder how true that is," Michael muttered, staring at the owl. A moment later, he activated telepathy and connected his mind to the mutated owl. For a heartbeat, the connection was silent. Then, like a whisper tumbling, a voice curled through Michael's mind. High-pitched, curious, and strangely innocent. "Oh, what's this?" The voice was soft, almost sing-song. "A two-legged one, but not like the others. No, no. Too cold. Scary. But fine. Why do I like staying near this one?" Michael blinked, caught off guard. The owl's eyes glittered like twin moons, wide and unblinking. "You're the prettiest one I've seen in days." The voice chirped again, followed by a mental giggle. "And the one behind you, oh, she pretty too. But not for me. Not for me." Michael's brows lifted slowly. Of all the things he expected, a childlike stream of rambling wasn't on the list. He tried speaking through the link. "Can you understand me?" "Understand? Understand what?" Yes. I understand." "What are you?" Michael asked instead, fascinated now. The owl blinked. "I'm me, silly. That's what I am. I used to be something else. Smaller. Then I ate a shiny. Shiny made me big. Michael tried steering the conversation, asking, "Do you want to leave this place?" The owl leaned back, fluffing its violet-edged feathers as if in thought. "Maybe, maybe not. I like the air here. But if you give me good food, I'll go with you." Shiny food. Michael had no idea what the creature was saying, but he quite liked this one. A soft voice spoke behind him, tinged with amusement. "Do you like this one?" Michael turned his head slightly. Arian stood just a step behind, watching him with curious eyes. He looked back at the owl, which had now tilted its head the other way, blinking slowly as if trying to decipher the question itself. After a pause, Michael nodded. "Yeah, I do." To be honest, Michael didn't particularly care what kind of monster he could tame. He had never planned to become a half-hearted beast tamer. His interest in the craft came purely from curiosity, rooted in his talent, not ambition. Not once had he envisioned building a living army of beasts. He was simply exploring the field, trying to understand its mechanics so that if the day came when he needed it, he wouldn't be ignorant and helpless. If someone told him right now there was a method to attach his soul to an inanimate object, he'd approach it with the same interest he held for beast taming. After all, who wouldn't want to know what an epic-grade stick looked like? Ariane's gaze lingered on the owl for a moment longer before she turned back to Elric. "Is there any issue with taking this one out?" she asked. Elric gave a thoughtful pause before shaking his head. "No, my lady. Aside from being a bit unusual, it's not the most special creature in the enclosure. As long as you have the Duke's permission." "We do," Ariane said smoothly. "Then there's no problem," Elric replied. "In fact, the Duke informed me beforehand that you and your guest would be visiting. You're free to take any of the creatures in the outer ring." Michael raised a brow at that. Ariane didn't seem surprised. Elric added with a small smile, "As for transporting it, just grab it." Michael blinked. "Grab it?" Elric nodded. "Yes, that one's surprisingly docile. It lets most people hold it without a fuss. Doesn't bite, doesn't claw, just stares. A lot." Ariane turned to Michael with an amused glint in her eye. "Well, go on then. Give it a try." Michael hesitated for a breath, then stepped forward, cautiously extending his hand toward the owl. It didn't flinch. If anything, it seemed to lean closer, eyes still glinting with eerie curiosity. "Pretty hand," the voice chirped in his mind again. "Warm hand. Touch." Michael reached out and gently rested his hand beneath the owl's talons. With surprising ease, it stepped onto his forearm, light for its size, its claws gripping just enough for balance. Chapter 432. Chapter 432, Taming. "Well," Michael murmured, glancing back at Ariane. "That was easy." Ariane smothered a laugh behind her fingers. "Seems like it's already claimed you." Michael shook his head faintly, lips twitching. However, Michael was at least glad that everything was going smoothly so far. Now, the only real issue was whether he could successfully tame the beast through the master-subordinate magic ritual contract. Ariane's eyes lingered on the owl for a few moments longer, a flicker of anticipation in her gaze. "Let's head back to the garden," she said suddenly, turning to Michael with a bright smile. "You should try taming it immediately." Her voice carried a spark of excitement that was almost infectious. More excited than even Michael, at least on the surface. But deep inside, Michael felt anticipation beneath his calm expression. "Why wait?" she added. Michael gave a small nod. "No reason at all." Without further delay, they thanked the old man Elric and turned to leave the enclosure. Guards fell into step behind them as they retraced their path through the estate. The afternoon sun slanted through the gardens, casting golden light across trimmed hedges and warded stone paths. Soon, they approached the clearing where the flame lion still rested. Michael looked down at the owl still perched calmly on his forearm. Its feathers shimmered faintly in the light, and its silver eyes scanned the space ahead with lazy interest. "I hope all goes well," Michael murmured under his breath. Ariane clapped her hands lightly once they arrived at the garden. "Bring back the table from earlier," she called to the handlers. The men moved without delay, swiftly retrieving the tools and setting the table exactly where it had been before. Without waiting, Ariane immediately began recreating the taming solution. Her fingers moved deftly. Michael stood off to the side, watching with quiet interest. The owl on his arm blinked slowly, head swiveling as it watched her too. Only when the solution reached the final stage did Ariane gesture to Michael. Michael stepped forward without hesitation. Ariane handed him a thin blade. Just a little. Michael took the blade and, with a clean motion, made a shallow cut across the side of his palm. Blood welled up immediately, dark red and warm. He let it drip into the center of the basin, where it hissed and merged into the ritual fluid. Without flinching, he accepted the small glass vial Ariane held out next. Though he did not need it, Michael still dabbed a bit of the potion onto his palm. The skin cooled and sealed rapidly. Michael glanced at the bowl as the blood settled in. Then he asked, "Shouldn't I be the one preparing the ritual?" Ariane gave a soft chuckle. "Not necessarily. The only crucial part where the beast tamer is needed is during two moments: the blood sacrifice, which you just did, and the spirit binding stage that comes next." Michael looked thoughtful. "All right," he said at last, voice calm. "Let's continue." Michael watched as Ariane soon went in to draw the magic ritual circles. When it was completed, the entire formation lit up with a soft glow. Ariane stood and brushed her hands clean, the faint light of the ritual circle humming beneath her feet. "Place it in the center," she said, gesturing to the owl. Michael stepped forward. The mutated owl, still calmly perched on his arm, offered no resistance. "Shiny circle." Michael lowered his arm, letting the owl hop down gently onto the center of the formation. The moment it settled, the light around the circle brightened just slightly, as if recognizing the presence of the bond target. "Now," Ariane said, stepping back, "leave the circle and place your hand in the ink." Michael did as instructed, walking out of the circle's perimeter before dipping his uninjured hand into the basin. The dark liquid clung to his palm, cold and tingling. "Infuse your mana," Ariane said softly. "Channel your spirit into the ink." The moment Michael did so, he felt it, an invisible thread tightening between him and the owl. It was subtle at first, like the distant pull of a string tied to his soul. Ariane's voice broke the silence. "How does it feel?" Michael closed his eyes briefly, focusing. "Connected," he murmured. Ariane nodded. "That's good. Your spirit force is reaching it. That's what this ritual does. It helps channel your will in a way that affects the soul of the creature." Michael opened his eyes, gaze locked on the owl. "So all I have to do is lower its resistance," Ariane finished for him. "You can do that in two ways: dominate its spirit with your own, or convince it through connection." Michael raised an eyebrow. "So either brute force it, or talk it into joining me?" "Essentially, yes," Ariane said, her tone light. Michael returned his gaze to the owl, whose silver eyes gleamed at him. Michael took a slow breath and looked down at the owl, still calmly sitting at the center of the ritual. He narrowed his eyes. "Do you want shiny food?" he asked through the link, his voice playful. The owl tilted its head again, curious. "Shiny food," it echoed. Yes, I want." Michael smirked. "Then stay still. Be good. And the shiny food is yours." He wasn't above bribing a creature with child-level intelligence. The owl shifted slightly, claws flexing, but it didn't leave the circle. "This circle makes me feel itchy," the voice complained, softer now. "Like buzzing in my feathers." "Uncomfortable?" Michael asked. "Yes, but still okay. If you promise shiny food." Michael pressed gently. "I promise. More than one. Very shiny. Very juicy." Till now he had no idea what the shiny food was. However, that would be left for later. This was just an experiment after all, so he wasn't above lying. He just wanted to confirm some things. The mental voice chirped again, thoughts bubbling like a stream of water. "You understand me. You really do. You're the first." Michael felt the thread between them pull tighter. The bond was forming. He pushed again, this time not with words, but intent. A quiet feeling of companionship, of wanting to protect and grow together. It wasn't an overwhelming surge of dominance. Just sincerity. Well, he believed it was sincerity. Okay? The voice whispered softer now. Okay. I'll be yours. The magic circle pulsed. Michael watched as the runes lit up fully. The ritual reached its peak. The bond was complete. However, just as Michael was about to relax, a panel appeared in front of him. You have learned the skill, Taming. Chapter 433. Chapter 433 Taming 2. Taming, Basic Mastery, Proficiency. 2%. At this stage, the skill allows the user to initiate and form spiritual contracts with creatures of equal or lower strength. 20% chance to copy a random skill from a tamed creature. 2% chance to copy a specific targeted skill, if known and intentionally attempted. 10% chance to teach one of the user's personal skills to a tamed creature. All copied or taught skills will begin at Basic Mastery with a cooldown of 5 days. At Basic Mastery you can only tame 5 creatures. Number of tamed creatures: 1/5. Michael's eyes widened at the skill description. The ability to copy and teach skills? His first thought was, damn, beast tamers must be eating good. The second thought was an image, vivid and absurd, of an elephant wielding a spear, thanks to some eccentric beast tamer who thought it'd be fun to teach that sort of thing. And the third thought, can I use this on my undead? His breath quickened, excitement surging through him, but he forced himself to calm down. As for the skill's apparent limits, the number of creatures he could tame, Michael suspected these were the penalties for gaining a class core skill outside his main path. Still, even with the limitations, the potential was massive. Just as Michael was about to sink deeper into thought, Arian's voice cut through the silence. How do you feel? She asked, stepping closer. Michael blinked, grounding himself in the present. A bit different, he said truthfully. Arian smiled. That's the bond. It's still fresh, so it'll feel more tangible. She stepped around the circle, now fading as the ritual completed. One of the perks of taming is that you can use a form of telepathy with your bonded creature. Communication is seamless within a certain range. Then she gestured toward the owl. Though, in your case, I'm afraid this one might be a little special. Michael raised a brow. Special how? Arian shrugged with a wry smile. It probably won't provide you with any meaningful assistance. Not for combat, not for scouting. At least not yet. Michael glanced at the owl. He wasn't disappointed. Not even a little. If it's useless now, I'll just evolve it, Michael thought calmly. One of the things Michael never feared was the potential of his subjects. But Arian's words made him curious about the mutated owl that was now his tamed beast. Without hesitation, he tried to pull up its panel the same way he did with his undead. To his satisfaction, it worked. Mutated Owl LV 10 Max. Name none. EXP. Rank Common. Skills: Phase Shift, Basic Mastery. Master Michael Norman. The rank of the mutated owl was 3-star common rank, which meant the highest level it could reach was level 21. But that wasn't a problem for Michael. The appearance of the owl's panel also proved something important. The Awakener system now officially recognized it. That meant it could level up. More importantly, it meant Michael could use his talent on it. Ironically, this owl now held more value to him than even the dark elf, Lyra. But what truly caught his attention was the singular skill the owl possessed. The name alone didn't sound ordinary, and Michael suspected it was likely a result of whatever the mutated owl had consumed to change its form in the first place. Without hesitation, he checked the skill. Phase Shift, Basic Mastery, Proficiency. 1.2%. Momentarily shift your body out of the material plane and reappear at a target location within 5 meters, bypassing physical obstructions. You do not become intangible, only your position changes. At Basic Mastery, the range is short and the casting requires focus. Shift must be to a visible location. Michael's eyes widened again. Phase Shift, Michael murmured. Teleportation. But not quite. And this was just Basic Mastery. Michael looked down at the owl again. So you ate something shiny, he muttered. And this is what came out. The owl glanced up at him, eyes gleaming. Shiny food. Michael chuckled softly. Yeah. This one was definitely a keeper. Arian watched him with a faint smile playing on her lips. So, is your curiosity satisfied now? Michael glanced at her, then at the owl now perched on his arm. He exhaled slowly and muttered, Well, I was hoping for a ferocious beast that could tear through steel or at least breathe fire. But I guess an owl works too. The owl blinked innocently. Michael tilted his head. I mean, he's quite pretty. Arian giggled behind her hand, amusement bubbling up at the unexpected answer. Regaining her composure, she gestured to one of the servants standing nearby. If you'd like, I can have the documented method and the complete list of beast taming materials delivered to you later. Michael raised a brow, then shook his head lightly. It's fine. She looked mildly surprised. Really? Michael gave a shrug, his tone light. I was never planning to venture into beast taming in the first place. Just curious, that's all. If I hadn't stumbled into this owl, I might have walked out the same way I came in, just with more questions. Ariane tilted her head. So this was all just? Michael grinned. A little curiosity, a dash of experimentation, and now a weird new companion. That made Ariane laugh again, shoulders shaking just a bit. Michael continued more sincerely. If time wasn't such a resource, I might have jumped at the offer. The whole path is fascinating. But I've got too many things going on already. I wouldn't want to take up beast taming half-heartedly. Not when I have a better alternative anyway. Michael said the latter part to himself. Ariane nodded, her expression thoughtful. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eye, she said, Well, at the very least, you should give him a name. Michael blinked. Him. She tilted her head. Well, I assume it's a he. Michael looked at the owl. What do you think? Male or female? I am me. What is male? What is female? Can male eat more shiny food? Michael deadpanned. He turned to Ariane and said, We might need to go for a gender-neutral name. Ariane giggled. I suppose we'll just go with owl for now. Chapter 434. Chapter 434 Testing. Fortunately, Ariane had only been teasing Michael. In the end, they both settled on naming the mutated owl Wisdom. Owls were often associated with intelligence and insight, and the name felt fitting. It also leaned gender-neutral, perhaps slightly masculine, but still balanced enough not to matter. Soon after, Michael and Ariane left the garden. As they walked back through the estate, the moment of quiet between them stretched a little too long for comfort. Eventually, Michael had to bid farewell to the princess. He then had one of the castle stewards request an audience with the Duke. The request was accepted without issue, and he wasn't kept waiting long. The Duke's study was quiet. Sunlight filtered through tall windows, casting soft shadows across rows of books and polished furniture. The scent of old paper and faint incense lingered in the air. At the far end, Duke Evermoon sat behind a wide desk of dark wood, his expression unreadable, until he saw Michael enter. Then, the corners of the old man's eyes crinkled in something that resembled a smile. Sir Mike, the Duke said warmly, motioning for him to sit. I trust your time with Ariane was productive? Michael offered a polite nod, stepping forward with Wisdom perched quietly on his shoulder. It was enlightening, he replied, his tone respectful but relaxed. The Duke's eyes flicked to the owl. And this must be the result of that little experiment. I must admit, not what I expected you to walk away with. Michael gave a faint smile. Neither did I, Your Grace. But it seems I've picked up something peculiar. Peculiar indeed, the Duke chuckled. Most come to that garden seeking rare bloodlines. You, on the other hand, chose an owl. Michael didn't deny it. Sometimes, the smallest things have the biggest impact. The Duke raised a brow, intrigued by the statement but chose not to press. Instead, he leaned back slightly, lacing his fingers together. Well then, shall we move on to why you really asked to see me? Michael inclined his head. Yes, thank you for making time. He paused for a moment, then continued, "A few days ago, your grace gave me an instruction, that when I was ready to leave for my territory and begin ruling as Viscount, I should inform you personally." The Duke nodded slowly, leaning back in his chair. "And that's what you're here to do now?" "Yes," Michael replied. "I believe I'm ready." A brief silence passed between them, broken only by the soft rustle of paper as the Duke tapped his fingers lightly on a scroll. "Very well," the Duke said, his voice calm and assured. "In 3 days, my people will come to escort you. You won't need to concern yourself with logistics. By the time you arrive, everything should be functioning properly. Your staff has been briefed, and your subjects are expecting their new lord." Michael nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Your Grace." The Duke's expression softened slightly. "Of course, you've earned it. But before then, someone will visit you." Michael raised a brow. "A designer," the Duke clarified. "You'll need a coat of arms, a sigil to represent your house. Do you already have one in mind?" Michael shook his head. "I don't." "No matter," the Duke replied. "You'll speak with the designer and create something suitable. Symbols carry weight, Sir Mike. Choose wisely." Michael gave a short nod. "I'll keep that in mind." The Duke smiled faintly. 3 days, Sir Mike. Prepare yourself well." Michael stood as well, offering a respectful bow before turning to leave, with wisdom fluttering slightly on his shoulder and 1,000 thoughts already stirring in his mind. This was it. Another beginning. Michael didn't waste a second after leaving the Duke's. He was kind of in a hurry to return home. The mutated owl rested calmly on his shoulder, but Michael's mind was anything but calm. There was so much he needed to test, to verify. That taming skill alone had opened an entirely new door he hadn't even considered walking through before. Fortunately, he didn't need to run back home. Apparently, a steward had prepared a ride for him on the princess' orders. When the carriage arrived, Michael climbed in without a word. The steward offered a polite bow and stepped aside, and the ride back passed in a blur. He barely noticed the streets, barely heard the clatter of hooves or the distant voices of merchants. By the time the carriage pulled up in front of his home, Michael was already halfway out the door before it even stopped moving properly. Soon, Michael was at his door front. "Welcome, B.A." Ace started to say, only to trail off as Michael brushed past him without a word. Wisdom hooted once, softly, as they crossed into the hall. Michael didn't even glance back. "Later," he muttered. Ace blinked in confusion. One was Michael's current behavior. The second, was that an owl? Backing his room, Michael made his way to his bed to sit. Michael sat on the edge of his bed, elbows resting on his knees, gaze fixed on the mutated owl now perched quietly on his shoulder. Wisdom blinked slowly, swiveling his head just enough to meet Michael's eyes. Michael exhaled through his nose. "All right then. Let's see what this skill can really do." His thoughts drifted to taming. Taming, basic mastery, proficiency. 2%. 20% chance to copy a random skill from a tamed creature. 2% chance to copy a specific targeted skill. 10% chance to teach one of the user's personal skills to a tamed creature. All copied or taught skills will begin at basic mastery with a cooldown of 5 days. At basic mastery, you can only tame 5 creatures. Tamed creatures, 1/5. Michael tapped his fingers together thoughtfully. "Only 1 skill," he murmured, staring at Wisdom. "So really, the random option is the smart one. 20% versus 2. I want to copy a skill," he said quietly, directing the command inward. "Random. Attempting to copy random skill from tamed creature. Chance, 20%. Rolling. Success. You have successfully copied a skill from your tamed creature Wisdom. Skill acquired. Phase shift. Basic mastery. Proficiency. 1.0%. /N. End of Volume 2, Gaining Strength. And please, no one attack the pacing. I know. I'll do better. Crying face. Next up, Volume 3, The Universe and Its Inhabitants. Buckle up. Chapter 435. Chapter 435A Problem. Attempting to copy random skill from tamed creature. Chance 20%. Rolling. Success. You have successfully copied a skill from your tamed creature wisdom. Skill acquired. Phase shift. Basic mastery. Proficiency. 1.0%. Michael stared at the glowing notification in disbelief. Then blinked. Then stared some more. Am I dreaming? Michael looked down at his hands like they might start melting or glowing or burst into confetti. Nothing happened. His room was still his room. Wisdom was still an owl. But seriously, first try. Michael slowly raised a hand and slapped his cheek. He winced. Yep, that hurt. Damn it, this is real. For a long second, Michael just sat there, staring into the void like a man questioning all known laws of probability. Because in his world, a 20% chance meant you'd fail 4 times, get bitter, swear at the gods, try again, fail twice more, and maybe, just maybe, get lucky on the 7th try. He had tried this out of faith. Blind, stupid, hopeful faith. Michael was mentally prepared to wait a year. Instead, boom, phase shift acquired. He let out a soft laugh that bordered on unhinged. Okay, I get it. This is the part where my luck peaks and everything crashes tomorrow. Right? Michael stared back at the panel. Phase shift, basic mastery, proficiency. 1.0%. It was real. He had teleportation. Sort of. A basic mastery, but still. If this keeps up, I might actually believe I'm the main character. Michael paused, then narrowed his eyes. Nope. That's exactly the kind of thinking that gets you killed in the next chapter. He tapped his temple. Stay humble. Still, he couldn't wipe the grin off his face. Michael leaned back on the bed, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling with the contentment of a man who'd won the lottery by tripping and falling on the ticket. Guess we're leveling this bad boy up, huh? He said aloud. Michael then turned his attention back to the taming skill itself. Now that he had successfully copied a skill, he expected some sort of cooldown on the entire function. But to his surprise, only the copy portion was grayed out. The teach portion of the ability was still available. Huh, Michael murmured, eyes narrowing slightly, so the cooldowns were skill-type specific. That was interesting. Copying was on a 5-day lockout. I could teach it something? He muttered, glancing sideways at Wisdom. The owl tilted its head. It was tempting. But in the end. Later, Michael muttered, mentally shelving the idea. When I know more. Instead, his thoughts shifted toward mastery. Taming, basic mastery, proficiency. 2%. This was only the beginning. Basic mastery. What would happen at intermediate mastery? Advanced? If basic already allowed him to form spiritual contracts, copy and teach skills, and tame up to 5 creatures, then the next levels. 10 creatures? He wondered aloud. Better odds. More proficiency equals better perks? But how does he raise it? Michael didn't have a clear answer. He'd only used the skill once, and it wasn't like taming was something you could just spam. But if using the skill at all counted toward its growth, then every successful bond, perhaps every teaching attempt since copying was in the gray for now, they should all contribute. Fine, Michael muttered to himself. Then I'll grind it, just like everything else. However, he figured he'd need to return to Aurora to research a bit first. Michael's eyes drifted to the panel again. 5 taming slots. He'd already filled one. 4 to go. Michael had no plans to tame more beasts at the moment, but unfortunately, he was greedy for the skill's other function, and that brought his thoughts back to his undead. Technically, they were his, created by him, bound to his soul and fully obedient. But they weren't tamed in the truest sense of the word. The bond he shared with them wasn't one of spiritual harmony or mutual agreement. It was more like a master-servant connection that was closer to a master-subordinate relationship. This subtle difference might just be the key that makes taming work. Michael didn't hesitate. He summoned Spartan, his undead high human mage. A magic circle flared on the floor, and Spartan emerged, clad in his usual black armor with a hood drawn low over his face, concealing his features in shadow. There was nothing new to observe. Michael hadn't summoned him for conversation. Without wasting a moment, he activated taming. As he did, a surge of instinctive knowledge rushed into him the same way all system skills worked. He didn't need to be taught. He just knew. And so he followed the flow. Michael stepped forward, eyes fixed on Spartan. His hand hovered slightly in the air, fingers spread, as though reaching for something not quite visible. The knowledge that had rushed into his mind when he activated taming guided his actions. A faint glow gathered around his palm. Unlike the dark energy that surrounded his necromantic summons, this one pulsed with a strange silver-white hue. Spartan didn't move. He didn't flinch, resist, or react. He simply stood there, expressionless behind the faint shadows of his hood. Michael pressed forward, palm glowing as it touched the chest plate of the high human. Michael felt a pull, a flicker of something foreign brushing against the edge of his spirit. It wasn't the full force merging like when he bonded with wisdom. It was a bit different, but something oddly felt familiar. It was like déjà vu. There was a strange feeling of resonance. Michael's brow furrowed. There was no resistance. In fact, things felt easier. The glow on Michael's palm intensified for a moment, then sank into Spartan's armor and vanished with a quiet shimmer. A soft chime echoed in his mind. Taming successful. Tamed creature, 2/5, undead high human. Michael froze. Normally he should have a smile on his face thanks to his success at casting the skill. However, why has my connection with you weakened? Please vote to support the novel and comment your thoughts on the last volumes. Chapter 436. Chapter 436, A Possible Solution. Michael's voice was barely more than a whisper, but the moment he spoke those words, a chill spread down his spine. It wasn't fear. Not quite yet. It was more like unease. A kind of phantom itch just beneath the skin. An instinct honed by countless hours relying on undead that were nothing more than loyal minions. Minions that never questioned, never wavered, never thought. Now, he felt something. Not cold obedience. Not mindless loyalty. Just Spartan's presence. He felt something in there, however, it was not like a puppet waiting for strings, but like a soldier acknowledging a general. Respectful, but aware. Michael's brows drew together. To himself he thought, if Spartan wanted to, could he fight me now? The possibility had never once occurred to him before. It shouldn't even exist. For the first time since becoming a necromancer, Michael felt a flicker of insecurity. It wasn't that he believed Spartan would rebel. It was that he now realized Spartan could. The difference was subtle, but devastating. His connection with Spartan hadn't vanished. It hadn't even grown weaker in the way most would notice. But Michael felt it. That unshakable, absolute control he had before, the leash, it had turned into a thread. Still strong, still taut, but no longer iron, no longer unchallengeable. Michael sat down again, exhaling slowly. His gaze didn't leave Spartan. The undead mage remained motionless, as obedient as ever. But now, Michael couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. And then the realization struck. Taming had overridden the necromantic link. It had been a master-servant bond forged through death magic, but now it felt like they were equal. Not entirely equal. Michael still held dominance in the contract, but barely. Like a man with high seniority, not absolute sovereignty. And worse, Spartan's strength wasn't that far from Michael. The closer in power the tamer was to the beast, the more the contract leaned toward parity. Mutual recognition. So with Spartan, it wasn't master-servant anymore. It was partner-partner. Michael dragged a hand down his face. Shit. He wasn't angry. He wasn't even upset at Spartan. But he'd uncovered a truth that undermined the very. Michael sighed again. He'd have to rethink everything. His entire legion. His entire path. Taming has its advantages. But at what cost? Was it worth the loss of control? Michael didn't know yet. But one thing was clear. He'd crossed a line. Michael leaned forward, elbows on his knees, mind racing. The weight of realization still clung to him like a heavy cloak. But then, something else stirred in his thoughts. The contract scrolls. He blinked, the memory slotting in like a missing puzzle piece. Back at the auction, he'd been given several master-servant contract scrolls by the auction manager. 3 to be exact. Identical to the one used to bind Lyra. Michael reached into his storage space, rummaging mentally through the organized lists of items until he found it. A soft shimmer lit the air in front of him as the scroll appeared. Michael's lips pressed into a line. Could this overwrite the new, taming contract? Could he undo what he'd just done and restore things to the way they were? He didn't know. But if there was even a chance. Michael's eyes drifted toward his panel. Tamed creatures. 2 out of 5. Contract slots used. 104/125. 1 slot dropped. Michael muttered. Previously it had been 105. Which meant Michael's jaw tightened. Taming doesn't share contract slots. Converted them. One of his necromantic contracts had been consumed, rewritten, restructured under the new system. The necromantic leash had become a taming thread, and in doing so had freed up 1 slot. He was effectively trading control for connection, command for subtle consent. And now, with the scroll in hand, Michael found himself hesitating. This wasn't just about Spartan. This was about his undead army. How many would he eventually try taming? Taming, after all, had its own advantages. Michael closed his eyes for a moment, letting the silence stretch. Maybe it wasn't all that bad. If the bond between beast tamers and their creatures was truly weak, then beast taming would be the weakest profession in the universe, and it wasn't. Michael exhaled through his nose, leaning further into his thoughts. The loss of absolute obedience was a blow, yes. But it wasn't without compensation. Spartan was an undead. That alone made things different. Sure, his intelligence had grown over time. Many of Michael's older undead had begun mimicking behaviors, emotions, even basic individuality. But they were still undead. At the core of it, how many true emotions could an undead even possess? Loyalty? Sure. Anger? Maybe. Love? Compassion? Ambition? Unlikely. The truth was, even with the new taming bond, Spartan was still fundamentally undead. His loyalty wasn't just programmed, it was a part of what he was. So perhaps the change wasn't as devastating as it felt. In fact, it might be manageable. Michael opened his eyes and looked at the scroll again. He thought about what would happen if he used it. Would it restore the old necromantic control? He didn't think so now that he thought of it. If it was anything like what happened with Lyra, it would likely come with side effects. The contract scrolls were powerful, yes, but also rigid. They weren't designed to interface with the Awakener system. If he forced one over Spartan now, chances were he'd break the new link, maybe even prevent future growth. Lyra's experience had proven that. Once bound by the scroll, she couldn't level up through the Awakener system. Michael wouldn't risk that. He tossed the scroll back into his storage space with a flick of his hand. If control came at the cost of stagnation, then it wasn't worth it. Better to find balance. Michael's eyes were half-lidded with thought. I'm also at fault. Michael felt if he actually understood the structure of spells, if he wasn't so reliant on the automated casting through his system panel, maybe he could have done something now. Like re-engineer the contract and adjusted the framework of the bond so he wouldn't lose control the way he did. But no. All he'd ever done was use what was handed to him. He had never really thought he'd need to understand the why behind it all. Only the how. Now it was biting him in the ass. Michael's mind wandered inevitably to the college exams just a few days away. The exams that determined whether he'd qualify for one of the Awakener academies. He still didn't take the academy as something like a school. He believes it's more like an organization. What could they possibly teach someone with a system? But now, Michael ran a hand through his hair, letting out a dry breath. Now he helped but to think about it again. Maybe the academy was exactly what it claimed to be. A holy land of knowledge. A place where you didn't just grow stronger, you learned why things worked, how they functioned, and what existed beyond what the system spoon-fed. If he passed, he could dig into real spell theory, contract theory. If he passed, he could learn. And if he learned enough, then maybe next time he wouldn't be fumbling in the dark. Maybe next time he'd know enough to design a bond his way, not just accept the defaults the system handed him. Michael's gaze drifted back toward Spartan, who stood quietly. A part of him relaxed just a little. It wasn't like he'd completely lost the bond. It was just different now. Michael drew in a slow breath. He stared at his open system panel, fingers twitching slightly at a thought that refused to leave his head now. What if I tried teaching Spartan a skill? The taming interface had two functions, copy and teach. He had already used copy. It was on cooldown. But teach, that one was still active. He hadn't tried it yet. But now, as he sat there, Spartan still within arm's reach, the eerie silence between them growing heavier by the second. It tugged at his curiosity like a lure. Could it work? He muttered. Undead high human, tamed creature, eligible for skill transfer. That was what the panel read. Michael stared at the teach button on the panel like it might bite him. A part of him wanted to press it immediately, but another part, the more paranoid part, hesitated. The skill copy had succeeded at 20%. That was already a statistical miracle. No one got that lucky twice. It was either going to work, or it wasn't. And if he was going to test this, better it be now while he was still experimenting. Michael's eyes roamed over his skill list. He picked one at random. If he was going to be unlucky, then let it be with something he didn't put effort in. And if by some cosmic joke, he did get lucky again, a low chime echoed in his head. Attempting skill transfer to tamed creature. Initiating transfer. Skill successfully taught. Undead revival, a basic mastery, has been taught. Chapter 437. Chapter 437. It's not all that bad. This time, Michael was actually a little scared. What kind of luck was this? A 20% chance to copy a random skill, and he'd succeeded on the first try. A 10% chance to teach a skill, and again, first try. Was he still the same person who, even after getting stronger, once needed more than 10 attempts just to place a single undead in the netherworld? Michael blinked, then slowly sat back. Then a grin broke out across his face. He didn't even try to suppress it, because this changed everything. Undead revival had been successfully taught. That meant the teach function truly worked. And more importantly, it answered a question that had haunted him for a long time. How could he get his undead to learn more skills? Up until now, it had been a limitation he could only accept. Sure, Spartan and a few others were growing smarter with time, but when it came to actual skills, especially magic, it always felt like there was a wall. He'd figured eventually, as they evolved, their intelligence would catch up, and they'd naturally start picking up more complex abilities. But now, that limitation had been shattered. With taming, all he had to do was learn a skill himself, and then teach it. Michael's thoughts flashed to the skill he'd copied from wisdom. If his undead could learn it, the strength of his undead legion would skyrocket. No, explode. He could tailor units, customize roles, build actual synergy between the undead like a true army instead of just a horde. Once again, taming revealed its terrifying potential. But then, as the excitement buzzed through his veins, reality hit him square in the chest. Michael's grin faded slightly, replaced by a grimace. Learning the skills himself, that was the bottleneck. If he wanted his undead to grow, he had to grow. And that meant actually learning. Not just unlocking skills through the system. Real learning. Spell theory. Elemental control. Magic fundamentals. Things he had conveniently ignored, trusting the system to guide him. Michael groaned, dragging both hands down his face. Of course, he muttered. There's always a catch. A more sobering thought followed. Limitations. Michael pulled up the skills description and stared at a line. Tamed creatures. 2 out of 5. 5. That was his current cap. And it wasn't because of his mana or stats. It was simply the skills mastery. Taming was still at basic mastery, which meant, unless it improved, 5 was the absolute maximum number of creatures he could tame. Michael frowned. If he wanted to give more of his undead the ability to learn under the taming bond, he'd have to choose carefully. And this was only one of the surface problems. He glanced back at the panel. Taming, basic mastery, proficiency. 5%. 5%. Just earlier it had been 2. Michael squinted, a slow sigh escaping his lips. There had to be more ways to raise proficiency. He just didn't know any yet. But one thing was obvious. He needed to be patient. He couldn't go around recklessly taming everything in his legion just because the option existed. The unnamed undead, sure, maybe he could risk it with them. But the named ones? Lucky. Gale. Those ones weren't just pieces on a board. They were pillars of his army. If taming rewrote their bonds the way it had with Spartan, he couldn't risk them slipping from his grasp. Not unless he was sure. Michael tapped his fingers against his knee, the thoughts piling higher in his mind. He needed to do things differently now. And above all, not repeat the mistake of rushing forward without knowing what lay ahead. Michael then shifted his thoughts to the skill he'd just taught Spartan. Undead Revival. It was one of the 2 core skills of the Necromancer class. The first raised the dead. The second, Undead Summoning, gave the dead a place to stay. Revival brought them back. Summoning gave them a home. Michael tilted his head slightly, mulling it over. Does this mean I've made a necromancer? He murmured to himself, then shook his head. No, not really. Not without undead summoning. Without that, Spartan would have to drag his walking corpse around everywhere. The thought made him pause. Could Spartan even return to the netherworld? Technically, he should be able to. After all, while both skills, revival and summoning, seemed like 2 halves of the same coin, they served different purposes. Undead Revival brought a corpse to life. Undead Summoning linked that undead to the netherworld, allowing it to be dismissed and recalled freely. The dismissal part was easy. That just meant putting them away. But summoning? That required a connection. The catch was, it didn't necessarily have to be the same connection formed through his revival skill, which meant, in theory, Spartan could still be dismissed and summoned again. Michael exhaled, gaze flickering toward his undead mage. There was only one way to know for sure. Return, he commanded softly. A faint shimmer pulsed around Spartan's body. Then, in the next breath, he vanished, quietly and cleanly, into the netherworld, like slipping into a pocket between worlds. No resistance, no backlash. Michael's heart eased. He stared at the space Spartan had just occupied, waiting, testing for any strange residue, any backlash from the taming contract that might interfere with dismissal. Nothing. So far, so good. Now for the real test. He extended his hand slightly. There was a beat of silence. Then the familiar flicker of dark light spiraled upward as a magic circle unfolded on the floor. Spartan stepped forth from the circle, hooded head bowed slightly as if in greeting. Michael's shoulders relaxed. Spartan could still be dismissed and summoned. He still had this ability. Now the main conflict Michael had felt about taming, that haunting loss of dominance, felt a bit more manageable now. Michael let out a slow breath. All right, that's one fire put out. He had worried that taming would sever the ability to dismiss and recall his undead like before. But it hadn't. There were still risks, still consequences, but this one, at least, wasn't as bad as he feared. Chapter 438. Chapter 438 Phase Shift. Michael dismissed Spartan back to the netherworld and turned his attention to the owl perched on his shoulder. Wisdom, his first tamed beast. The creature was usually silent unless spoken to, but once you engaged it, it could be surprisingly talkative. Right now, though, Michael wasn't in the mood for conversation. He was still deciding what to do with the mutated owl. For one, he was certainly going to evolve Wisdom. With its unique skill, phase shift, a blink-like movement that mimicked short-range teleportation, Wisdom was already halfway to being a space-type beast. And that, more than anything, was what made the owl so valuable. Evolution didn't just increase a creature's strength. It raised their limits, unlocked new traits, birthed new skills. If Michael manipulated the evolution using the right materials, especially those infused with space-related energy, Wisdom might not just resemble a space creature. Could become one. But for now, he couldn't rush it. His own advancement was just a few days away. He needed every bit of energy and focus to accumulate points needed for his rank up. Evolution would have to wait. Once he was stronger, once he'd secured a few more of his plans, then he could pour resources into wisdom's growth. But for now, there was a different problem on his mind. Where was he supposed to keep this owl? Would he have to carry it around on his shoulder everywhere? It wouldn't be so bad if wisdom stayed small, but evolution could lead to a larger body. If the bird grew significantly, it could become a real nuisance to move around with. Still, not all hope was lost. Michael found comfort in one thing: he'd be leaving the capital soon. He would finally settle in his own territory, a stretch of land bordering a vast forest, a place where hopefully secrets could stay buried. With that thought, Michael gently took wisdom from his shoulder and placed the bird on his bed. He'd tested the taming skill enough for now. He understood it better, what it offered, what it cost. But there was still one thing he hadn't tried. The skill he had copied from wisdom. It was time to see what it could really do. Michael stood in the center of his room. It was relatively empty. Just a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk tucked against the far wall. He glanced at the system panel hovering in front of him. Phase shift, basic mastery, proficiency. 1.0%. Momentarily shift your body out of the material plane and reappear at a target location within 5 meters, bypassing physical obstructions. You do not become intangible, only your position changes. At basic mastery, the range is short and the casting requires focus. Shift must be to a visible location. Michael narrowed his eyes, focusing on a spot across the room, just beside the desk. 5 meters, huh? He could make that. Michael took a breath, then activated it. The world twisted, not violently, but like the air itself folded inward. One moment he stood near the center of the room. The next, he was beside the desk, boots landing softly on the wooden floor. Michael stood still for a moment, heart racing. That had worked. He'd just shifted from one end of the room to the other like it was nothing. The implications were massive. His grin came back with force, stretching wide across his face. He clenched and unclenched his fists, practically buzzing. This is insane. A skill that let him bypass physical space entirely? But as the excitement began to cool, his body reminded him that nothing came free. Michael exhaled, slower this time. The fatigue had crept up on him unnoticed in the moment. A subtle drain in his limbs, a tightness across his shoulders. It wasn't enough to cripple him, but it was noticeable. He then checked his mana reserves. It was down by about 5%. Michael blinked, frowning. That much? For a single cast of phase shift? He had a large mana pool. As an awakener, and a high human on top of that, his body and magic capacity were already leagues above the average person. But even he felt a small pulse of ache in his muscles and a slight ringing in his ears. If the skill had that kind of drain on him, what about a regular awakener? Someone with a caster-type class and average physical stats? Michael imagined it. A squishy mage using phase shift in a panic. It might save them. Once, maybe twice. But if they weren't careful, it would break them. This is more like a trump card, he muttered, nodding to himself. Not a spammable skill. At least not yet. And then, like a puzzle piece falling into place, the memory clicked. The zoo garden. The old man's words. Wisdom had been found injured. He looked toward the owl resting on the bed, peaceful, feathers twitching softly. That's how they caught you, isn't it? It made sense now. Wisdom might have used phase shift. But with that kind of mana and physical toll, the skill likely strained it too far, leaving it weakened, maybe even unconscious. And that made it easy pickings. Michael's thoughts returned to the skill description. Shift must be to a visible location. Visible. But visible to what? He looked around the room again, his eyes narrowing at the phrase. Did it mean his literal eyes? What about his senses? Technically, he could see without his eyes at his current stage. In more than one ways at that too. Could he jump to a place that he wasn't directly looking at, but could still sense? He turned around slowly, his back now facing the wardrobe. Let's find out. Michael closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and reached out with his awareness. He extended his perception. Then he activated Phase Shift. Chapter 439. Chapter 439 Food Solution. The world twisted again. But this time there was hesitation. Michael felt resistance, like he was pushing through something. And then, shift. Michael reappeared, his back facing the bed, now standing in front of the wardrobe. His eyes were still closed. He opened them slowly, his heartbeat thumping in his chest and the faint hum of energy still vibrating in his veins. It had worked. Michael exhaled sharply, half in awe, half in disbelief. So, it's visible, not seen. That was what the description had said. The requirement hadn't been to see the spot. It had been for the spot to be visible. This meant if he could see it with his awareness Z, it counted as the spot being visible. If visibility didn't require direct line of sight, then phase shift was even more versatile than Michael thought. Michael flexed his fingers slowly, the faint tingling still there. But it hadn't been perfect. The resistance he'd felt before, he couldn't ignore it. That hesitation, he muttered. Was it because I didn't look? It seems vision with his eyes was still superior. This made Michael hesitant to try to see if he could phase between walls. Just as Michael was considering if he should run another test, a soft voice chirped in his head. Hungry. Michael paused, then blinked. What? I'm hungry, Wisdom repeated through their mental link. Its tone was high-pitched, almost whiny, like a child nudging a parent for snacks. Michael turned to glance at the owl, which was now sitting up on the bed, blinking its bright, silvery eyes at him. Do you have any shiny stuff I can eat? The voice added with innocent eagerness. Michael's brow twitched. Shiny stuff. Wisdom bobbed its head, talons curling against the sheets. Yes, the sparkly things. Like last time. Tasted warm. Good. Crunchy. Michael's frown deepened. He suspected he knew exactly what Wisdom was referring to. It should be the stuff it had taken that had mutated it. Michael pinched the bridge of his nose. I don't have any on me right now, he muttered aloud, mostly to himself. Wisdom tilted its head, blinking innocently. Then find one. Michael gave it a deadpan stare. The owl's wings twitched. Michael groaned again. Great. He had a half-space-type bird with a shiny addiction. And now it was his responsibility to feed it. Of course it was. He glanced at Wisdom, who was still watching him expectantly. Fine, he muttered. I'll figure something out. Wisdom let out a pleased hoot and settled down again, clearly satisfied. Michael wasn't entirely helpless in Wisdom's case. Sure, he didn't have a stockpile of miracle-class items just lying around, but he had a theory, and it wasn't a bad one. Michael suspected that as long as an item was edible and had some mana coursing through it, Wisdom should be able to take it. It was a ridiculous requirement for a pet, but not an impossible one. As for why the Duke's people hadn't figured this out, well, that was easy. Who was going to waste a rare or enchanted material on feeding an owl? Only someone with more guts than sense, or perhaps someone with both, and a dangerous lack of regard for their wallet. Still, now that the bond had been formed, he had a responsibility to keep the owl healthy. And if the only way to do that was by feeding it mana-infused shiny things, then, well, he'd make it work. Eventually, the Super Association in Aurora would be able to help him, and since he also needed to return there to research a few things like how beast tamers stored their pets, or if they even did at all, it worked out perfectly. However, Michael couldn't leave just yet. He didn't want to be absent when the Duke's designated envoy arrived to finalize the symbol inscription. Missing that would be very bad. Fortunately, Wisdom still seemed capable of holding off his hunger for now, so Michael was fine with waiting a little longer. With Wisdom temporarily pacified and no immediate tasks pressing down on him, Michael sank onto the floor and crossed his legs. He slowly let out a breath, closed his eyes, and began circulating his cultivation technique. The familiar rhythm greeted him, cool energy trickling through his body like a slow, meandering stream. But something felt off. The flow was sluggish, less responsive than before. He'd known this day would come. The technique he was using was a basic one, but it simply wasn't keeping up anymore. Not with his current stage, not with his evolving needs. Still, it was better than nothing. Minutes passed, then an hour. He kept his breathing even, his mind focused, drawing in the ambient mana. Yet, with each cycle he grew more certain. This method was outdated. Michael opened his eyes with a quiet sigh. "I need a better one," he muttered. His thoughts turned to Mage Lien. The old man still owed him deeply. Between the favor Michael had done for him and the implications of what he represented, Lien wouldn't dare brush him off. And with how casually that man tossed around rare knowledge and ancient scrolls, surely another cultivation technique wouldn't be too much to ask. Michael sank deeper into the rhythm of meditation, letting the sluggish currents of energy swirl through his meridians. It was the only thing that helped pass the time without spiraling into frustration. With each breath, the weight in his body lightened just a little, and the haze of exhaustion dulled. And so Michael waited, until, knock, knock. Michael's eyes snapped open. He didn't speak, but his head tilted slightly toward the door. Another knock came, a bit louder. "My lord," Ace's voice called from the hallway. "There's someone here to see you." Michael only stayed still for a moment before standing up. There was only one person he'd been expecting. He smoothed out his clothes, dusted off a stray feather Wisdom had left on his shoulder, and walked to the door. On the other side of the door was Ace with a respectful bow. Michael acknowledged him with a nod as he made his way downstairs. Chapter 440. Chapter 440 Symbol. When Michael stepped into his modest living room, the first thing he saw was a slender, middle-aged man seated calmly on the couch. The man immediately rose to his feet upon seeing him, his posture impeccable and his manner refined. He wore a formal dark tunic lined with silver threading, simple, but of unmistakably high quality. His graying hair was slicked back. The man bowed slightly. "Viscount Mike," he greeted with a courteous smile. "It is an honor. I've been sent by His Grace to assist with the design of your house symbol." Michael studied him briefly. The man's words were respectful, but not obsequious. He carried himself with the air of someone used to dealing with nobility, but not one who bowed too deeply. Professional. Michael inclined his head slightly. "You may rise. What should I call you?" "Lucien, my lord," the man replied. Michael stepped further into the room, motioning for Lucien to sit as he took the opposite chair. "Let's get started then," he said simply. "Time's already moving too fast." Lucien nodded, pulling out a thin black leather folder and opening it with practiced ease. Inside were sketches, sample sigils, and a blank crest outline waiting to be filled. "Do you have a theme in mind, my lord?" Lucien asked, setting the materials on the table between them. "The symbol should reflect your ideals. Some prefer animals, others weapons or elements, and something entirely unique." Michael's gaze dropped to the blank parchment. His fingers tapped slowly against the armrest as his thoughts wandered. A house symbol. Felt strange, almost surreal. 2 months ago he had no land, no territory, no need for a crest that would fly above gates or be etched into armor. And now here he was, being asked what image would represent not just him but everything tied to his name. Lucien waited patiently, unmoving. There was no pressure, just quiet expectation. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. A beast, a weapon, that had some appeal. But swords and spears seemed overused. A skull? Fitting but too blatant. It might invite scrutiny. His power over death was better left understated for now. Still, he couldn't shake the thought of what truly defined him. Lucien watched him for a moment longer, then gave a polite smile. "My lord, if I may?" Michael gestured for him to continue. Many find themselves overwhelmed when choosing a symbol. Lucien began smoothly, his voice calm and measured. "It is not uncommon. A crest is more than decoration." He leaned slightly forward, folding his hands atop the folder. "Some choose beasts, majestic creatures they admire, or ones that reflect their nature. The lion for courage, the owl for wisdom, the serpent for cunning. Others choose weapons, a blade to represent strength or a bow to signify precision and patience. Lucien's gaze flicked up, briefly meeting Michael's. There are even those who choose abstract designs, symbols tied to faith, to old stories, or to personal memory. And some simply choose what calls to them, what feels right. He paused, letting the silence settle before asking, "Do any of these speak to you, my lord? When you picture yourself, your future, what image lingers in your mind? A beast? A blade? A flame? Or perhaps something more personal?" Michael remained silent, his mind turning. A beast? He had a growing army of them. Spartan. Wisdom. The others. A weapon. He had a spear. Or perhaps both? Lucien continued, voice still gentle. It doesn't have to be final. Symbols evolve just as people do. But starting with something that resonates with you often leads to the strongest choices. Michael's eyes dropped again to the blank parchment, a symbol that defined him. And just like that, an idea began to form. Something primal, something layered, not just power, but control. Something that whispered what he was, not screamed it. He looked up slowly, eyes meeting Lucien's once more. I have a rough idea," he said. Lucien smiled with practiced ease. "Then let us give it form, my lord." Michael leaned forward, his voice calm but certain. "A cauldron," he said. Lucien blinked once, then nodded, already reaching for a fresh sheet of parchment. "A bold centerpiece," he said neutrally. Cauldrons are often used to symbolize transformation, alchemy, hidden potential. Michael didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The cauldron wasn't for public meaning. Not really. To others, it might represent mysticism or transmutation. To him, it was a quiet nod to the talent that had shaped everything he had. It was the origin of all his power. "My lord," Lucien continued, still sketching, "any additions to support the theme? Surrounding motifs." Michael's gaze drifted toward the window, thoughts momentarily far away. Then slowly he said, "2 wolves, one on each side." Lucien looked up again but didn't ask why. Michael appreciated that. To most, wolves would be taken as a symbol of loyalty, of hunting prowess, of pack hierarchy. But to Michael, they meant something far more specific. Lucky and Prince, 2 of his first undead. His companions from the very beginning. He didn't care what form the final crest took. Whether it made others think of nobility, ferocity, or even wilderness. The meaning was for him alone. "I'll draft something balanced," Lucien said, already sketching with swift, steady strokes. "The wolves can be either standing or crouched, flanking the cauldron. Would you prefer them symmetrical, facing outward or inward?" "Inward," Michael said after a pause. "But they don't need to be identical." Lucien gave a small approving nod. "Understood." A mirrored pose would imply duality, while variations in their posture. That suggests personality. Individual significance. Exactly. Lucky and Prince were both wolves. Both undead. But they were not the same. Lucien didn't question further. His hands moved with practiced ease as he worked. Michael watched the lines take shape. First the round base of the cauldron, then the rising curve of its rim. Flames licked around the edges, subtle but present. The wolves followed soon after, one sleek and low-slung, the other broader, more upright, as if mid-growl. Minutes passed in focused silence. When Lucien finally turned the sheet toward him, Michael took it in with a steady gaze. It wasn't finished yet. It wasn't perfect. But it felt right. Lucien leaned back slightly. "I'll begin refining the lines, adding depth and detail. Once the final version is done, I'll send the drafts to the engravers. This symbol will be recorded in the Noble Registry and appear on your seal, banners, and any official documents." Michael gave a small nod, his expression unreadable. "Good. If anything comes to mind before then, adjustments or revisions, just send word. It's your crest after all." Michael didn't answer immediately. Then finally he said, "This will do." Lucien smiled politely and began packing up. I'll have the first full render ready before you leave for your territory. You'll receive a carved seal alongside the banners and personal sigil mark. Michael stood, signaling the meeting was over. As Lucien bowed and turned to leave, Michael thought more of the sketch. He didn't know what others would see when they looked at that symbol. But that didn't matter. The only person it needed to mean something to was him. This somehow feels like I'm starting again. Like a new chapter in my life. Chapter 441. Chapter 441 Queries. After Lucien's departure, Michael took a few moments to himself. A moment later, he made his way back to his room. There weren't many loose threads left for Michael to address in the capital, so he wanted to use his available time to settle some things in Aurora. And then, with wisdom tucked away and Spartan summoned to protect his body, Michael set off for Aurora with his mark of origin. The moment he arrived, Michael reached out for his phone like an obsessed teenager. Though it was currently evening in Aurora, aside from his undead, Michael was the only one in his residence. Aunt Mia and Lily were still away. However, used to this, Michael focused on his business. First thing he did was check the school chat group. The group chat, still as bland and disorganized as ever, was filled with scattered conversations, memes, and occasional panic about preparation. But the pinned message hadn't changed. College entrance. 4 days remaining. Please be sure to arrive early. There were no new updates. Michael closed the app and immediately went to his browser where he logged into the Super Association forum. Michael stared at the login screen for a moment before pressing enter. The Super Association forum loaded with its familiar layout. But Michael wasn't here to scroll mindlessly. He tapped the search bar at the top and typed in the question that had been nagging at him since his bond with wisdom. How do beast tamers store their beasts? Dozens of threads popped up instantly. As expected, the information pool was wide but fractured. He quickly noticed that the content fell into 2 distinct categories: posts by cultivators and posts by awakeners. He clicked one tagged under cultivation path. The first few lines already had Michael frowning. Traditional cultivators without a beast-taming awakening typically use beast pouches to store their tamed creatures. However, beast pouches are quite expensive, as even the cheapest of them require millions to purchase. Michael groaned. Another expense, but a solution at least. Then he clicked on a thread under the awakened beast tamer class tag. Immediately, a video post autoplayed at the top. It featured a confident young woman standing beside a lion-sized panther before it shimmered and disappeared into thin air. All beast tamers gain a beast storage space upon awakening. This functions like a spatial dimension all awakeners have. You can summon or dismiss your bonded beasts at will. Storage limits depend on your class rank, but even rank 1 beast tamers can carry 2 to 3 creatures without issue. Michael raised a brow. That was convenient. He continued. Only awakeners with the beast tamer class have this ability by default. The space is tied to the class's internal structure and can't be accessed without it. Skills that allow you to tame beasts, without actually awakening as a beast tamer, do not grant the storage space. There it was. Michael leaned back in his chair and sighed. He wasn't an awakened beast tamer. He just had a taming skill. That made all the difference. So no spatial beast storage for him. Michael frowned. But he wasn't one to sulk for long. Michael straightened up, cracked his knuckles, and opened a new tab. How do beast pouches work? The search returned less results this time. Michael clicked one that seemed promising. Alternate methods of transporting beasts without beast tamer class. Michael scrolled quickly through the replies. Most were complaints about the cost of beast pouches. But then his eyes caught a comment almost buried in the noise. Awakeners who tame beasts but aren't beast tamers can still use beast pouches to store their bonded creatures. The key is the bond. The pouch uses this bond as the anchor to stabilize the creature inside. Those beasts can travel with you, even between origin and your local plane through the use of your storage space. Michael froze. His eyes locked on that line. Even between origin and your local plane. Michael's mind reeled. This wasn't just a solution to wisdom's storage problem. This was a bridge. He sat in stunned silence for a moment, the weight of the discovery settling in. If the bond between Awakeners and their beasts could be used to transfer them between realms, between the land of origin and Aurora, perhaps it wasn't just beasts that could cross over. It was anything bonded. No way, he muttered, but the thought had already taken root. If beast pouches could carry living creatures between worlds so long as they were tamed, anchored through the right bond, then what else could be carried across? Could he bring someone from origin to Aurora? The implications were terrifying and exhilarating. Michael leaned forward, fingers flying across the keyboard now. He searched for high-tier beast pouches. The prices were brutal. The best pouches cost more than weapons, more than armor. Some were auction only. Others required credentials. But it was acceptable for him. Difficult but doable. Michael sat back again, exhaling slowly. He was going to need a beast pouch. As for whether he was going to use the beast pouch for something other than storing his tamed beasts, Michael decided to leave that to his future self. Just now, he had searched the forum to see if beast pouches could be used to transport anything other than beasts. Unfortunately, nothing had come up. This could only mean two things. 1. The thread didn't exist in the forum. 2. Michael didn't have enough rights to access that information. To confirm, he would need to rank up and upgrade his member level. After bookmarking the thread, Michael leaned back and opened a new tab. His thoughts drifted to wisdom again, particularly the owl's peculiar appetite. Shiny stuff? Michael muttered, rubbing his forehead. What do beast tamer pets eat? The forum loaded with posts, ranging from confused newbies to professional beast tamers discussing feeding habits. As expected, the responses were wide-ranging. He skimmed a post. Different beasts eat different things depending on their species, level, and so on. The most common food source for tamed creatures is mana-infused monster meat. Some can survive on regular meat, but it's not ideal. Without mana, their growth slows and their abilities may even regress. Chapter 442. Chapter 442. 2 days later. Different beasts eat different things depending on their species, level, and so on. The most common food source for tamed creatures is mana-infused monster meat. Some can survive on regular meat, but it's not ideal. Without mana, their growth slows and their abilities may even regress. Michael nodded slowly. Monster meat. That made sense. There was a time Lucky and Prince had been seriously injured, but even as undead, devouring some monster corpses made their situation better. Unfortunately, according to the old man caring for the Duke's private zoo, wisdom also doesn't eat monster meat. Michael moved to the next reply. Some creatures develop an instinct for consuming items infused with mana, regardless of whether they're meat or not. They seek energy, not taste. Crystals, infused metals, alchemical remnants, these count as food to them. If it holds mana and is digestible, they can absorb it. Michael leaned forward. This was it. Wisdom wasn't just hungry, he was probably hunting for energy sources. Mana-rich ones. The shiny stuff it mentioned likely wasn't just about how it looked but how it felt. I'll get one for a trial. 2 days later, Michael sat cross-legged on his bed in his residence in Lionheart, watching as wisdom fluttered down and landed softly before him. In his hand, he held a mana-infused fruit. Here, Michael said simply, holding it out. Wisdom didn't hesitate. The owl's head bobbed forward, talons clicking on the floor as it stepped up to the offering. With an eerie grace, the creature bit into the fruit. Michael narrowed his eyes. You like it? Wisdom didn't speak, but it did let out a low, satisfied hum. Michael gave a short chuckle. Figures. You won't touch monster meat, but glowing. He leaned back, one hand bracing him as he looked at the window. A soft breeze rustled the curtains, warm and dry. The land of origin evenings were always calm like this. In the quiet, his mind drifted to the letter he'd received the previous day. A formal scroll, sealed with the Grand Mage Lien crest. Mage Lien's neat script had been brief but professional. Viscount Mike. Due to the volume of specialized materials you have requested, I would like to offer you the option of having them delivered directly to your new territory via the Kingdom's Flying Ship Division. If you would like, arrangements can also be made for you to travel aboard. Please respond at your earliest convenience. Michael had reread the letter 3 times. The offer was generous. More than generous, really. A flying ship wasn't something just anyone could hop on. For Lien to casually offer it said a lot about how much backing Michael now had. He'd almost agreed immediately, but hadn't, because the Duke Evermoon had also made his own promise. That transportation to his land would be arranged. And Michael still had a visit to make to the man later today. He couldn't afford to step on the Duke's toes. Even now, Michael felt the tug of impatience. He wanted to go. The sooner he reached his land, the sooner he could start his plans, but patience was key. Michael reached out and scratched gently beneath Wisdom's beak. The owl blinked, glowing eyes narrowing into something close to affection. "You're lucky I spoil you," Michael muttered. "These mana fruits cost more than decent armor here." Wisdom flared its wings briefly. Unfortunately, due to the complexity of beast pouches, Michael hadn't gotten one yet. "With how clingy you are, I would need to carry you on Shoulder Express again." "Yay!" A childish voice echoed in Michael's mind. A small smile tugged at Michael's lips. "Of course you like that idea," he muttered. Wisdom gave a little flap of its wings. Michael stood, brushing off his coat. It was almost time to leave. An hour later, Michael stepped out of his room fully dressed, his long coat lightly brushing the floor behind him. Waiting just outside was a carriage, sleek, dark blue, and clearly high-end. Ace stood beside the driver, his arms crossed. "Morning, Lord Mike," Ace greeted. Michael nodded once. Ace gestured with his thumb toward the rear of the carriage. "Oh, and, you have company." Before Michael could ask, the door to the carriage opened. Out stepped Lyra. She wore a long gray cloak with a deep hood that shadowed most of her face. "My lord," she said quietly, her eyes meeting his. Michael blinked. "You're coming," she insisted, Ace said, rubbing the back of his neck. "Said if you're going to visit someone important, you shouldn't go alone." Michael arched an eyebrow. Lyra didn't flinch. "I am yours to command." Her words were blunt, but there was no sarcasm in them, just quiet fact. Michael considered it for a moment. Then he nodded. "Fine, but keep the hood down always." She nodded once. Together, they climbed into the carriage. Inside, the cabin was just as Ace had promised. Quiet, smooth, and luxuriously cushioned. As the carriage began to move, Michael sat back with a soft exhale, his hand resting casually on the armrest. Lyra sat across from him, her posture straight and perfectly still, as though she were part of the furniture itself. The hood of her cloak concealed most of her expression, but Michael could tell she was alert. Then, "Can you eat shiny stuff?" Michael blinked. He turned slowly toward Wisdom. "No," Michael said, tone dry. "That's not normal." Wisdom tilted his head, wide glowing eyes unblinking. His feathers fluffed slightly, like a child sulking. "But shiny, feel nice." The words echoed faintly in Michael's mind. Michael sighed. "Shiny doesn't mean edible. /n. I've seen a few of you mention the issue of Michael spending more time in the land of origin than in Aurora. I completely understand the concern. But don't worry, if you've been following the recent chapters, you'll notice we're finally reaching a balance between both worlds. Thanks so much for reading, and apologies again for the earlier hiccup. Please continue to support the story by voting, and I'll see you in the next chapters. Chapter 443. Chapter 443 Thornvale. The Duke's office was just as Michael remembered. The shelves were lined with scrolls and tomes, the walls bearing emblems of the Evermoon family. However, this time, unlike last time, a large map of the kingdom hung behind the Duke's desk, marked with dozens of flags and notes. Michael sat comfortably across from Duke Evermoon, who leaned forward slightly, a thin sheaf of parchment in hand. "So," the Duke began, his voice calm but clear, "Thornvale." He placed the parchment on the table between them and tapped its edge. "Your new territory." Michael offered a nod, saying nothing yet. Lyra stood quietly behind him, her face hidden in the shadows of her hood. Neither man acknowledged her presence beyond a glance. The Duke didn't care enough to ask, and Michael wasn't planning to explain. The Duke leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. The everlong forest borders much of Thornvale's northern boundary. It's rich in both danger and opportunities. He glanced down at the parchment again and tapped a section near the bottom. You'll find 8 noble houses within Thornvale, 5 barons, 2 landed knights, and 1 viscount under your jurisdiction. Michael's brows rose slightly. Another viscount? Former, the Duke clarified. Your predecessor died 2 years ago during a failed expedition into the Everlong Forest. His seat remained unclaimed until now. The other nobles have held on, barely, but they'll be expecting direction. I assume they're loyal? Michael asked. The Duke shrugged. Loyal enough to their own interests. A few might test you. Michael said nothing but kept this in mind. You'll be under Count Hallen, the Duke continued. He oversees the entire Thornvale region and reports to me directly. He won't interfere with your day-to-day, but if you start making waves, you'll hear from him. Understood, Michael replied simply. The Duke pulled out another sheet, this one bearing Thornvale's seal. This has everything else you'll need. Local taxes, terrain maps, defensive positions, and trade routes. Michael took it without ceremony, sliding it into his robe. You'll also receive a small escort unit, 30 soldiers, enough to establish presence but not enough to draw attention. The real defense will come from what you bring. Michael nodded. I have my own arrangements. The Duke eyed him for a moment, as if wanting to ask more, but didn't. Instead, he said, There's one more thing. He gestured at the map behind him, pointing to a cluster of red markers surrounding Thornvale's borders. Monster activity in the Everlong Forest has increased. Michael's eyes narrowed. How bad is it? Manageable for now, but if it gets worse, Thornvale will be the first to bleed. Be prepared. Yes. The Duke's gaze lingered on the map for a moment longer before shifting back to Michael. Now, let's talk about the people. Michael's posture straightened slightly. The population of Thornvale is just under 20,000. It's a small town. Barely qualifies as one, really, but it's where your manor is located. Michael showed no outward reaction. Duke reached for another parchment and slid it toward Michael. It was a list of names, village heads, guild representatives, merchant licenses, and noble families. These are the people you'll need to work with. The people waiting for you there already have this, but it's better you have your own idea too. Michael scanned the list briefly before pocketing it. Thank you. The Duke gave a short nod, then turned to one of the drawers beneath his desk. I almost forgot, he said, voice more casual now. Lucien left this with me before he departed. Said it was the final version. He pulled out a rolled-up sketch wrapped in a thin leather tie and handed it over to Michael. Michael took it carefully and began unrolling the parchment. His breath hitched. There it was, his symbol, Lucien's final design. A black cauldron sat at the center, stylized and sharp-edged, resting atop a faint green base that hinted at flames, though it was subtle enough not to be overt. To the left and right of the cauldron stood 2 wolves, their bodies sleek and poised, not snarling but alert. They faced forward like guardians, their eyes sharp and intelligent. The entire crest was edged in green and black, with a minimalist aesthetic. Just the cauldron, and the wolves. Michael stared at it for a long time. It was perfect. The cauldron represented his talent. The wolves? Lucky and Prince. His first companions. His first soldiers. Well, the actual number was 3. But the last wolf, Michael didn't like to think about it. A part of him still believed he was to blame for that wolf's current state. But at the same time, he knew it wasn't entirely his fault either. Love, after all, could only be divided so many times. Even among the same type of undead, his favorites had never exceeded 2. The Duke tilted his head, watching Michael. You like it? Michael nodded once. I do. It's clean, the Duke said, studying it over his shoulder. Not flashy, not desperate to impress, but distinct. Michael rolled it back up and placed it inside his coat. It'll do. The Duke chuckled softly. You and your modesty. Very well. We'll register it with the kingdom today, then have the emblem embroidered on the appropriate documents. You'll need it on all formal seals going forward. It's the face of your house now. Michael inclined his head. Understood. You know, the Duke said as he sat back down. Lucien's been designing symbols for over a decade. Said this was one of the easiest commissions he ever did. Michael looked mildly amused. Really? Said you didn't change a thing after the next day. He visited you with more design models. Gave him some direction, then left him to work. That kind of trust, it's rare. Michael didn't answer, because it wasn't trust. He just didn't know jack about designs to actively be involved in the process. His needs were also simple too, and maybe just a little faith that Lucien would do it right. But even he didn't expect this level of right. Michael stood. So did the Duke. The Duke gave a short nod and added, "Since you'll be leaving tomorrow." Michael paused mid-step, turning slightly as the Duke continued. "You should pay Ariane a visit." Michael raised a brow. The Duke's expression was calm but deliberate. "You'll still be coming back here from time to time, I'm sure, but it might not be soon. And even if it is, it won't be the same. You'll be a lord, busy with land, duties, and whatever else you plan to stir up out there." Michael said nothing, waiting for him to continue. The Duke smiled faintly. "It won't kill you to say goodbye, or at least something close to it." Michael gave a slight nod. "I'll see her before I leave." "Good." The Duke sat back down, reaching for a quill. "You can go now. I'll handle the rest." Chapter 444. Chapter 444 Thornvale 2. Michael sat cross-legged in the sitting room of his residence. He rested one elbow on the arm of the chair, fingers lightly tapping his chin in thought. Across from him stood three people. Lyra, cloaked as always, her eyes half-lidded but alert. Leah and Ace awkwardly stood side by side. Wisdom, of course, had perched himself directly on Michael's shoulder. Watching, always watching. Michael's gaze drifted from one boy to the other. "I'll be leaving for my territory tomorrow," he said evenly. Neither Ace nor Leah responded immediately. Michael's voice remained calm, but firm. "Lyra will accompany me. However, you two have to make a choice." He let the words settle before continuing. "You can come with me, serve under my name. In return, you'll be fed and paid, like before but better this time." Michael's tone shifted slightly. "Or you stay here, maintain this residence, manage the property in my absence, and handle minor affairs. I'll pay you a monthly salary either way." Still, the boys were silent. The silence stretched. Leah's hands clenched at his sides. His face was tight and conflicted. Ace's mouth opened slightly, then shut again. He looked like he wanted to speak, but something held him back. Michael didn't press. He waited. Finally, Ace scratched the back of his neck and muttered, "It's not like we're ungrateful, you know?" Michael said nothing. Ace let out a short exhale, as if bracing himself. "Back then, when we tried to rob you, when Leah pulled that knife, if it were any other noble, we'd be dead." Still no answer. "And since then, you've treated us like people. Better than most." He glanced briefly at Lyra, then down again. "But if we follow you now, we're yours. Truly." Leah's voice broke the silence next, quiet and hoarse. "No pretending. No just working for you, 'cause we have nowhere else to go. We follow you now, and that's it. We're bound. That's what this is, isn't it?" Michael nodded once. "Yes." The boys didn't say anything. They remembered their little sister, Lyra. She was killed by a noble. She was the reason they entered a dojo to gain strength. And now they stood on the edge of becoming what they hated. The line wasn't easy to cross. Michael stood, tired of waiting. "If you decide not to come," he said, "the offer to manage this home still stands." The next morning came with clear skies and a quiet sense of finality. Parked just outside Michael's residence were three carriages. All three were finely built, but their purposes were obvious at a glance. The first was sleek, compact, and subtly elegant. Its craftsmanship whispered of wealth without shouting it. The kind of carriage you'd expect a young noble to step out from. It wasn't grand. Just right. The second was larger, bulkier, and clearly meant for more people. The third carriage was purely functional. It had no windows. Reinforced iron bars lined its underframe. It looked like it belonged to a merchant caravan, not a noble procession. But that was fine. It was for cargo. Michael stood at the top of the short steps leading to the front door, watching the activity unfold. The driver of the lead carriage tipped his cap upon seeing him. "Morning, Lord Mike. We're loaded and ready." Michael nodded. Beside him stood Lyra, clad in a robe more refined than usual. This one fitted to her slim form. The hood was still drawn over her face, but it couldn't hide her presence. Then there were the boys. Ace wore a dark green jacket, freshly pressed. His pants were tucked into polished boots, and for once, his hair was combed properly. Leah stood beside him in a similarly styled outfit, though his clothes carried more muted tones, ash gray and brown. He didn't look comfortable in them. His hand kept brushing his sleeve like the fabric might bite him. But both of them were here. They'd chosen to follow. Eventually, they had to accept the truth. This was a noble's world, and they were powerless to change that. They also had no talent to also gain power to change anything. Though reluctant to accept, the two eventually chose a life of ease. Michael might be a noble, but he wasn't like the rest. And that was enough. Wisdom descended from above, fluttering down from the roof's edge to perch on Michael's shoulder with a small hop and a rustle of wings. The owl has grown more active lately. Michael suspected he might have been feeding it a bit too much. Michael gave one last glance at his residence. He exhaled once, quietly, then said, "Let's go." They stepped down as one. A hole later. Now Michael stood, and beside him was Duke Evermoon. His posture was regal but not stiff, and his hands were clasped lightly behind his back as he nodded toward the assembled formation ahead of them. 40 men stood in neat, silent ranks. They weren't regular guards. Each one wore dark green armor marked with Michael's crest. He was taken aback by this. Duke Evermoon gestured toward them. "Your escort as promised. Take it as a gift." Michael could only nod his head helplessly. He instinctively wanted to refuse but decided against it. Duke Evermoon had spoken about this before, but he never knew they'd be given and not borrowed. "These men are disciplined," the Duke continued, voice low but certain. "They'll follow orders and won't ask questions." Michael's gaze scanned the unit. "Thank you, Duke Evermoon. I really appreciate your generous gesture," Michael said. Behind him, though standing a careful distance back, were his people. Lyra stood closest. Further back, Ace and Leah stood side by side. All watched the exchange quietly. Michael turned his gaze to the side. "How exactly do you plan for us to transport ourselves?" he asked quietly. Duke Evermoon didn't answer immediately. Instead, a small smile tugged at the edge of his lips. "You'll see," he said. 2 hours later, outside the capital, Michael stood still, eyes narrowed slightly against the wind, his coat flaring behind him. In front of him was a familiar-looking vessel, a flying ship. Chapter 445. Chapter 445 arriving. Michael was initially taken aback by the sight, but after a moment's thought, it no longer seemed so surprising. Considering Duke Evermoon's centuries of heritage and influence, it would have been stranger if he didn't have grand things tucked away beyond a personal monster zoo. In the end, Michael realized he didn't really care, so long as he reached his destination. What truly occupied his mind were more pressing matters. The kingdom's shipment of materials already en route to a territory he hadn't even stepped foot in, the daunting task of managing said territory despite never having run so much as a company before, and most urgently, his advancement. He had just 2 days left before his college entrance exams. As the final crates were loaded aboard, Duke Evermoon turned to Michael, his hands still folded behind his back. "This vessel will take you to Thornvale and return here immediately after," the Duke said. "I wish you a great reign," the Duke added. "May your rule be long and worth remembering." Michael nodded. "Thank you." The Duke gave a brief, thoughtful smile. With that, he stepped back as the crew lowered the boarding ramp. Michael stepped forward first. Wisdom shifted slightly on his shoulder, adjusting his wings but not flying off. Lyra followed, her boots silent on the wood. Ace and Lia walked behind, hesitant for most of their movement. One by one, Michael's soldiers boarded. 40 men dressed in green armor bearing the freshly registered crest. Some looked curious, others disciplined, but none questioned the command. They were his now. As the last man stepped aboard, the ramp pulled up with a faint hiss of magic. Michael took one final glance back at the Duke, who raised a single hand in farewell. Then the ship began to rise. With a low hum, it floated skyward, guided by an invisible force. Asterisk. Thornvale Territory, Barony of Greyfield. The skies above Thornvale carried a chill. In the main hall of Greyfield Manor, 2 men sat before a crackling hearth, each nursing a goblet of spiced wine. Baron Alric of Greyfield, stocky, sharp-eyed, and pushing into his late 50s, leaned forward in his seat. The flames played across his weathered face as he scowled into his drink. Across from him lounged Baron Maddox of Redridge, leaner, younger, with a wolfish smile that never quite reached his eyes. He wore a red-trimmed coat that matched his namesake, and the confidence of a man who thought himself cleverer than most. "So," Alric said, voice low and gruff, "we finally have a new lord." Maddox raised a brow. "About time. I was starting to think the Duke had forgotten us entirely." "I've heard this new lord is quite special," Alric muttered. Maddox chuckled. "Special? You mean green. The boy's barely old enough to shave. I still can't believe he won the Duke's competition. What's the world coming to? Were the real contenders even competing? And don't get me started on that ridiculous rumor about him being Grand Tier." Alric didn't smile. "Still, he isn't just anyone," the older Baron said. Maddox's expression tightened just slightly at that. "Luck, or favoritism. Doesn't matter which," Alric said, eyes sharp. "He's our lord now, Viscount Thornvale, like it or not." Maddox drained the last of his wine and set the goblet down with a soft clink. "So what do you propose we do?" Alric didn't answer right away. The fire crackled between them. "Watch," he said finally. "Watch," Alric said finally. Maddox frowned. "That's it? Just watch. For now." Alric leaned back in his chair. "Thornvale may be remote, but it's not forgotten. There's a reason the Duke didn't let it stay vacant forever." Both men turned slightly as the wind outside howled against the manor's stone walls. Thornvale was dangerous, no one doubted that. Bordering the Everlong Forest, it was the kind of place where wild beasts roamed just a few miles from village fields. But it was also rich. Very rich. It was why the barons had stayed. And why they were nervous now. With no superior to answer to for the past 2 years, they had grown used to the silence. They were used to eating without supervision. Smugglers, rogue adventurers, even foreign merchants had begun making deals with the smaller lords of Thornvale. It was all done in the shadows, but no one interfered. Now, a young viscount straight from the capital was coming, and no one knew what to expect. "Do you think he'll meddle?" Maddox asked, trying to sound nonchalant. Alric gave a dry laugh. "They always meddle. The question is how much." "What if he has the power to contend with us?" Maddox added. "Not the kingdom's. His own." Alric's brows furrowed. "That might be worse." Maddox shrugged. "Maybe, but maybe not. If he's just a boy, he'll need advisors. Might even listen to people like us, people who know the land." Alric gave him a long, pointed look. "Or he might be smart enough to know that people like us are the problem." That shut Maddox up. The truth was they were all worried. Not just Maddox and Alric, but the other barons, too. The landed knights might posture with their code of honor, but they were in just as deep when it came to redistributing resources. Everyone had dipped their hands into Thornvale's coffers. Everyone had something to lose. "Still," Maddox said eventually, "he's walking into a hornet's nest. With his green hair, I give him 6 months before he flees back to the capital." Alric didn't respond immediately. He stood slowly, walked toward the tall window overlooking the misted woods in the distance, and stared out for a moment. "No," he said, his voice low. "He won't run." Maddox blinked. "Are you sure about that?" Elric didn't turn. "You don't win a Duke's tournament and then run. I don't know who that young one is, but whether or not he was the Duke's true contender, which I doubt, since the real players wouldn't bother with a forsaken place like this, he's definitely not someone simple." He finally turned back to Maddox. "Be careful," Elric said. "This boy may not be what he seems." Maddox gave a forced chuckle. "Then what do you suggest? We bow and scrape?" Elric's smile was grim. "No. We greet him, smile, host a feast, toast to his reign, and offer to help him adjust." He paused, voice hardening. "And we watch." Maddox sighed. "Fine. We'll play nice. For now." "Good," Elric said. The flying ship descended slowly, cutting through the early morning mist that clung to the highlands like a shroud. From the deck, Michael stood near the railing, cloak flapping in the wind. His eyes narrowed as he took in the place that would soon be his new home. "We'll be landing in a moment, my lord," the ship's captain announced behind him, his voice steady despite the occasional gust. Michael gave a short nod. Lyra stepped up beside him. Michael, who didn't have any immediate plans for her, simply let her act as she pleased. In any case, with the binding contract between them and his own strength, he wasn't particularly worried about her. Wisdom, ever watchful, perched on the opposite shoulder, letting out a soft hoot. The airship slowed its descent further, guided by an unseen array of enchantments. The ship landed with a quiet thrum of mana discharging into the soil. Michael waited until the ramp was lowered with a mechanical hiss before descending. Boots hit soil. The scent of wet grass and wild herbs filled his nose, stronger, earthier than the capital. The wind carried a bite. His soldiers disembarked next in well-ordered ranks. 40 men in green-trimmed armor bearing Michael's newly registered crest, the cauldron flanked by wolves. They moved with practiced efficiency, unloading crates, securing perimeter points, and managing the horses that had traveled in the cargo carriage. Ace and Leah followed, blinking at the brightness of the sky. Neither had ever left the capital this far away before. To them, this may as well have been another world. Behind them came the carriages, 3 in total, slowly rolled down the wooden ramps by the combined efforts of man and beast. The sleek personal one for Michael, the larger passenger transport, and the merchant-style cargo wagon. Horses were hitched to each one quickly, and within minutes the group had formed a small, mobile camp. The early morning mist clung stubbornly to the hills as Michael stood at the forefront of the small landing area, eyes sweeping over the vast, untouched wilderness that now belonged to him. Thornvale felt different here. The air was clean, the kind that filled your lungs and made you feel both smaller and more alive. Wild trees stretched along the horizon, and in the distance, faint outlines of mountains peeked through drifting fog. Somewhere out there, the everlong forest loomed. This was what he'd chosen. His boots sank slightly into the wet earth as he stepped forward. The soldiers moved like clockwork. They offloaded equipment, guided carriages down the ramps, and led the horses onto solid ground. Chapter 446. Chapter 446. Situation of Thornvale. One of the soldiers stepped forward from the ranks, tall, broad-shouldered, with a steel breastplate that gleamed faintly in the late morning light. He removed his helmet as he approached, revealing a square jaw, cropped black hair, and sharp eyes that betrayed experience. He stopped a respectful distance from Michael, then offered a crisp salute. "My lord," he said, voice deep and clear. "Knight Captain Roran. I've been assigned to command your escort unit." Michael nodded once. Roran hesitated for a second, then continued, "If I may, would you like me to send a rider ahead to the manor? We could have them prepare to receive you. It's customary, especially for newly appointed nobles arriving to claim their seat." Michael arched a brow, folding his arms across his chest. "Is that how it's usually done?" Roran gave a slight nod. "Yes, my lord. At least in most territories. A bit of ceremony helps remind the people who they're serving." Michael glanced toward the winding path that led into the trees. A part of him considered it would make sense to be welcomed formally. But another part of him hesitated. He turned his gaze back to the land. The fields, the hills, the distant haze of smoke from a village in the far west. This place didn't need a parade. "No," Michael said finally. "Let's not." Roran blinked. "My lord." Michael's voice remained calm, but there was an edge of clarity to it now. "I want to see the territory as it is. No rushed cleanups or forced smiles because they were warned in advance." He glanced over his shoulder at the soldiers preparing the carriages. "People already know I'm coming. That much is inevitable. Let's see how they react when I arrive without fanfare. That tells me more than any prepared feast." Roran didn't argue. He simply bowed. "Understood, my lord." The flying ship, its purpose fulfilled, began to hum once more. Michael watched in silence as the ship lifted gracefully into the air. Within moments, it vanished into the sky, heading back toward the capital. With its departure, the surroundings grew quieter. Now it was just them, Michael, his people, and a land waiting to be claimed. The soldiers were already efficient in their next task, readying the horses. Tethered and unhitched, the steeds were led into neat lines. Michael had expected ordinary riding horses, but it quickly became clear that these mounts were far from average. Every knight began saddling up, their movements crisp and fluid, a reflection of their training. Leah, wide-eyed and unsteady, hesitated near one of the horses, clutching the reins like they might explode. Ace wasn't much better. He had one foot in the stirrup and was already wobbling as if the ground had betrayed him. One of the older knights stepped forward with a faint grin. "Need a hand, lad?" Ace flushed, but nodded. "Yeah. That obvious, huh?" "Don't worry," the knight said, helping him adjust his footing. "We'll make sure you don't break your face." Another helped Leah, guiding him through the steps with the patience of someone who had done this for squires a dozen times over. The knights, it seemed, had already picked up on the closeness between these two and their lord. Their tone was friendlier, their actions more considerate. Lyra, on the other hand, mounted with graceful ease. She did so without asking for help or waiting for instruction. Slipping onto her horse like someone born to ride, she sat tall and steady. Michael, meanwhile, was handed the reins of his own steed. The creature was unlike any of the others. It stood a full head taller, with a hide the color of midnight ink and a faint shimmer that hinted at something unnatural beneath the surface. Its eyes gleamed an eerie silver. Michael arched a brow. Roran stepped forward again. "That one's yours, my lord, specially chosen by the Duke. It's part monster-blooded." Michael raised an eyebrow. "Oh, don't worry," Roran said with a small grin. "The monstrous instincts were bred out. What's left is stamina, speed, and resistance to most low-grade spells. Loyal and incredibly hard to spook." Michael ran a hand along its neck. The horse didn't flinch, just let out a low snort, as if acknowledging him. "A gift," Roran added. "From Duke Evermoon himself. These were part of a new batch, only a few dozen in the entire kingdom. Yours is one the best of them." Michael nodded slowly. "I'll take good care of it." As he said this, he couldn't help but wonder what its evolved form would look like. Without realizing it, Michael was already thinking like an obsessed addict. The next thought came just as naturally. Would he tame it? Or kill it and raise it as an undead? The others were already mounted now, waiting at attention. Michael took one last look around. He mounted the hybrid steed in one smooth motion. "Let's ride," he said. And with that, the new Lord of Thornvale set off into his territory unannounced. As the group began to move out, hooves thudding softly against damp soil, Michael's thoughts drifted to the information Duke Evermoon had shared with him before the departure. Thornvale, a territory tucked into the highlands, bordered by untamed wilderness and the edge of the everlong forest. Its population hovered around 20,000, not a massive number by kingdom standards, but not insignificant either. Whether that was considered large or small depended on who was asking. For a viscountcy, it was respectable. The real value of Thornvale, however, lay beneath the surface. Mining. The land was rich in ore and rare minerals, a blessing and a curse. The mines accounted for most of the territory's income, while farming supported the rest. But it was the unique metals, mana-reactive in nature, that gave Thornvale its true strategic worth. Aside from the population, there should have been a standing force of around 1,000 soldiers, men loyal to the title of Viscount Thornvale. But that loyalty was more theory than practice. Chapter 447. Chapter 447 Situation of Thornvale 2. Without a proper ruler for the past 2 years, Michael doubted the current quality or discipline of that garrison. Then there was the steward. The territory had been under the stewardship of the manor's chief retainer since the last ruler's removal. Thornvale was a non-heritage territory, meaning its viscountcy wasn't tied to bloodlines. Previous lords came, ruled, and left, taking their families and their assets with them. No roots, no permanence. It made the transition cleaner, but it also left the land vulnerable to internal decay. With each turnover, the common folk grew more detached, the minor lords more independent, and the stewards more comfortable. Michael didn't doubt there would be hidden rot waiting to be uncovered. There were many reasons he had chosen Thornvale, but few, if any, had to do with the territory itself. It was remote, yes. Dangerous, certainly, but that was precisely why he picked it. A place like this gave him room. Room to grow, to hide, to plan, and to build. Still, he hadn't expected to feel the weight of it all so quickly. The land, the expectations, the unknown faces waiting beyond the hills. All of it pressed in quietly, like fog settling over his shoulders. He'd need to pay more attention to the territory than he initially intended. But first, he had to advance. 2 days. That was all the time left before his college entrance exams. If he failed to reach the next rank before then, he'd miss his shot. He needed to break through, no matter what it took. Michael tightened his grip on the reins, eyes narrowing toward the rising trail ahead. Whatever Thornvale had in store for him, it would have to wait. First, he had to push past his current limits. Then, he'd deal with everything else. Asterisk. Thornvale Manor, Main Hall. The scent of old wood and cold stone filled the grand hall of Thornvale Manor. Head Maid Isolde stood by the windowsill, wiping her hands on her apron as she glanced out at the sky. Her graying hair was pinned into a tight bun, and her sharp features twisted into a frown. She turned toward the steward, who sat languidly in the high-backed chair that once belonged to the Viscount. "Shouldn't we be preparing something for the new lord?" Steward Helmrich gave a dismissive wave, not even bothering to look up from the goblet of wine in his hand. His robes, once a deep maroon of formality, had faded and loosened over the years of wear. He had grown rounder, with a jaded gleam in his eyes that came from 2 years of unchecked authority. "Bah! If the boy truly intends to come, he'll send notice first," Helmrich said, swirling the goblet lazily. "These green nobles always want a feast, a parade. They'll give you time to prepare just so their arrival feels grand." Isolde's lips pressed into a line. "But what if he doesn't?" Helmrich finally looked up, brows rising in amusement. "What? You think the new Viscount will ride in here unannounced? Please, I've ruled this manor longer than he's had hair on his chest. The Duke may have appointed him, but out here, authority takes more than a letter and a seal." Isolde didn't reply. Instead, she turned her gaze back to the window, heart quietly unsettled. Helmrich had grown complacent. 2 years of unchecked power had dulled his senses, made him foolish. She remembered the last true lord, stern, quiet, but capable. This new one. She had heard rumors. A young victor from the capital, someone who had bested countless others in the Duke's competition. Some whispered that he wielded magic, others that he could summon powerful entity, and a few even muttered the name Grand Tier. She didn't know what to believe. "I'll have the staff clean the hall anyway," she said quietly. "Just in case." Helmrich rolled his eyes. "Do what you want, woman. But don't blame me when you waste everyone's time preparing for a child in armor who likely won't arrive until next week." He took another long drink. Outside, far beyond the manor walls, hooves stirred the soil. Thornvale's southern outskirts. They halted just short of a distant rise overlooking the main road into Thornvale's central town. Michael raised one hand, signaling the group to stop. His expression turned focused, distant, not on the trail ahead, but far beyond it. Without a word, he closed his eyes and let his senses ripple outward. First came the animals in the trees, birds flitting overhead, and people, hundreds of meters away, clustered lazily around a wide, splintered gate where the town's supposed guards. Michael's telepathy laced into his perception, warping sound and memory into clarity. Laughter, casual talk, a game of dice. Someone was asleep, slumped on a barrel. Another leaned on his spear like it was too much work to hold upright. Michael's eyes snapped open, his brow twitching. So this was the state of Thornvale's defenses. He clicked his tongue softly and focused harder, narrowing his attention to the activity within the gate itself. The town was not large, but it was dense. Cramped buildings leaned against one another, roads muddy and cracked from disrepair. Further in, a few better-dressed individuals strolled arrogantly, watched by ragged commoners too thin and too quiet. Then came the part that made Michael's expression tighten. At the edge of the open marketplace, two guards, not just idle but active, were extorting a commoner. A small group of townsfolk passed nearby, not even sparing a glance. Michael pulled back his perception slowly, the edge in his gaze deepening. He hadn't expected Thornvale to be a utopia. It was too remote, too wild, and too unstable for that. But what he saw now wasn't just decay. It was neglect. This place, he muttered under his breath. The knight captain, who had silently ridden up beside him, spoke. "Something wrong, my lord?" Michael didn't answer directly. His eyes were still locked on the distant walls of the town. He reached up and ran a hand over Wisdom's feathers. Roran spoke up from behind. "Shall we continue, my lord?" Chapter 448. Chapter 448. A soft introduction. Roran spoke up from behind. "Shall we continue, my lord?" "Yes." The party approached the town gate slowly, hooves clopping against the uneven road. Thornvale's entrance loomed ahead, two sagging wooden gates flanked by crooked stone walls. A faded banner fluttered above, torn and bleached by sun and wind. Michael rode at the front. His people followed in a loose but disciplined formation. From afar, they might have looked like a noble merchant convoy. Just enough prestige to draw attention, but not enough to signal power. As they neared the gate, the guards finally stirred. Two of them straightened up hastily, pushing away dice and empty mugs. The third guard, older and broader than the rest, shoved a smaller one toward the road and barked, "Stop them!" The guard trotted forward with a grin that wasn't quite friendly. He raised a hand, blocking the road with the butt of his spear. "Hey there, travelers," he called out. "Town's under heavy levy laws. Anyone entering pays the gate toll. 3 silver coins per person, and 5 for each mount." Michael stared at the man, unblinking. 3 per person? Knight Captain Roran muttered behind him. "That's robbery." The guard didn't seem to notice the armored knights or the elite nature of the mounts. Or perhaps he did, but simply didn't care. Michael tilted his head. "Heavy levy laws?" "Aye," the guard said with mock solemnity. "Emergency tax enforcement due to unrest. Bandits and monsters, you know? Dangerous times." "Very dangerous," added the second guard, now swaggering up behind the first. "Your safety must be paid for." Michael let a slow breath escape his nose. The other guards had begun to gather behind the gate now, arms folded, expressions indifferent. Not a single one recognized who he was. He could have pulled rank. He could have had Roran knock them flat and storm the gate with his elite unit. But instead, Michael reached into a pouch by his side, drew out a small coin pouch, and tossed it lightly to the first guard. Ever since he started to have more company around him, not wanting to expose his storage space, he compromised and got himself a money bag. The pouch jingled as it landed. The guard caught it, eyes widening slightly at the unexpected compliance. He opened it, then blinked. "This is gold." Michael's tone was mild. "It should cover everyone." Even the horses. The guards stared, stunned. Why yes, of course, M-Lord. One of them stammered, bowing slightly though still not recognizing who he was. You may proceed. Michael nodded once and urged his mount forward. The others followed. As they passed through the gates, the guards stood to the side, uncertain. One of them whispered, "Who the hell pays in gold for a made-up tax?" Another replied, "Don't know, but I think we just got lucky." Michael heard it all through telepathy. He said nothing. Once they were inside the town, Roran rode up beside him, his jaw clenched. "Why did you let them extort you, my lord?" Michael's reply was quiet. "Because I wanted to see how far the rot has spread. And now I know." He glanced around. The town streets were muddy, unkempt. Children watched them from alley shadows. Women eyed them with guarded hope. Shops looked faded, with half their stalls empty. "It's everywhere." He pulled Wisdom slightly tighter against his shoulder. The owl gave a soft hoot. Wisdom had just asked him if those guards' shiny helmets were shiny food. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not here to shout about my title," Michael responded to Roran. Roran said nothing for a while. Understood. They rode on. The deeper they rode into Thornvale, the worse it became. The roads were cracked and sunken in places, filled with brown puddles that stank of rot. The smell of mildew and waste clung to the air like an invisible fog. Rubble lined the corners of the streets where broken carts and crumbling crates had been left to decay. Children, barefoot and gaunt, watched from under collapsed awnings. One boy chewed on a strip of bark. Another held a wooden sword so worn it looked more like a stick. Michael's gaze swept over all of it, unflinching. Even the animals were listless. Goats wandered near gutter drains. A donkey stared blankly at the wall as if it had forgotten how to move. No one greeted them. Not a soul bowed. People just stared, and then looked away after a while or after he left their sight. "By the gods," Roran muttered, his voice low and angry now. "What in the Duke's name is this mess?" Michael said nothing. "This isn't just rot. No order. Look." Roran pointed to a dilapidated building with a half-collapsed sign. "That's the town watch's office. It should be the heart of enforcement, and it's being used as a drying shack for laundry." A child was, indeed, hanging wet clothes from a broken sword rack. Michael still said nothing. They passed a group of rich-looking people, or what passed for them here, lounging outside a wine shop that seemed far too pristine for the rest of the district. Gold trim on their tunics. Laughs that rang just a bit too loudly. One of them noticed Michael's group and squinted, then turned away with a cautious sneer. Michael's temples throbbed. A dull ache began to build in his skull, not from physical strain, but from the sheer scope of what he was seeing. Where the hell was he supposed to start? He cursed silently, jaw tight. Whoever had been managing this place deserved far worse than dismissal. It had to be the steward. According to the Duke's notes, a man named Helmrich had been left in charge as interim manager after the last lord's dismissal. And if this was the result of 2 years under his care, then Helmrich wasn't just negligent. He was either criminally lazy or deliberately corrupt. Of course, there was also the possibility that Helmrich was innocent and this was caused due to other entities. Michael didn't know which was worse. He rubbed his temples, thoughts spinning faster now. If the steward was behind this decay, then he'd need to be dealt with immediately. But if Helmrich was only a puppet, someone else pulling the strings from the shadows, then this went deeper than he thought. Either way, the moment he reached the manor, things would have to change. And fast. Not for the sake of appearances, but because this was now his territory, his responsibility. And if Thornvale fell, so did everything he was planning to build. He looked up toward the distant manor gates, just barely visible over the rooftops. The ride would only take a few more minutes now. Roran leaned in again, his expression tight. "We're close." Michael gave a small nod, but didn't reply immediately. Michael's fingers tightened slightly on the reins. "Send someone ahead," he said quietly, still staring at the path. "Let them know I'm here." Roran's brows rose, a glint of surprise in his eyes. "Changed your mind, my lord?" Michael shrugged. Roran's smirk returned, sly and knowing. Very well. He turned in his saddle, scanning the escort line. You, a knight, young, lean, but alert, snapped his head up and trotted over. Captain, ride ahead to the manor. Tell them the new lord has arrived and is on his way up the path. Just say he's coming. The knight blinked, then nodded quickly. Yes, sir. With a tug of the reins, he turned and galloped down the cobbled side path leading toward the manor's entrance. Michael watched him go, his expression unreadable. Michael turned his head slightly, eyes landing on the dark figure riding silently beside him. Lyra. The dark elf assassin felt like a shadow. Can you hear me? Michael's voice slipped into her mind through telepathy. She stiffened just for a second. Her gaze snapped toward him, startled. She didn't reply immediately, but he felt the ripple of surprise through the mental link. Impressive, he added, tone dry. So even assassins can be caught off guard. A beat passed before her cool voice echoed back in his mind. You're using telepathy on me? Michael gave a faint smile and continued. As an assassin, you're good at going unnoticed, right? Another pause. She seemed to weigh his words before answering. It's what I do best. Good, he said. I want you to slip into the manor ahead of us. Don't alert anyone. Just find something. Anything. Something. Important documents. Ledgers. Seals. Orders. I don't care what. Just bring me something they wouldn't want me to see on day one. Lyra narrowed her eyes slightly. You want me to rob your own manor? Yes, Michael admitted. Consider it a soft introduction. Don't get caught. I never do, was what Lyra wanted to say before she shut up. With that, Lyra urged her horse to fall back behind the escort line. Chapter 449. Chapter 449 First Meeting. The knight Roran had dispatched reached the manor gates minutes ahead of the group. Dust kicked up from the path as his steed came to a sharp halt. Two manor guards lounging near the entrance stood abruptly, eyes narrowing. One of them, a wiry man with a crooked nose, gripped his spear and stepped forward. Halt! State your business. The knight didn't even slow. Step aside. The other guard scowled. You deaf? We said halt. Before the words could finish, the knight was already dismounting. His boots hit the stone with a solid thud, and his hand flicked his cloak aside to reveal an insignia on his breastplate. But it wasn't just the emblem that gave the guards pause. It was the way he moved. In a blink, the young knight closed the distance, and with one hand, he shoved the guard's spear aside and grabbed the front of his armor. The man stumbled, nearly falling back onto the stone step. I said step aside, the knight repeated, voice calm but with steel behind every syllable. Your new lord rides behind me. If you value your jobs, I suggest you open the damn gate. The other guard, more experienced perhaps, recognized the tone and the unmistakable weight of a trained soldier. They couldn't even dream of matching someone like him. He stepped back quickly, knocking on the heavy doors behind him. Open the gates. Now! The commotion drew attention inside the manor. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed through the front corridor. The doors creaked open. Head Maid Isolde appeared first, her sharp eyes narrowing as she took in the scene. Her hands were still dusted with flour from the kitchens, but her posture was as rigid as a spear. Steward Helmrich followed more slowly, wiping wine from his chin with a lace handkerchief. His robe was still rumpled from lounging. What's all this noise? He demanded. The knight released the guard and turned smoothly toward them. He dropped to one knee, fist to chest. Knight of Viscount Mike, he said. Lord Mike of House Nor approaches. Prepare the manor. He will be here in minutes. Isolde's eyes widened. He's here? Already? Yes, ma'am. Helmrich scoffed. Impossible. We would have been informed days in advance. The knight looked up, unfazed. That was your notice. And I don't believe you've not been told to prepare before this rite. Helmrich's face darkened. Why would the new Viscount sneak in like some street rat? Doesn't he know how this is done? He knows exactly how it's done, the knight said coldly. And he chose otherwise. The doors groaned wider as more servants peeked from the halls. Murmurs began to ripple through the interior. Some of them did not even know they'd received a new lord. Isolde didn't wait for orders. She spun on her heel. Get the hall clean. Now, remove the wine jugs. Replace the banners. Scrub the floors if you must. Move. Servants scattered at her barked commands. Helmrich still looked stunned, frozen in place. The knight rose smoothly, voice lowering to a murmur as he passed the steward. You had time and wasted it, old man. That time ends now. Helmrich's jaw clenched, but he said nothing. Not because he didn't want to, but because he'd seen something in the knight's eyes. A warning. One not given lightly. Michael saw it all. Even before reaching the manor gates, his telepathy had picked up the voices echoing from within. The startled cries of servants, the barked commands of the head maid, and the irritated, wine-slurred grumblings of Steward Helmrich. But it wasn't just the words. Through the network of minds within his range, Michael felt the panic. The disarray. The sudden scramble as the household tried to make itself presentable in mere minutes. A frantic chorus of thoughts played in his mind. Why is the head maid shouting? Who's coming? Where did I put the damn house banner? New lord? We have a new lord. And it wasn't just the servants. Helmrich's thoughts, sluggish and agitated, seeped into the edge of Michael's awareness like rancid oil. Blasted knight. Should have sent notice. Damn the Duke. This isn't how things are done. What does he think? Parading in like some upstart hero. Should have rotted in the capital like the others. Michael frown tightened. So that was it. Before, he'd given Helmrich the benefit of the doubt. Maybe the man was overwhelmed, maybe there were external forces at play, maybe there were things he didn't understand. Now he was sure. The steward was at least at fault for all what he had seen and was still seeing. Michael's eyes narrowed. He reached out further with his awareness, brushing the minds within the manor walls. The staff, many were frightened, a few loyal, but more than he liked were indifferent, tired and jaded from months of mismanagement. Some even shared Helmrich's quiet scorn, though they masked it better. Michael's lips thinned. This wouldn't be a gentle cleanup. He looked up just as the manor's tall spires came fully into view. The escort line was climbing the final bend in the road, hooves crunching against loose gravel and moss-covered cobblestone. Roran glanced his way. We'll be there in moments. I know, Michael murmured. Roran looked confused, but said nothing. Michael didn't explain. A few moments later, just ahead, the gates to the manor had already been thrown open. The servants stood at awkward attention in the courtyard. A few looked like they'd only just thrown on aprons. Others clutched brooms and mops like weapons. The banners above the entrance had been replaced hastily, creased, one even upside down. Michael's party emerged from the shadowed path and into the wide courtyard, sunlight spilling over polished armor and gleaming saddles. The sight was stark. Dozens of soldiers rode their horses, disciplined and sharp. A ripple passed through the servants. Some stepped back. Others dropped into bows, too shallow or too slow. Isolde stood stiffly at the foot of the steps, eyes sharp, hands folded tight behind her back. Helmrich, however, did not bow. Chapter 450. Chapter 450. First Meeting 2. Helmrich stood at the top of the steps, expression carefully composed, though Michael could still feel the sour bite of resentment bleeding from his thoughts. Michael dismounted. He landed lightly, boots hitting stone. Roran followed behind, followed by the rest of the company peeling off in practiced motion, forming a defensive arc that never looked threatening but still commanded the courtyard. The silence was brittle. Helmrich stepped forward, attempting a forced smile. Welcome, Lord Nor. I trust your journey was uneventful. Michael didn't answer at first. Instead, he stepped forward slowly, each boot step echoing like a judge's gavel. His gaze swept the courtyard, over the cracked pillars, the limp garden hedges, the broken sundial, the waterless fountain. Then, and only then, did he look Helmrich in the eye. I trust, Michael said calmly, that you have prepared a full accounting of this manor and the state of Thornvale. Helmrich blinked. I I was not given notice of your exact arrival date. Had I been, you were, Michael interrupted, voice sharp enough to make several servants flinch. You received different notices. One from the Duke's house. One from my knight. He stepped closer. And you ignored them all. Helmrich's mouth opened, but Michael raised a hand. I'm not interested in excuses, Steward Helmrich. The title was spoken with just enough ice to make its edges clear. Michael's eyes narrowed. Are you the head maid? Yes, my lord. The head maid snapped to attention. Prepare the hall. It is being done. Good. In 1 hour, I want every senior staff member assembled. Guards, scribes, cooks, blacksmith, stable master, everyone who holds a title. If they're absent, they're fired. Yes, my lord. Have them bring records. Everything from the last 2 years. He turned back to Helmrich. Especially yours. Helmrich's face turned a shade paler, but he inclined his head stiffly. Of course. Michael didn't smile. Instead, he turned away. Roran, he called without looking back. Assign our men a place to stay. I'll want a patrol around the manor organized by nightfall. We don't know who still thinks this place belongs to them. Understood, Roran said, already snapping out orders to the escort squad. Michael began climbing the steps, each one taken slowly, methodically. He passed Helmrich without a glance, past Isolde, past the gathering of wide-eyed staff. This was no longer the manor of a decaying steward. It was now the seat of House Nor, and everyone inside would feel the change. Inside the manor, the air felt thick. The grand hall ahead was dim. A long carpet stretched from the doors to the twin staircases at the far end. But it was frayed, its deep red faded to a tired rust. Michael couldn't help but wonder how it was possible for the manor to have servants and look dead. Michael's steps echoed as he moved toward the center of the hall, his senses stretching further. He felt every movement around him, every nervous breath from a hiding servant, every whisper behind a half-shut door. Then, a flicker, not of sight, but of presence. A faint shift in air pressure. Michael didn't turn. 1 second he was alone, and the next, a shadow appeared at his side. Lyra. The dark elf moved like mist, silent, unannounced. Her silver hair was tied in a loose tail that shimmered like moonlight against her dark leather robe. Her silver eyes gleamed faintly in the dim hall, but her expression remained as unreadable as ever. In her hands was a neat stack of documents. Michael didn't so much as blink. Only wisdom stirred, letting out a curious low hoot from his perch on Michael's shoulder. The owl's wide golden eyes locked onto the elf, head tilting just slightly. Shiny hair? Shiny food. Lyra paused. She'd half expected a startle, a blink, even a raised brow. Instead, Michael simply lifted a hand and took the stack from her without looking at her. You were slower than I predicted, he murmured. Lyra narrowed her eyes faintly. I took the long route. You didn't kill anyone, I hope? No, she said. Michael glanced down at the stack, rifling briefly through the top documents. One page caught his eye, an expense ledger with consistent discrepancies in food allotments and maintenance repairs listed under inflated costs. He has lived in this world and integrated enough with it to have some common sense. He held it up. This alone is enough to hang someone. Lyra crossed her arms, eyes scanning the chamber. There's more. That's just what I could carry. I memorized the rest. Michael gave a faint, humorless smile. He turned and continued toward the large wooden doors leading into the Lord's personal study. Behind him, Lyra fell into step without needing to be told. For a few moments, silence stretched. Then, softly, she said, You knew I was there, didn't you? Yes. How? Michael's gaze didn't waver. You're good, but you're not invisible. Not to me. Lyra said nothing more, but her silver eyes flicked to his back, lingering for a beat longer than necessary. The new lord was full of surprises. Who was this man, really? And what kind of power does he hold? Michael reached the doors to the study. He stepped inside. The room reeked of disuse and stale wine. Books were scattered across the floor, and a thick film of dust coated the desk. A large map of Thornvale hung crooked on the wall, one edge curled and water-stained. Michael walked to the desk, dropped the documents with a heavy thump, and turned to Lyra. "Prepare yourself," he said. "You'll be working again soon." Lyra raised a brow. "What kind of work?" Michael didn't answer immediately. His eyes were on the map. Michael studied the map for a long moment, his fingers tracing the faded contours of Thornvale. Then slowly he turned back to her. "You'll find out soon enough," he said, voice calm but final. "For now, tell me what you discovered."